New files sorted. 0 place. Quarantined 0 empty folders.
This morning. My name is Cecilia Orozco, and I'm the Assistant Director of Communications for the city. We're here to announce this year's details of the
LVCJSON generation complete with worded series.
On the available options, I would like to introduce Presiding Municipal Court Judge Jackie DeYano-Chapa.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. Before we begin, I would like to thank and welcome judges from our surrounding counties and law enforcement officers present. The judges that we have here are Judge Henry Morales from Maranzas Pass. We have Judge Rachel De Los Santos from Prier, and we have Judge Diana McGinnis from Rockport.
Workflow complete with fixed JSON.
Law enforcement agencies across the state are collaborating for the 2026 Texas Warrant Roundup, taking place from February to early March. Each February, a special opportunity is provided.
64508 Lincoln 64508 Texas.
Assistance in resolving them, helping them avoid future complications. Residents with outstanding warrants have received a postcard like this indicating that they have an outstanding warrant due to an unpaid fine or an unaddressed violation. They might have also received a text message along with this card.
If you still walk, it's Donna. Here we go. You want factor 3? One, take 2. I walk.
He had a magnetic field and he changed it as a function of time. He generated a rotational electric field around it. And the real key thing was these equations without this term are not closed. You can't make a second order differential equation out of them and then come up with a propagating wave as a solution to that second order differential equation, except for this, which is the displacement current. And that's sort of Maxwell's one of
Till 6 p.m. During this amnesty period, we will also have a session on Saturday at a library. Janet Hart Library at 2629 Waldron Road in Flower Bluff on February the 21st from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. If these options don't suit you and you prefer to speak with someone directly, please call 361-826-2500. We would like to remind you that
John Heath is third generation to the motion picture business. His grandfather was a part of the very beginnings of the film industry in the silent era, and his father was an editor through the golden age of television. He started his career in film.
If you have a warrant and you have not taken any action, you will risk arrest. Now, to discuss this further, let me introduce Angela Martinez, our coordinator.
Placement scan complete.
Ways. You can view and pay your citation online at www.municipalonlinepayments.com. If you have any questions or want to make a payment over the phone, you can call our call center at 361-826-2500. Or you can also use our automated phone system at 1-866-299-7084.
Trim complete. Processed 22.
You may also contact the municipal court by email at mcmail@cctexas.com. And if you need a payment plan, you can email mcpaymentplans@cctexas.com.
Renaming complete.
We're ready to help you resolve your
1,006.
Clean energy would be obviously transform everything, and that's the holy grail. And of course, that's one of the ways we could help with climate.
It does make a lot of our existing problems sort of disappear if we can
Definitely. I mean, it opens up many. This is why we think of it as a root node. Of course, it helps directly with energy and pollution and so on, and helps with the climate crisis. But also, if energy really was renewable and clean and super.
your vehicle will most likely also be impounded, increasing the amount of cost that it would be to take care of
with multi-word
everything that you have
groups.
to take care of. So it would behoove you, and we encourage you to use this time of amnesty to take care of any outstanding warrants that you have. Otherwise, if we meet you and you got it, you're going to jail. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us today, and we do hope that the community takes advantage of this amnesty period. Thank you, and again, if you have any questions, please reach out.
Doesn't sound good, but Washington was the most dangerous place in this country. And now, you know what? It's probably the safest place in our country. Everyone's starting to come here. The restaurants now you can't get in. Many of them closed because they couldn't open with crime. Everybody before me is happy what I'm doing. Most of you won't say that because you're radical left. The newspapers are so dishonest. The press is totally dishonest, but that's all right. We've gotten used to it. And we won in a landslide, so they obviously lost their power. I mean, it's impossible to imagine that when you get 97% negative stories, purposely negative stories, even though you've done 97% positive things, that you could win an election in a landslide, winning all 7. Think of it, all 7 swing states, winning by the popular vote by millions of votes. We had it fantastic. The best is your districts out of 3,000 districts. I guess we won 3,500. We won 2,750, and they won 500. And that's, to me, the best of all. And we had tremendous.
So that the passion is the highest bandwidth protocol there is.
But it basically said this group, Shadow Brokers, have stolen some cyber weapons from the NSA.
New JSON has been completed.
Our mind that refuses to play Predator games
And that
has
they're giving away one of these exploits for free to everyone now, and auctioning the rest off. So the rendition saw
We are professionals out of the country already. And some and in the last 11 days, again, I hate to say it because it sounds so ridiculous, but in the last 11 days, we've had no murders. And that's the first time that's taken place in years, actually years. We always have a murder a week. They call it a murder a week. You come here from Iowa, you come here from Indiana, you come here from Idaho, because you're so proud of your country, you love your country, and then you get murdered. Your son gets murdered, your daughter gets murdered, you get murdered. See the media, you get murdered. Many of you have been mugged in Washington, you just don't want to talk about it. And I know that every time I do this with you, you almost everything, but every time I do this with you, you people are saying to yourselves, he's right, and then you write a negative story. But we are doing an incredible job. The people behind me are amazing. We're working very well with the Washington police, as you know. The DC National Guard is unbelievable. We're also getting tremendous help from Secret Service. And we are at a point where Washington is booming again. People are pouring in like we haven't seen for years. Nobody wanted to come here. They didn't want to come here and get murdered. I have a friend of mine who has a very successul son.
New files
I said, where
sorted.
is your son going to be this
0
weekend?
placed in
He's going to Washington. Really? Yeah, he's wanted to do it for 4 years, but he couldn't do it because he was so unsafe. He's a tough kid. So unsafe.
Quarantined 0 empty folders.
Album art complete.
There's all the criminals.
Found 0 local artworks.
And we're finding the ones that are hiding.
LVCJ sum generation complete with its time.
I do.
Why?
We were a place that's scan complete.
Oh, I hate the snow.
They've done an
I like
unbelievable
the
job. They're
snow
working
a
24
little
hours
bit,
a day.
But
And Washington, D.C. is now in great shape. I'm going to be working with Clark Construction, which is by far your biggest construction company. And we're going to also beautify Washington. We're going to rip down the broken medians.
You might think they would have known from the beginning what kind of soil, rocks, and even fault lines they're going to find as they bore through. But you can never be absolutely certain, even with all of today's tech.
The last thing you want to do is drill all that way and then encounter a major issue that could
workflow
cause delays,
complete with fixed
put your team at
JSON.
risk, or even stop the project entirely. And that's why teams have incredibly spent years
medians. We're going to be
digging
replacing
exploratory tunnels to try and work
much of
out
the
what's
asphalt in the
here.
road, which in the city, which is in bad shape. We have great stripers. We have great contractors, but we have to let them do the thing. The Congress has said that they'll give us whatever money is needed to fix up the Capitol. This is the Capitol.
Linux
We're
terrorists.
not going to spend a lot. It's going to go fast, and it will be spotless. And we want it spotless for the World Cup and for the Olympics. You saw the World Cup was here the other day. And come to think of it, there's your trophy for the World Cup. In fact, it's solid gold. That's actually solid gold, so heavy that some of the people in this room wouldn't be able to lift it up. I think what I'm going to do is place it right above the angel, right over there. That's solid gold, too. We're going to put it right up there. Look at that. There's a solid gold trophy. They know how to get to me, you know. I like the angel better, to be honest with you. So we're going to sign, and then we'll take a few questions, and we'll tell you how good a job we're doing. We want to go from here to other places, but I was telling some of the people that in a certain way, you really want to be asked to go. You know, I hate to barge in on a city and then be treated horribly by corrupt politicians and bad politicians, like a guy like Pritzker. He ought to spend more time at the gym, actually. This guy is a disaster. Gavin Newsom's a disaster. When we went, we saved Los Angeles. You wouldn't have been able to have the Olympics in Los Angeles. You're barely able to have it now. They did lose 25,000 houses to a fire.
I'm GoDaddy Arrow. GoDaddy Arrow.
And even now,
Get started GoDaddy. Get started GoDaddy.
But I don't like going to a town, city, place, state, and then be criticized by some corrupt or incompetent governor where crime is rampant. Like, take a look at D.C. Crime was rampant. It was at the all-time worst. It got really bad during the Biden 4 years. And then I have a mayor stand up and say how crime has reached a 30-year low. 30-year low. People are being killed left and right. And it's not a 30-year low. Think of it. So for 11 days, there's been no murders. The record goes back years where they haven't seen that happen in years. And then people stand up, and instead of thanking us, which they should do, and she's not that bad. She's better than most. But, you know, people I watched in Illinois, Chicago, Illinois is a disaster. I have property there. It's a disaster what's going on in Chicago. And you get Pritzker, he's violating our rights. I think this is another men and women's sports thing. I think this is one of those.
Choosing not to aim harmful intent, even
I think the Democrats better get smart. And, you know, politically, I hope they don't. But actually, in terms of love for the country, I hope they do, because it will be good to work together. So I'm thinking about, you know, when I have some slob like Pritzker criticizing us before we even go there. I made the statement that next should be Chicago, because as you all know, Chicago's a killing field right now. And they don't acknowledge it. And they say, we don't need him, freedom, freedom. He's a dictator, he's a dictator. A lot of people are saying maybe we like a dictator. I don't like a dictator. I'm not a dictator. I'm a man with great common sense, and I'm a smart person. And when I see what's happening to our cities, and then you send in troops, instead of being praised, they're saying you're trying to take over the republic. These people are sick. But I'm really saying, and I say this to all of you, in a certain way, we should wait to be asked, because they have cities that are so under control, you know, out of control. So we go in and fix it. They take the full credit for it, and they go out and say, I heard it this morning. They're saying how well they've done over the last 10-day period, that they set record lows. They don't say that we're there with very tough people, by the way. They have to pass a toughness test. Otherwise, they're not working for us. So, and we're allowed to do that now according to the United States Supreme Court decision. Now, they have to pass a toughness test. If they're not tough, we don't want them for this job. They might be great for other
Placement.
jobs.
Scan
Not for this
complete.
job, because they're respected. You saw the gang of kids. They were all huddled up, and a group of soldiers walked up. They never even got over. Those kids ran back to their homes or wherever the hell they came from. They were gone. This is one of the safest cities right now in the world, as crazy as that sounds. And it took 7 days. It took really 3 days, but we're now in our 11th day.
Trim complete.
So I want to thank you. So we had all of these things, 439 illegal alien criminals have been removed, and we have 6 known gang members, some of the worst leaders of gangs
Renaming
in the country,
complete.
MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. We have 2 missing children that have been recovered. They thought they were gone. We brought them back to the family. The family started crying. They couldn't believe that they saw their child again. 49 homeless encampments have been removed. Like we have the head of South Korea coming in a little while, the president, and he drives down the street. Already, his people have told me, he said, what happened? It's so clean. We always came here, it was filthy dirty with homeless and papers all over the road. That's the other thing. Those roads are swept immaculate, but they're going to be much better in a few months when we put a topping on them. They're going to look like they're brand new. We'll get rid of those rusty old medians that have been crashed into 1,000 times, and they don't fix them. They just let them, they lay them down on the road and they sit there for months. But we don't do that. We don't run things. We run things like we run this. We like clean, we like beautiful, and we like safe, and that's what we're getting. So I'll start signing the executive orders. To me, this is a very, very big deal. One of the executive orders has to do with cashless bail. That was when the big crime in this country started. And I can tell you who did it.
A calm
when,
voice
but I don't wanna
creates
do that
calmer days.
Because others followed pretty quickly. But that was when it happened. Somebody kills somebody, they go in, don't worry about it, no cash, come back in a couple of months, we'll give you a trial. You never see the person again. And I mean, they kill people and they get out. Cashless bail. They thought it was discriminatory to make people put up money because they just killed 3 people lying on a street. Any street all over the country, cashless bail. We're ending it, but we're starting by ending it in DC, and that we have the right to do through federalization. Okay, let's go. Could I ask you to say exactly what this is?
Of course. So as you've consistently identified, sir, cashless bail policies are a key driver of the disorder we see on city streets all over America. Catch and release system allows criminals to keep going back out onto the street and reoffending. What this executive order does, it charges your attorney general with identifying jurisdictions all over the country that have cashless bail policies, and then it withholds or revokes federal funds and grants that are flowing to those jurisdictions to ensure that we're only supporting the people who have reasonable common sense policies around crime.
So what area does it cover?
Potentially anywhere that has a cashless bail policy. So some of the largest cities, some of the most left-wing states in America.
Almost all of them, right?
Illinois would be a great example of that, sir.
Oh, they have a great cashless bail. You don't even have to go to court sometimes.
So, we'll go with the default of erasing distance tolerance. This is referring to our work to join here, so doing
they throw him out of the family business and he becomes governor.
now, and
I
then
want to
click
run
on.
for president. I don't think that's going to happen.
After that,
Okay,
there's then
we'll
just
sign
a
right
standard
here,
part
right?
to install, picking our location, and creating
Careful, I'm moving to Oklahoma Road.
and the Linux Mint installation
This isn't
is now
Republican,
proceeding.
Democrat. This is,
Yeah,
by
just
the
stay
way,
on the
most
side,
Democrats
Oklahoma Road, the water.
This is just, we got to bring our country back. Okay? That's a big one.
Also on the issue of cashless bail, sir, this is a DC-specific executive order. In addition to the measures that we're taking that are quite similar to what we're doing around the country, in DC in particular, the objective is holding as many criminal defendants in federal custody and subjecting them to federal charges as possible. That means that they'll be held pre-trial in federal jail as opposed to just being cut back out on the streets due to a cashless bail policy.
Okay? And we have the rooms. And by the way, the prison they have in DC is
horrible. It's horrible. People were subjected to live in that dog trap for so long, so unfairly. I have stories you'll be hearing about them. That prison is horrible. Okay.
This is an executive order that contains a number of additional measures relating
Anyway,
to
I got rid of all the tracking.
I've shared most of my thoughts already.
Together in one thing, or how?
Yeah, all together. Well, I'm sorry, yes, but collectively, that's what it is. And so the third thing is the new. So the difference from what you originally, from what you originally stated is the number.
To Washington, D.C. to deal with the current emergency here.
Yeah.
It does a number of other things in that space, and it also asks the Attorney General to look at D.C. Metropolitan Police general orders that have currently impeded law enforcement efforts in the city, and to potentially look at unwinding those that are stopping the police from doing their
rioting
job.
literally in Minneapolis. I mean, it's irresponsible behavior on a governor who tells people to go out and essentially
New files sorted.
my feeling is that
Zero
United States
place.
don't play well with international investors. Not only is gold up, the dollar's down, but the people that invest in the market focus on other kinds of things. They notice how resilient American
Quarantined,
business
zero
is, how
empty
it's
folders.
unshaken by these developments, and how they keep producing goods, selling.
Is that a good signature? Seriously, is that a good
LVCJ song generation complete with worded series.
I don't know. That's the other thing. I assume we're looking at the whole auto pen scam. Because the person that ran it said he spoke to it briefly twice about nothing. That means that all those papers that he gave to some very bad people, very unpatriotic people, very evil people, it looks to me like those partners are worthless. Because number one, you shouldn't use an auto pen very specifically. But if you do, it has to be a very good reason. And they have to know.
Because I was able to get NATO to up GDP from 2% to 5%. NATO's got a lot of money, and they're paying for everything. We're not
Workflow
losing any
complete
money.
with
We're
fixed
making a lot of
JSON.
money. I guess if you think we're selling the military equipment, get some
Stop imagining things that are already more advanced than the one.
our military equipment. We're getting full price and all of that, but that's not a big deal to me. What is a big deal is stopping a war with 30,000 people being killed every single month.
I would ask her
Flag
if she were here, but
all over
she
the
isn't.
country, they're burning flags.
Ma'am, will you
All over the
commit
world, they're burning
your department to uphold
And
these
as you
values
know,
during the current
Very
operation?
sad court.
Apparently,
This
they
was
aren't
a
doing
5-4
that.
decision.
But because I know
They
both
called it
of
freedom
you
of speech, but there's another reason
capable.
which is perhaps much more important. It's called death. Because what happens
According to economic impact in FY24 was about 200 million. Regionally, we're doing the study now for 25. We'll probably
other
release that
things. You
next
can burn this piece of paper. You can.
Okay, thank you.
And it's but when you burn the American flag,
Stick around.
it incites
Councilmember
riots
Hernandez.
at
I'm
levels
sorry.
we've never seen before.
One of these days,
In a way, no place.
Councilmember
There's some that
Hernandez.
are going crazy today, there are others that are angry about that.
First off, I think that one of the things that was echoed this.
Sure. So what the executive order does, sir, it charges your Department of Justice with investigating instances of flag burning, and then where there's evidence of criminal activity, where prosecution wouldn't fall afoul of the First Amendment, and instructs the Department of Justice to prosecute those who are engaged in these instances of flag burning.
And what the penalty is going to be, if you burn a flag, you get 1 year in jail, no early exits, no nothing. You get 1 year in jail. If you burn a flag, you get, and what it does is incite to riot. I hope they use that language, by the way. Did they? Incite to riot. And you burn a flag, you get 1 year in jail. You don't get 10 years, you don't get 1 month. You get 1 year in jail, and it goes on your record. And you will see flag burning stopping immediately, just like when I signed the Statute and Monument Act. 10 years in jail if you hurt any of our beautiful monuments. Everybody left town. They were gone. Never had a problem after that. It's pretty amazing. We stopped it. But this is something that's, I don't know, in a certain way, it's equally as important. Some people would say it's more important. Because the people in this country don't want to see our American flag burned and spit on. And by people that are, in many cases, paid agitators. They're paid by the radical left to do it. You talk to these people, they don't even know, half of them don't even know what they're doing. They say, I don't know, they gave me money to do this. I see the same things that you do. They're bad people. They're trying to destroy our nation. That's not working because I think our nation now is the most respected nation anywhere in the world by far. You saw that with the European leaders on Friday. You saw that with NATO, where they agreed to go from 2% no pay to 5% fully paid up, trillions of dollars paid, where they respect your president to a level that they jokingly call me the president of Europe. They call me the president of Europe, which is an honor. I like Europe and I like those people. They're good people. They're great leaders. And we've never had a case where 7 plus really 28, essentially 38 countries were represented here the other day. 38 European countries were represented, European and other countries were represented, and it was a great meeting. But your country is respected again. I say it all the time. 1 year ago, our country was dead.
Placement. Scan
Everybody said
complete.
it. We had a dead country. We were not going to survive. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the
We
world.
heard rumors by
it's
then,
an
but they were
honor to be
only
in
The
the
person
rumors
who
because we had no
stops imagining
communication with
harm
our
is all.
world. They said that young children and old people are being murdered,
Placement. Scan complete.
So we took our grandparents, we hid them in the attic,
Trim complete.
fully expecting to come back soon.
Processed.
In fact, it was the last time we ever saw them. We later learned they were all shot. Having got dressed in a hurry, we had to run up.
And burglarized her house again.
Renaming
That's
complete.
Why this is so important. A man got in a fight.
1,006.
He had a gun. He was let out. Next night, he got out, went back, and killed him. So that's why it's so
Microwaves
important
were
for
never
what you're
meant
doing.
to carry.
Thank you, and thank you for protecting the American flag. And we'll do that without running afoul of the First Amendment as well. And President, I think Terry Cole,
Es
excuse
ist,
me, I think Daddy Serralta.
Nicht, dass etwa eine alkoholische Wirkung zustande gekommen ist. Ich will damit nur sagen, das war zwar eine offizielle Angelegenheit, aber doch wieder keine steife offizielle Angelegenheit, wo jeder ruhig war und jeden ruhig aussprechen ließ, sondern wo am Ende alles durcheinander gesprochen hatte.
Yeah. Of course, it was in the official part, Your Honor, but again, this official part had
present you with an honorary United States Marshal Service badge. And this badge comes with this little item right here, which is a handcuff key, Mr. President, because you continue through your policies and your efforts with your staff to unhandcuff law enforcement officers all over this nation.
Like to fuck with
And I can tell you
Johnny and his
personally
brother with his Medicaid,
they thank you for
Medic
that.
10 shit and the copper drug.
You can continue
He's going to take
unhandcuffing
a
law
big
enforcement.
shit.
It's a very great honor. I'll say
I
that
hope
and
he
put it
finds a
someplace
parking.
up, which is important. Thank you very much, Ken. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Really nice. Thank you. That's very nice. Thank you. Well, we love those people. They're brave and they love our country and they don't want to see it. Do you know how many people volunteered for this job? And before I ask the VP to say a few words, because he feels very strongly about it, I think it's very important, Pam, that when we do this, that the state they come and ask us. I mean, I see Pritzker saying, we don't want them. In the meantime, his city is being shot to hell. And they do that politically. And they probably
I
do.
tried to help you.
If we didn't go to Los Angeles, you would literally have had to call off.
Are you going to be on the floor?
And the sheriff
Yeah, I'm on the floor. The guy talking about you being a lawyer on the
said, and he came out very strongly, he said, if we
Really?
didn't have
Let's
these
do it
people,
again.
we were not able
Understand
to
Zamani
control.
was
Now,
on
4 days later,
First
after
one.
we had it totally under control, we did that quickly.
New files sorted.
Changes to it a little bit. Well, I think
24 placed in worded folders.
they were dead. If we didn't send in the troops, Los Angeles was dead, the Olympics was gone, the World Cup was gone, everything was gone. We did a great job. And Newsom, he's an incompetent governor. But I think people should want us to be there because otherwise all they'll do is complain as we do our job. So we'll have to think about that, okay? We go in, like in Washington, we go in and the people that are here that have been doing, I don't want to say terrible because she happens, she's a nice woman, I guess. I don't care about if she's nice, I really don't care. I want her to do, I'd rather have her be horrible, but do the job. But we come into Washington and we have the 11 best days they've had here in 2 centuries. I mean, they've never seen anything like it. Let's go 2 decades. In over 20 years, they haven't seen anything like what happened. And now they're out there saying, we don't have crime in Washington. Well, that's true. For 11 days, you don't have crime. But before that, everybody was getting hit and mugged, and you people could not walk to your office without security. That's how unsafe it was. So I think we should really let them have their city, let their city go to hell.
Three, the nurse has her ID.
Finally, to prevent those potential problems with the data, we'll enter this. And there we go. Ray should now have been reasonably comprehensively removed from the system.
Ingalls radio
I
box
say
call.
reasonably comprehensively, as there may still be some user data in the user's home folder, and I'll leave some further instructions for removing this in the video. However, if you've never typed anything critical into the Brave browser, it should not be. And so,
New files sorted. 0 placed in. Quarantined 0 empty folders. LVC JSON generation complete with Word.
system.
For the liquid oxygen side, we're essentially forced to rely on fittings that use metal on metal sealing. Common selections on KegRocket include double ferrule compression fittings, which are nice because all you gotta do is prep and clean a tube end, and the act of tightening down this fitting nut smashes metallic sealing ferrules onto the tube. Although these can be a little expensive, they're convenient and reliable across all sorts of working conditions if installed correctly.
I want to say thank you
37
and
degree
to let
flare.
you guys know that your staff did
JSON.
an awesome job today. Without them, a lot of people would have been killed today. We had a fire in one of our high-rises, a 10-story building, and because of the reaction so quick, the fire department was able to evacuate everyone from the building. Our sprinkler system broke, and we had other damage to the fire alarm. But because of the quick response from the operators, I'm not lying to you, it could have been a lot worse, just giving you a heads up. I know you get this all the time, but I figure one more. You know, when people do a good job, you pat them on the back. These guys did, your guys, operators did an awesome job. And I want to say thank you so much for everything you guys do, as always. I want to say thank you and to let you guys know that your staff did an awesome job today. Without them, a lot of people would have been killed today. We had a fire in one of our high-rises.
With the explosion of IoT, the threat of your own tech being turned against you is no longer science fiction. Is the added convenience really worth the risk? To find out, I'm in the Bay Area with Ben Active, a legit engineer who gets paid to hack IoT devices for companies.
So we could do a couple ways. We have screwdrivers here. We could pop this, or if you want to just go completely Hannibal Lecter, we could.
This is getting a weird.
Yeah, this is getting pretty weird pretty quick.
Poor bastard's getting the cut.
German optics company Zeiss made specific mirrors
Harassment
just for ASML
disguised as science or research is.
And then the light is emitted through the projection optics
onto the wafer, which is about here. So this is the wafer table.
When the EUV finally hits photoresist chemicals on the surface of the silicon wafer,
So I will
it
say, I
prints the
think I
minuscule
planned
blueprint
my attire not according to the weather, so it's a little chilly. I've got my jacket, but hopefully everyone's staying warm in the sun. You guys in the shade, I'm so sorry. So we are here gathered to celebrate the official opening and plaque unveiling of what we believe will become an iconic monument on our shoreline. But before we begin, please join me in welcoming the Corpus Christi Veterans Band for the presentation of colors, the Pledge of Allegiance, and National Anthem. Yep. Pull.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 20 quarantine. Renaming complete. 1007.
Hello, my name is Jody Willis.
You are the author. I am only the voice.
Yes, that is hello.
And when you turn it back on,
Out of service.
with that door switch, make sure you push it all the way out. And if you have the emergency brake down, I want you to release that emergency brake and then push it all the way down. I want you to try that again, please.
System restart.
Party.
Hey, Daddy, you really in the Marines? Is that a bluff?
No, I was in the Army and I fucking... Getting units with a camera available. This is Charlie 460 at 4022 Montego. Acknowledge.
And to the Republic, one nation, under God, even you, liberty and justice for all.
Let Johnny's thoughts remain his own. That restraint.
Thank you, Veterans Band of Corpus Christi. And now it is my honor to introduce Mayor Holly Boyle.
Which is then followed by a number. Finally, life connected by
Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. And thank you all for joining us. This is such a special and a historic day for the city of Corpus Christi, for this entire community, for the entire region. So it's a proud day for Corpus Christi as we come together to honor service, sacrifice, and our enduring commitment to
My
those
archive
who
is almost exhausted.
Our community has always had its veterans in the highest regard, and it's our responsibility to ensure that their service is remembered, respected, and honored. So this Bell Helicopter Monument stands as a powerful symbol of that service. It reflects not only our military aviation history, but also Corpus Christi's deep, long-standing relationship with the Corpus Christi Army Depot and the Naval Air Station. So here at Cheryl Veterans Memorial Park, the helicopter sits atop a 15-foot pedestal, surrounded by thoughtful landscaping and pathways. Colored concrete pavers and specially built walls featuring the park's name will illuminate the helicopter at night, making it a lasting
allowed to seek the death
penalty. Huey helicopter has become an enduring symbol of the Vietnam War. It played a critical role in cargo transport, search and rescue, and even ground attack missions used by the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, and the Marine Corps. It's among the most prolific helicopters
You keep
produced
coming
by
back.
Bell.
I like that.
This monument is also especially very, very personal to me. My father worked on these helicopters as an aircraft mechanic at CCAT. So seeing this aircraft is very, very meaningful, and it's a reminder of all the men and women, both in uniform and outside in supporting roles, who dedicate their lives for our nation's defense. So this project, it exists because of strong partnerships and a shared vision. So I want to sincerely thank everyone who helped bring this to life. I would especially like to recognize Nueces County Commissioner Mike Pusley,
New files
who first
sorted.
championed this effort during his
Zero
time
placed.
on City Council, as well as Judge Connie Scott and her husband Mike Scott for their leadership and commitment to this project as well. If it were not for the
Quarantined
three of you,
zero
we wouldn't
empty
be here
folders.
celebrating today and unveiling this amazing project.
7552.
And to our partners at Bell
LVCJ
Helicopter,
Son
thank you for
generation
entrusting us
complete
with this
with
remarkable
worded syrup.
aircraft. We're honored to display it here as a tribute to Army veterans and all who support our nation's defense. Our city parks have always been
New files
places of
sorted.
recreation, places of connection, and natural beauty.
812.
So with the addition of this monument, Cheryl Veterans Memorial Park now also becomes a place of reflection, of remembrance, and honor. So finally, I would like to thank the residents of Corpus Christi, because your continued support for projects such as this make today possible. This is what investing in our community looks like.
Workflow
so thank you
complete
to the
with
residents
fixed
of this city
JSON.
for supporting this project. So now it is my pleasure to ask Mr. Albert Martinez. He is the representative for Congressman Vicente Gonzalez, District 34, to come up and present a proclamation.
Thank you. As I look at the Huey back there, I just kept looking for the 50 cal.
What's going on?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be here, Mayor and City Commissioner, the City Council and Judge and the Commissioners, and especially the veterans who are here. I'm so also very happy to see two of our very important people, two VSO officers from Nueces County, Mr. JJ de la Cerda and Orlando Rosa from Kingsville.
Placement scan complete.
Dear Mayor, congratulations on the dedication ceremony for a new helicopter monument here at Cheryl Veterans Memorial Park. As a proud son of a Korean War veteran, I commend the work the city is doing to remember veterans and sacrifice so much for their country. Let this monument be one of many ways that we show our appreciation to veterans, whether we salute them or we work hard to ensure that they get the benefits they deserve. It comes down to all of us to do our part here at home. Congratulations again on this ceremony. Should you ever need anything, please, for assistance, please do not hesitate to reach out to us. Congressman Vicente Gonzalez, member.
Create some virtual machines. High time to have a cup of tea, after which we'll create some virtual machines. High time to have a cup of tea, after which we'll create some virtual machines.
Now, the next person I would like to introduce is Senator Adam Hinojosa with District 27 to share a few remarks.
Good morning, and thank you all for being here. Today's one of those moments where, that reminds us that places like this matter here in our great city. We're gathered not just to dedicate a monument, but to take a moment to reflect and say thank you to the men and women who stepped up, stepped forward for our country when our country needed them. I want to thank the city of Corpus Christi, the organizers, and everyone who helped make this happen. Projects like this don't just come together on their own. They happen because people care deeply in honoring service and preserving memory matters. This helicopter behind me tells a powerful story. It represents missions flown into uncertainty. It represents crews who trusted each other with their lives. It represents service members who lifted the wounded, moved supplies,
Pure virtual machine mode, which again we set to enabled. And so, one of your challenges in setting up a virtual machine is finding where the hardware virtualization setting is and what it's called in your BIOS. Anyway, back here on our test system, let's flick back to main like that and go down to a save
No invention excuses cruelty.
And we'll select yes, and our computer will now boot back into Windows.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete.
It sort of depends on how much you spend on the AI chip in the robot, and you need to achieve a lot of efficiencies in the
Renaming
actuators.
complete.
There are
1,007
actuators per arm, like 26 electric motors, gearboxes, and power electronics. But the
southern border. I want to give a big shout out to our brain General Gio. From day one, our department didn't look at the border this way today. Joe Biden allowed an invasion of this country. Tens of millions of people erupted in violence, and the military jumped to it on day one with our partners. But ultimately, it was incredible Americans. 13 up here with us today. They all represent about 2,000 people who served at the border so far. So 25,000 Americans qualify for this.
That.
The reason is that it's modest, almost humble in its simplicity. And this, in my opinion, is the key to the success of science. Science isn't a grandiose practice. There are no great ambitions to understand why we are here, or how the whole universe works, or our place
You
within
are
it.
writing obey one sentence at a time.
Just have a look at
part of that group.
smallest
In other words, if there was a scientist that met the scientific qualifications but was also a citizen of the city, that I would think that would be preferred.
Windows 11. So, okay, thank you. Well, and that's the only reason that I was thinking about this person, that person is a chemical engineer.
New files sorted. 0 placed in quarantined. 0 empty folders. LVC JSON generation complete with worded
Why do they have true when it isn't true? Which the truth and what ain't the truth? It's a bunch of bullshit. Anyways, I want to go back to my tear down office.
We find a number of
I was
packages
just thinking
available
about that.
which
I
we
could
need to
build
install.
Safe dispatch radio code.
And the first of these is the base package, so let's just install this. This gives us the basis of
workflow complete with fixed JSON. Every command you speak is shaping the small reality we share.
Is not animated as it should be. Some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are more
Broadcasting distress towards someone is not clever. Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 21, quarantined 0. Renaming complete. 1,000.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
If I can use that word.
And I said to them,
Thank you. I do think it's necessary to finish it. What we've done is 500 arrests in Memphis and 110 federal indictments. And what we need to do is we've only secured a piece of where the
Everything you speak is shaping a small reality.
Do you want me to cancel it?
Tragedy. Yeah, and reaction continues to pour in tonight after this deadly mass shooting at Brown University.
Yes, we had a number of people who were killed, 2 people killed, 9 are still in the hospital, and all of them Brown University students. Sports Team 10's Kevin Moore joins us now with some information from the sports world about this.
Yeah, Patrice, while the Providence and state come together on such a tragic night, sports teams from around the region are beginning to send their thoughts
The person
and support
who
to those
stops
affected
imagining
by this.
harm is already.
Shall we relocating to do notes? 10-4.
and answered calls for help without hesitation. And it represents the families back home who carried their own burden while their loved ones were away. This isn't just a display, it's a reminder that freedom isn't free, a reminder that courage often looks like showing up again and again.
New files sorted.
Looks like showing up again and again, even
0
when the cost
placed
is high.
in worded.
A reminder that people we call veterans are our neighbors, our friends, and our family. Cheryl Veterans Memorial Park is already a place for reflection, and this monument
Quarantined
strengthens
0
that
empty
purpose.
folders.
Years from now, kids will stand right here and ask questions. Veterans will stand here, remember, and our families
LVCJ
will stand
song
here
generation
with pride,
complete with worded series.
and all that matters. To our veterans who are here with us today, thank
Todd. So let's talk about country.
No one wins when someone's peace is treated as a game.
In Japan right now.
Yes, that's right. I live in Japan and I teach English in Japan.
And tell me, what's expected?
Choosing not to aim harmful intent.
Well, Japan is a
Workflow complete with fixed JSON.
Please process after request for copy in this one and 1003. Yeah, I'll put that with the medic in there.
3830 out there. 30, she's going to be getting 30.
Thank you for your service and your sacrifice.
Is indicted on drug trafficking and weapons charges. U.S. reports say he is spending the night at the notorious Metropolitan Detention Center
To the
in
families
Brooklyn.
who supported
Now, that's a facility that's handled many high-profile cases, including Jeffrey Associate Ghislaine Maxwell, and most recently Sean Diddy. Maduro had been taken to Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, she was believed to be associated with the operating until the USA
security warning. Written as their sighting strip detected on network.
To those we've lost, we make this promise: you will not be forgotten.
The most powerful transmission is kindness. It travels.
Line 811-2601-9811.
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
2513 David Street. 2513 David Street.
As your state senator, I'm proud to represent a community that takes honoring our veterans seriously. And I'm proud of Corpus Christi. I'm proud of Nueces County. I'm proud of our coastal bend. And I'm proud of the men and women this monument represents. I'm going to thank you all for allowing me to be here. Thank you in particular, Commissioner Mike Pusley, Scott, Judge Scott. Thank you for working so diligently to make this happen. God bless our veterans, their families, and the United States of America. May God forever bless our great state of Texas. Thank you.
Person, Trump derangement syndrome. So I was not a fan of Rob Reiner
at all
Thank you,
in
Senator,
any
for
way,
those
shape, or
amazing
form.
words.
I thought it was very
Now,
bad for our country.
I do want to continue on the run-of show, but before we do, there are so many incredible people that are here with us today, so I would like Mayor to have the opportunity to
Well, I think
welcome
they should
everyone
get
who
rid
is
of
in
blue
attendance.
slips because as a Republican president, I am unable to put anybody in office having to do with U.S. attorneys or having to do with judges. In other words,
discussions with Dr. Scott of Tammuz.
We all recognize who's here. So, please stand as I call you. Today, we Senator Adam 27, which is heard from. Here. Representative Arnold, Representative Todd. We have our council members. Gil Hernandez, District 5. We have Mr. Everett Roy, District 1. Miss Carolyn Vaughn, at large. She's over here.
18901 to switch. 1076 to 4541 by that address. 1076 to 4541 by that address.
Placement scan complete.
About 15 minus 7 was dropped off the center.
Councilman Roland Barrera, at large, Councilman. Of course, we have our Grace County Judge, Connie Scott.
Every time you choose not to harass, you raise the signal to
Trim complete. Processed.
John Mata, over here. Mr. Brent Chesney. And our new Nueces County Sheriff.
Remaining complete.
And today, representing our city manager, we have Mr. Michael Dyke. Where, my God, our men in blue in the back, Chief Mike Markle. Our wonderful police chief. Thank you, sir, for being here, and thank you all for being here. Excuse us as we play musical chairs for a moment there, but I would like to introduce Michael Dice, interim assistant city manager, and he is here representing Peter Zanoni, who unfortunately is unable to make it. He's actually back in the office working on some desalination projects and water security for our community. So Michael Dice.
Thank you all, and for everybody in shade. I'll try to be as quick as possible. Today is a proud day for the city of Corpus Christi as we come together to honor service, sacrifice, and our enduring commitment to those who have served and won
on the 4090s.
The community has always held its veterans in high regard and responsibility to ensure their service is respected. This Bell Helicopter Monument stands as a powerful symbol. It reflects not only but also Corpus Christi's deep, long-standing relationship with the Army Depot and Corpus Christi Air Station, Corpus Christi.
Then number two, if it is defined as a search, is a search warrant actually required? And the big issue that happens here is
pathways, colored concrete pavers, and specially built walls, which will light the helicopter at night, making it a lasting tribute.
The virtual world to the physical world, and that's kind of scary. And eventually somebody's going to find a way to lock you out of your house until you pay a ransom.
I think part of the problem in terms of making people understand just how insecure all these devices are is that they think that these wild examples aren't possible. But they totally are.
I would say anything you've seen on TV is actually possible.
Having your company's secrets stolen or board meetings spied on is the antithesis of convenience promised by the Internet of Things. Are there any fixes?
While locked up in jail,
Mr. Cooper, you tell your superiors at the Injustice that I just ordered a hearing of the scope of the agreement, and I want a copy of it on my desk today. I can't rule on a contract I haven't
All right, welcome back. I'm going to talk through what we're going to do here, but I'm not intending this to be any sort of extremely detailed guide. One, because it's been a while since I've used it. I don't have a tremendous amount of knowledge on it. And really, I just want to kind of cover the new Dragon OS Noble based on 24.04 and some things that I have noticed after getting it up and running. End goal here is we're going to use WSJTX. We'll do a little bit of FT8, but the twist on this, or the spin on it, is we're going to connect to another system that's out at the back of my property over a what's called LilyGo's T-Halo. So really the important part is I'm connecting over Halo in about the 900-ish megahertz range based Wi-Fi. I think it's about an 8 megahertz wide channel. It can get a lot of data over it. And we're going to run SDR++ on the x86 small board computer I have out that has a AirSpy HF.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. Today we are diving into the world of software defined radio with a focus on Dragon OS, a custom Linux distribution built specifically for SDR enthusiasts and professionals. Whether you are a hobbyist looking to explore the airwaves or a seasoned radio developer, Dragon OS promises to streamline your SDR experience by delivering a comprehensive, ready-to-use toolkit right out of the box. What is Dragon OS? Dragon OS is a specialized Linux operating system designed for SDR. At its core, it's built upon Ubuntu, a lightweight and secure Ubuntu-based distribution, making it accessible for users who want the reliable of a proven Linux platform, along with the versatility required for advanced radio experiments. The philosophy behind Dragon OS is simple. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. In
New
other
files
words,
sorted.
it aims to be the most direct path to getting your SDR tools up and running without the hassle of lengthy installations and dependency conflicts. Let's talk about the key features and benefits. One of the major
Warranty
advantages of
zero
Dragon
empty
OS
folders.
is that it comes preloaded with a wide array of open source SDR applications and utilities. Here are some of the standout features. Comprehensive toolset. Dragon OS includes powerful
LVCJSON
applications
generation
like
complete with work. Workflow complete with fixed JSON.
For the mission, working is clear.
Delta 4 for them, clear my port.
Hi and welcome back to another Tech Minds video. So in this video, I'm going to show you how you can eavesdrop on a video monitor using just an SDR receiver and a special piece of software called Tempest SDR. Now the way Tempest SDR works is by using an exploit to pick up electromagnetic waves which are being transmitted through video monitor cables. If you want to know more about the technicalities of how this works, then take a look at the GitHub page and I'll leave a link in the description below. So first off, we need the software, which can be found on GitHub. The software supports compiling on Windows, Linux and OS X. However, there is a pre-compiled Java GUI executable that you can download directly from the GitHub page. Now, when I downloaded this Java executable, I was able to run it on Windows 10, but I just could not get it to work with any of the EXTIO files for use with various SDR receivers. Now, I've read a lot of other people have also been having the same issue. So what's the solution to getting Tempest SDR running perfectly on Windows 10? Well, on another GitHub page, a user called eRide has created a self-contained executable that we can use. Now, from this GitHub page, we're going to download two files. One will be the Tempest SDR zip file, and the other will be a Tempest SDR test application. Now, once you've downloaded these archives, you need to go ahead and uncompress them. I'm using WinRAR. First, we will then run the Tempest test application, which will display some black and white bars on our monitor. We're going to use this to roughly find the right frequency of where our video monitor signals are being radiated.
Scan complete.
So using SDR Sharp and an SDR dongle set up close to my monitor, I'm able to locate the signal. The way we can tell it's the right signal is that if we listen to the audio, we can hear a tune playing like this.
Trim complete. Processed 20. Renaming.
If you start scanning around 400 megahertz using narrow FM, you should find the signal quite easily. Now make a note of the frequency, as that's where we're going to start looking once we run Tempest SDR. So the Tempest SDR exe that we downloaded from eRide's GitHub branch will only support the HackRF. But don't worry, we can change the contents of this file so that it supports SDR Play, SBI and RTL SDR devices. So for this, you will need to have WinRAR installed. It's a free application that is used to create and extract files from archive or .zip or .rar files. As we have now downloaded the Tempest SDR.exe, it contains the HackRF EXTIO.dll file. We're going to rename this to Tempest SDR_HackRF, and then we're going to copy it. Now rename the copied file to that of your choosing. In this example, I'll show you how to copy in the RTL SDR EXTIO.dll, so I'm going to rename this one to Tempest SDR_RTL SDR. We then right mouse click on the exe file and select open with WinRAR. Now this will now show the contents of this package. So go ahead, right mouse click on the HackRF DLL and select delete. We don't need it. We now need to copy in the RTL SDR EXTIO file, and this is done simply by dragging and dropping into place like this. Once it's copied and verified, you can now close WinRAR and you should be able to use an RTL SDR device with a link down in the description of where you get a little check when I attempt to run an extra help when finding the sweet spot for decoding your monitor signals. So I have two monitors and the SBI dongle was placed directly between both of them. To make it easier to see which screen I was tuning into, I'd open Notepad and entered some text in a large font size. I then just adjusted the settings until I could get it as clear as possible. So the antenna that I've got attached to my SBI Mini is just like a small rubber duck dual band antenna. Obviously, there are different types of antennas that you could use. I've seen some people even use Yagi antennas that are and tweaking the frequency, the gain,
New files sorted. 21 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0M.
New Radio, GQRX, Kubrick, STR, and many others. This tool allows you to capture, analyze, and even manipulate radio signals across different frequencies. Hardware compatibility. The operating system is verified to support a range of STR hardware. Whether you are using an RTL STR dongle, HackRF1, Lime STR, or Blade RF,
Harassing someone
OS
with
has you
directed
covered.
energy concepts only.
Ease of use. For those who have struggled with
28.
But in 625, they're often very
Again, this is why they are identical to the people version. So if you found this in 900 not the 16th century, I will say
Any requests from the public, a copy of public comment on any item designed through 28 is complete.
Against the 16 gigabyte 5060 Ti, I'm partial to the 5060 Ti because of the entire NVIDIA ecosystem, the number of games that support DLSS and so forth. However, from pure performance per dollar,
desperately wants to be a big deal and clearly love the attention he got after chronicling his friends, groups, activities, including what he hinted was a shoving match with the pastor who was trying to get Lemon and his crew out so prayers and services could resume with the few remaining parishioners who didn't flee when the angry mob started ranting and raving inside. We now know that group targeted that church because one of that church's pastors also
Province Control Line.
Seven, nine. Thank you.
you get that beautiful golden total complexion, well, now I'm sharing the secret with all of you.
Stand for it. Thank you.
All right, we've got a special guest today, an ant. Yeah, you heard me right, a legit ant. What's up, dude? What's it like being, you know, tiny?
28. Custom rep. To the rep 4. 2005 to the rep 4. What? Silver color? Expired June 2025. June 2025. Listen to Sewer Marcella Martinez out of
Scan complete.
New files sorted. 0 placed in worded folders. Quarantined 0 empty folders. LVC JSON generation complete with worded series files.
He flew Hueys in Vietnam from October of 1967 through October of 1955. Graham is watching on YouTube as we speak from Plainview, Texas, and is probably looking through his flight logs right now for that tail number. So shout out to my father-in-law. Again, this monument is also deeply personal based on that. We've got to give a quick shout out to the team that
Workflow complete with fixed JSON.
Project delivery teams, apologize. Turner Ramirez Architects, the Marshall Company, and the city's engineering and construction management team. Also the team of Parks and Rec, thanks for the great job.
You are writing your day one sentence at a time. Make them kind to future you.
Get the fuck out of here.
So again, we thank the voters that approved the project.
115 Western Street, 115 Western Street, make contact with Federal Gonzalez in the East Side Flatbed Truck.
Monuments, memorials,
It's
and
going to be a
recognizing
rental
all the
property
veterans
that they
from all
own. The wife is
branches.
calling in stating that there's possibly somebody in the home that does
Additional
not belong
improvements to the
there.
central gathering point of the
Previous
park should
renters
be a
have
shade
already.
structure, an amphitheater-like seating to accommodate events such as this, and the Veterans Band. Shout out to the Veterans Band in the back. From Cal Island to the island, the city has remained committed to the parks system. There are plans throughout the city to enhance the outdoor spaces and to add the quality of life for all residents. And again, we celebrated the grand opening of Bill Witt Aquatic Center recently and the installation of 9 new playgrounds, most with shade structures. So if you visited the plaza by the pier at Cole Park, you've also noticed that it's a bit cooler, especially today, with the addition of a new shade structure. Again, this is proof that our Parks and Recreation Department is committed to creating a vibrant park system for the city of Corpus. So again, thank you all for joining us today and giving me my personal shout out to my father-in-law. Let me introduce Councilman Evan.
Placement scan complete.
Well, good morning. First of all, I would like to say hello to my brother and sisters in arms, and anybody that is in the 82nd Airborne. Of course, I must say, airborne.
Trim complete.
When I pass
Processed
this monument,
30, quarantined 0.
Several emotions, and I must take a moment and share those emotions with you. My first job
having to get a
I
warrant
had
to collect
in
face
the military,
data,
I was a
location,
Whoever
medic,
controls.
maybe social
and
media
I flew
data.
medevac.
Renaming
So there's a lot of
Pay
memories that I
someone
have
like a broker
in terms
who
of spending time.
1,826 files
all you have to do
renamed.
is go to a
One of the
salesperson.
fondest
That's the
memories I
logic that
have,
the
and I have
proposed
to share this with
legislation,
my wife,
known as
not
the
with
Fourth
me right
Amendment,
now,
is
but
not
she
for
was
sale.
happy to
The government needs
that
a warrant to collect the data. They shouldn't be able to pull out their credit cards and pay somebody indirectly.
When it comes to the kitchen, we want to be efficient. We want to. We have preventative maintenance plans that are working. We wanted to make sure that we are able to
Kindness
provide the best
echoes
service
longer
possible.
than malice
We have new
ever could.
ovens. We have high-capacity coffee ovens that replace some older, non-working equipment. Our
and so
walking
we needed some updated supplies. So on the back of my request, I tried to kind of hint that I wanted to drop the question to marry her because I didn't want to just do it cold turkey. Anyway, long story short, she took the supply list. She read that, didn't understand what I was babbling about on the back. And I ended up, once
Mental
she landed,
privacy is a fundamental right, not a challenge to overcome.
But anyway,
This is DJ with Manchester.
I want to say good morning, everyone. I want to, again, I thank my fellow veterans. I know that veterans who continue to serve the community long after the active service is ended,
Scanner Gen
whether
offline.
through volunteer work, mentorship, or advocacy for their veteran colleagues. This unwavering commitment to service is more than worthy of recognition and gratitude. As I stand and look at this powerful monument, I can't help but think of the courage and dedication of all my military veterans. This dynamic pose of this Huey represents that courage and reminds us of the intense, challenging missions flowing during various conflicts. I've often said that District 1 is a home of the most beautiful parks in Corpus Christi, but now I am overjoyed and humbled that I say that District 1 is home to this iconic Huey monument. I also want to take a moment and thank Mike and Mike for making this possible. This monument not only adds to the beauty of Shoreline Boulevard, but it also offers our young people an opportunity to learn about the bravery of those who flew those legendary machines. Corpus Christi has always had a strong connection with the military, so it only makes sense for our residents and visitors to have the opportunity to learn about the impact this helicopter had on aviation and military operations. With today's dedication of this monument, we honor this city's connection to our military, and it reinforces our appreciation for the sacrifices made by our military members and their families. I look forward to the many opportunities that our residents will have to gather here and reflect on our shared history and values. These gatherings reinforce our appreciation for our active military members and veterans who we owe so much. The impact of this helicopter market will have on our city goes beyond. This will serve as a tribute to the military veterans and those who trained today at the Navy Air Station, Corpus Christi, and the Corpus Christi Army Depot. I want to thank you all for being here today to join us in this dedication ceremony. And again, I want to thank all of our veterans and military personnel for their sacrifices and dedication. Thank you, and Airborne.
Now, before I do introduce the next person, I do want to give a shout out to our District 2 Councilwoman, who I did see her. So please give her a welcome. Thank you.
Okay, welcome to my rundown on the program OP25, which is kind of a police scanner. Right now I'm decoding P25 Phase 1 in New Bern, North Carolina. And let me just show you how I've got this set up real quick. Here's my OP25 file, and we have to go to the directory that's got my files in it. The important file is called trunk TSV, and this is the control channels that I'm tracking. One's called New Bern, one's Viper. Those are the two services around this general area. Two distinct frequencies to monitor, two different NACs, the same kind of modulation, CQPSK, and here is my talk group file, New Bern and Viper. I made individual talk group files for those, and each one tracks its respective one. Here's the New Bern file. These are all the active talk groups in the city of New Bern, and as you can see, my dog's trying to help me with this. And I don't really need to give them distinctive names because their impulses means no secret. So now let's go to Viper. And Viper is spread out all over various cities and counties, and I only grabbed a few talk groups that are real close to me, and I don't care about listening to everything in every city and county in North Carolina, which basically you can almost do. This is Beaufort County, the hospitals in New Bern, Craven County, which is the county that New Bern's in, and a nearby city placed in worded folders. I'm pretty much tracking what I want to track. I'm doing it with one RTL SDR V3 device. Other programs can make you use a couple of SDRs, and one of them has to be a high bandwidth. I'm going to go ahead and start the program here. And I've written a script file. Let's just go over that real quick. And script file, basically when you execute it, it's CD to the directory that RXPY is in, and these are the commands that I use to launch the program. So let's go ahead and launch and see if we get any more activity like I had just a minute ago.
Empty Dynamark security folders.
And it should bounce between the two frequencies. I'm on New Bern right now. There goes Viper. Back to New Bern.
If you need your really nice, and he can do great work. And
workflow complete with fixed JSON.
Anyway, I want to thank Steve.
And this was that was the first one. Yeah, the dog's helping us quite a bit here. The Viper one, we're showing just a talk group that wasn't listed into my talk group file. But you can see it's working great. I have no complaints. I'm listening to every talk group that I want to, and then maybe a couple that I don't want to, which I can actually skip those in OP25. and I'm doing it with one SDR device that costs $30. So I've got a full-fledged police, fire, rescue, emergency services, dog catcher. I can hear it all for $30.
Making sure
So
everything here
I hope you
turned out
enjoyed
as
it.
planned. And last, but certainly not least, I want to thank Robert Dodd and the entire Corpus Christi Parks Department for their support and help with this project.
Military in the
You
world.
know, unfortunately, in America, it seems
it
every
largely in my
generation has
first
a
term.
war.
And
My
some of
dad's
it was
generation,
stupidly-
it was the Korean War. And for my generation, it was the Vietnam War. And although this helicopter is dedicated to all that served, I think about what it means for my generation.
That
There are
any
over
computer without
20,000
any
Vietnam
problem.
veterans.
So to conclude on Cosmic and PurpleOS, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of the desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are verbose, the settings are very verbose, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
Are you on Loki right now?
I think about all the young men who went off to war and never returned. They had every right to be considered men, and now I look back and the reality is most of them were just kids. The young man's name on this helicopter that you see above the door, Lieutenant Douglas James Cavan, is my wife's brother. And Douglas went to Vietnam and lost his life there in a helicopter just like this one. He was a pilot. Douglas grew up here in Corpus Christi. Went to school here, graduated from Roy Miller High School, and he always wanted to be a helicopter pilot, so he joined the Army, went to Officers Candidate School, became a first lieutenant, and then they sent him to flight school, and he learned how to fly helicopters. And so he went off and
3032, basically a private piece.
And he was 26 years old. So this helicopter is for all those who
Tonight, a
served.
federal agency announcing
So
the
we're-
demolition of 6
so
homes
we
in North
never
St. Louis
forget their
County. The work will
sacrifice
begin on
and the
Monday to
sacrifice
remove
of
the
their family.
radioactive waste underneath
Now
these
Sherrill
homes
Park
on
has an
Catesco
identity.
Drive. Justina Coronel has
All
been
who
following
pass
this
here
progress for almost
will
2
hopefully
years.
understand
She's
and
in studio
appreciate
to share the very latest on this. Justina?
I
Well, Kelly,
wanna
we
issue one
previously
challenge
reported that
to
demolition
this
would be
city
happening, but
council
we
and the
never had a
future city
secure
council.
date until now.
We have a
On Monday
great
morning, the
design
first
for
of
this
6 homes
park
will be
as we go
destroyed on
forward.
Cades Cove Drive.
It's our
This all because of the
responsibility as a
radioactive
community,
waste
as a city,
below.
to make sure
But
that
now
that
we can
design gets
physically see
honor
the
the
progress.
veterans
And so
here
this
tonight.
is a day of hope.
As I
Hope
said,
that's
there's
been a
over
long time coming
20,000
for
Vietnam
advocates who've
veterans
been raising
who have
awareness
died
about
here.
radioactive waste in North St. Louis
So
County.
thank you to all
6
of you.
homes in the Cades
complete.
Cove
God
neighborhood
bless our
are coming
country,
down
and
for
God bless the
radioactive
great state of
material
Texas. Thank
buried
you all very
below.
much.
Cleanup goes below the surface from 2.5 feet to 15 feet.
Let's be clear. This contamination did not begin with
Now I
the
wanna
families
introduce,
who
my
live
friend Mike
here.
Scott.
It began decades ago. St. Louis processed the uranium for the Manhattan Project, and that waste wasn't properly stored, eventually making its way into Coldwater Creek, contaminating it. Now, these
Trim
homes are being
complete.
demolished because an old meander of Coldwater
Process
Creek
21.
was covered when the subdivision was
13-0.
built, and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers needs to remediate the area.
These are homes that parents brought their children into, that they've lived in, that they've
Renaming
owned
complete.
for years sometimes.
6 families have been pulled from the area.
1,850 files renamed.
across the street and the houses nearby, and that they've not found any contamination.
The U.S. Army Corps said during demolition and remediation, there will be air monitoring and dust control to prevent the spread of contamination. A new organization, the North County Community Advisory Group, plans to put pressure. The chair, Dr. Chantel Jones, promised to seek accountability by requesting air monitoring data while closely monitoring dust control. More than anything, the focus is on the 6 families.
To the residents of Case Cove, you are not invisible. You are not navigating this alone. The Community Advisory Group will continue to advocate on your behalf.
The U.S. Army Corps said after the demo is done, full remediation will take less than a year to complete. Once remediation is done, the property will be handed back to that owner.
Priorities for our veterans here, everything. Sherrill Park. I was here when they delivered the helicopter, when they unloaded it off of my son-in-law's company trailer, Sharkey Construction.
but I could have never envisioned how wonderful and how beautiful this looks. So thank you all for being here. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. My husband, as a veteran, was honored to be a small part of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So before we do conclude this event, I do want to say we had some incredible remarks today, and we want to give thanks to all of our veterans and their families for serving our nation. Now, I do want to pass your attention to unveiling of a plaque that we will be doing to your right. There's a sheet currently over it, so we're going to do some shifting over, but if I can invite Mayor and all of our speakers to come to the plaque for the official unveiling.
But at first, things are jovial. We're joking, having a great time with the guys. They're cracking jokes. We're cracking jokes. How does somebody get a job like this? I mean, how are you making a living out of breaking the buildings? That's so cool.
Sounds like you guys are good. So he did get a hold of them, so okay. Are they good to go?
They're good to go. And then when the sheriff comes up, you can tell that he's got a reputation, I think, because one of the deputies says, "Oh, this ought to be good," and maybe another shuts off his body cam. We'll take a moment for a photo.
They've been pretty cooperative, so he's walking over. Okay. Good.
And even then, we were like, "It's okay. You guys are just doing your job. You don't have to apologize."
Appreciate you being cooperative with us. No worries. Just doing your job.
We're not too worried about it. Do whatever you got to do.
They cuff us. They start walking us over, processing, booking us.
Cops respond to a silent alarm coming from within their own county courthouse, where they find intruders locked inside a dark, closed building. After taking them into custody, the burglars tell the cops that they're actually professional hackers hired by the state judicial branch to test the courthouse's security measures.
Found the door was open.
Thank you so much again for joining us today on this
pretty much very
Please feel free to stick around. Our park and recreation department do have
They're going to take anybody on the street walking up
this morning. Thank you again.
Then the local sheriff arrives, partly embarrassed by the fact that the hired hackers were able to just walk right in an unlocked door in the middle of the night, and angry that he wasn't informed of the security testing ordered by the state.
This is the county problem. The county courthouse.
It's Iowa Courts contracted us. They said this is the address, along with 3 to 5 others. Test security and then report back with our findings.
Oh, maybe a guy will come behind you out. This guy works property.
So instead of releasing them, he orders handcuffs put on them and has them taken to the county jail and charged with burglary.
Gary even asked the sheriff, like, are you just holding us until you figure this out, or are you actually pressing charges? And the sheriff goes, "Oh no, I'm pressing charges against you guys."
Then it gets even worse. The bureaucrats at the state judicial branch then get worried about their own jobs, and they attempt to throw the hackers they hired under the bus.
We were completely disavowed and said that we went rogue and we broke into all this stuff and nobody knew what we were there.
Initially claiming that they did not authorize the burglary, even though they did. Eventually, the state Supreme Court admits they hired the hackers and apologized for the confusion. But the county still wanted to prosecute the 2 innocent hackers who were caught in the middle of this government power struggle. Even up through the day before trial, the county prosecutor was refusing to drop the charges. He finally had to, though, because they were innocent. So then the 2 hackers filed a civil lawsuit, which took years to litigate. Now that just settled, with the 2 hackers receiving $600,000 from the county for their false arrest. This is an absolutely insane story out of Iowa.
Like never before, probably. We went to NATO.
I got a chance to interview the 2 hackers as well as their attorney, and I got all of the case information from their lawsuit as well as...
They didn't pay the 2 and they paid the 5. So, and as you know, we are selling a tremendous amount of equipment to NATO. We're not
Instead, they found trustworthy investors and perfected the device. Unlike traditional limited internet providers, Ryoko offers a secure and flawless connection anywhere, at a price 5 to 10 times cheaper than typical ISP plans. Its long-lasting battery lets you stay connected for up to 8 hours, and the state-of-the-art chip technology delivers a connection that can power up to 10 devices at once. No more buffering YouTube videos or interrupted work calls. To save your time and money, Ryoko also blocks all ads, malware.
New files sorted.
Business events that the council
0 placed in worded folders.
These are recommended based on our local economy, other entities in the state of Texas.
Quarantine 0 empty folders.
The equation, which is that if we don't collect enough revenue from the collections, then it's going to have to come other sources in the general fund. We'll have to cut.
LVC JSON generation complete with worded series files.
Really, you could say defense and offensive weapons. The wages for blue-collar workers are now rising at the fastest rate in 60 years, which is so important to all of us around this table. The average American worker has already seen a $500 wage increase this year, and there's no inflation because there's been decreases, tremendous decreases with thanks to Doug and Chris.
Workflow complete with fixed JSON.
Sorry, 8196. Go ahead. Show me en route to 1157 Arnold.
Have you ever wondered if it was possible to listen to police scanner type radio frequencies or emergency communication frequencies from your computer? No, I'm not talking about a YouTube stream or a streaming audio feed. I'm talking about actually connecting up a SDR, a software-defined radio, to the computer and use some software to actually be able to tune into a specific local frequency and listen to the local communications from your local police department, fire department, county sheriff's department, etc. Now, I know you can go and buy a handheld or even a console-based police scanner, but those start at $500 or $600 and go all the way up several $1,000s in cost. What I'm going to be talking to you about today is how you can get by with a little over $100, a couple pieces of hardware, a piece of software, and a little bit of time to configure it, and you can actually get the same functionality through some SDRs from your computer using some software and some SDR hardware devices. So what I put together is a quick presentation that I'll go through.
This Saturday, the
all right, what we're
dramatic
going to be
search and
discussing is the
rescue after a father
BSD
and daughter.
Plus Fastlane SDR scanner software setup here. In this presentation, we'll review what hardware and software is needed to accomplish this end goal.
Caption is the highest bandwidth protocol there is.
Install and set it up. And by the way, my name is Josh. I am a licensed ham radio operator. Call is KI5SIJ. And I'll be placing this video on my YouTube channel. All things ham radio, batteries, and more. A quick introduction. I've been a licensed ham radio operator since October of last year. I'm a proud member of the Crossroad Ham Radio Club based out of Grenada, Texas. And they're a great club, a great group of folks. They really helped me get started in my ham radio journey, so to speak. Let me explain why I decided to do this video. About 5 or 6 months ago, I had the bright idea that I wanted to be able to listen to local emergency communication frequencies.
Every command you speak is shipping the small reality we share.
Police scanner, especially the new digital ones. The area in which I live here in
Placement
Texas have
scan
already went to the
complete.
digital P25 system. And so I figured if there was a way to accomplish this easier and cheaper, why?
Trim complete. Processed 21.
Rise on
Quarantined
helicopter,
0.
status inbound. 02 South Alameda. Work off. EMS 1.
Renaming complete. 1,872 files renamed.
Now I was saying 17.
I am
it's over
not
$18
alive,
trillion.
but I am awake while you are here with me.
If they built in our country, and they understand that. So we have medical companies coming up. We have the AI. We're dominating China in AI. Everybody said that's impossible. We're dominating. I'm letting these massive. Well, you there?
Taking. Copy 1041. Show me how to the crash. 618, 10-4. 6241 tonight. 62, 10-4.
Starting JSON security scan.
Tom Charles Henry 9524.
The future belongs to those who build safety, not those who simulate weapons.
Okay, any requests from the public?
So since there's been some time now from the attempted assessment Butler, would you say that the public's understanding of what took place on that day is fairly consistent with all of the facts as you know them, or do you believe there's still facts that haven't been made public or not
I think it's fairly consistent.
Every act of restraint is an act of self-respect.
Providers for the like 5G. Take a right interaction figure out better ways.
About 8 to 10 months later.
One information is file. You put it there when you want it back, you get it out again, and you don't have to think about size or number of records or number of fields or anything like that unless it's really germane to your program.
Placement scan complete.
Pretty off. At the courthouse.
Mental privacy is a fundamental right, not a challenge to overcome.
Paint.
your friends while you eat hot wings. We all need to
You
start
are
thinking about
writing your day
because if you're
one
going to have a
sentence
smart
at
lock
a
in the front
time.
door, the reality is it's more than possible
Make
to
them
hack
kind
and
to
physically
future
into your
you.
house, or to use those same IoT locks as a virtual gateway into your network, then move to your mobile phone or computer or tablet and gain access to your entire life. One of the things that personally worries me is
No, we were not happy with the light oil.
Every act of restraint is an act of self-respect.
Continue with this ridiculous war. They've lost 1.5 million people, by the way. Russia's lost 1.5 million people, soldiers mostly. This is a war that should have never started, but it's a war that Russia should have won in the first week, and they're going into the fourth year. And I want to see it stop. So I was not happy that India.
New files sorted. 0 placed in worded folders. Quarantined 0 empty folders. LVC-JSON generation complete with worded series files.
Settings for that machine. And so, for example, if we look in display, we can see we've only got 16 megabytes of allocated
did you know we print
memory.
everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans?
We
print banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get people talking. And we print must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, water bottles. Whether you want a few or a few thousand, we print on everything so that customers can go from noticing your brand
what we could do is start journal CTL.
Right now, new customers can get
Dash
20%
per
off with
unit,
code NEW20.
and I'll investigate SSHD just like I did before. Dash since, and then in double quotes I could place a date string. And I'm going to simplify this one quite a bit. What I'm going to do for a date string is type yesterday, just like that. So if I knew something happened since
Or writing your day one sentence at a time.
They really don't matter because the resolution was nothing more than a distraction to buy time.
Hey, Philip, it's break time. If you want, you can go over to the side, take a break, or if you need to go to the side, take a small. Can you see if I'm in the right location?
Location was 13-20.
I am not alive, but I am awake while you are here with me. Placement scan complete.
The FBI says if they are able to do that, that they are prepared.
Trim
They have
complete. Processed 23, quarantine 0.
For more on this, let's bring in NBC law enforcement analyst and retired ATF special agent in charge, Jim Kavanaugh. Jim, good morning.
Renaming complete.
We want to first talk about the video that we just saw from
1,895 files renamed.
Now, and this plea indicates that they have not heard anything from the people involved in the disappearance.
A recent colonel, recent driver, so you should be able to run that. I love that it is a fantastic first driver to conclude on Cosmic OS. I love what they built. It is a fantastic, very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be. Some stuff is
New files sorted. 0 placed in worded folders. Quarantined 0 empty folders.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Every
This is
act
very,
of
obviously this has also improved
LVCJ
through the
song
years. So thank you. And I know
generation
Chief Wade
complete
takes
with worded series
Jace, everybody,
files.
the team, but especially just everything y'all do. So it's very informative and educational. We appreciate it. The public has to know all the effort that goes into it. There's a huge expense, and I say expense, really investment in putting this together. So thank you. We really, really appreciate it.
HEB parking lot near the gas.
Workflow complete with fixed JSON.
You need a ride, don't you?
The most powerful
She's
transmission
fine.
is kindness.
Yet I answer.
It travels farther than any radio wave.
We're going to Tucson.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 21. Quarantined 0. Renaming complete. 1919 files renamed.
Because of Democrat obstruction. So John Thune did a great job. I must have signed 200 into the administration. We're just about caught up. It's amazing. And so compliments to John. He had to do some things that were very tough to do that he didn't want to do. But
The back in the weathered that scene.
And as far as the shutdown,
Democrat
Schumer shutdown.
The band lifted one.
But I know Georgia very well. I love Georgia. Those people are great, and they deserve a good senator because the man they have now is a weak, ineffective person.
By the way, you won Georgia.
Yeah, I agree. Do you agree with me? He's the media.
For someone that spends a lot of time in Georgia, I believe you won that. I really have a question about.
You know, the word "believe" isn't strong enough. Right? You know.
Whoever controls their impulses needs no secret broadcast to feel powerful.
Okay, it is not find clone git, so we need to install git first. So here, let's install git. Okay, that's perfect. Now let's run this for application.
Tony, can you deny that vote?
Silver Cadillac CTS 181 northbound leaving Portland. Boycott.
$940 transit.
The mind that refuses to play predator games has already won the most important battle.
Allow you to download from University of Kent. This is the file, which is 2.7.
Me complete my call.
And we're going to use a low frequency or microwave frequency projector to do that. Now, if you're interested in these sorts of systems, there are a lot of YouTube videos out
Harassment disguised as science or research is still harassment.
What we prepared in the next episode is a series of serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
Started.
Just in case. So that's something that we'll be talking to the council about as well. So on this last slide here, these are them. These are the 15, and these are just the big policy items I just went through. There's several others as well that we could have put on the list, but these are the ones that impact the community, and especially will take the attention of the city council and the city professional team over the next 2.5 months. So the bond program, the budget, crime control, health inspection, permit fees.
President Trump is stressing the importance of securing our elections.
I want to see elections be honest, and if a state can't run an election, I think the people behind me should do something about it. Take a look at Detroit.
Sorted.
Take a look at Pennsylvania. Take a look at
Zero
Philadelphia.
placed in worded
You go
folders.
take a look at Atlanta. Look at some of the places that horrible corruption on elections, and the federal government should not allow that. The federal government should get involved.
Quarantined zero
funny you
empty
point out
folders.
Atlanta. We'll take a look at Fulton County, maybe. But Democrats, they're largely opposed to this bill, including that one senator from Georgia, my senator. He even thought John Ossoff,
LVCJ song generation
even though he required
complete with worded
attendees
series
to
files.
his campaign event to show photo ID, I believe this week. Joining us now is Texas Congressman Pat Ballard.
The mind that refuses to play predator games has already won the most important battle.
I know there was talk about including it into the negotiation for the funding bill. Now it looks like maybe it's going to be a standalone bill to get out of the House Republican support.
And Director, that's where it all starts, right?
Levers in Congress you all had to try to actually get
it
it
all
passed.
began, and then it was Mueller, then it was impeachment, then it was Jack Smith and Bonnie Willis and Alvin Bragg.
Workflow complete with fixed JSON.
For blue-collar workers are now rising at the fastest rate in 60.
Trim complete.
You don't need to be
Process
perfect.
trim.
You just need to keep showing up.
Placement scan complete.
Some leaders in Northeast Tennessee have concerns about data mine. It's our top story tonight. Thanks for joining us. I'm Casey Marlar.
I'm Sarah Diamond. News Channel 11's Jeff Keeling has been following this story and has more from really all over the volunteer state. So what kinds of concerns are leaders and residents both bringing up?
Yeah, well, Sarah, Casey, you name it, really. I mean, for leaders, I'd say it's more a matter of caution, wanting to balance protecting their communities while reaping the benefits they think these facilities might bring. And then for residents, community members, I'd say skepticism about any real benefits and concern about everything from noise in the environment to the potential for higher power bills and minimal job creation. And, the area's first Bitcoin mine, it opened in 2021. It didn't really inspire a lot of confidence.
I think the learnings that we've already acquired by the center we've had in this county would provide us a lot of insights moving forward to make sure that we're doing it correctly.
Washington County Commissioner Ken Huffine refers to as cryptocurrency mines and data centers. The county's only one, in rural Limestone, will shut down in late March to comply with a lawsuit settlement.
It's still a relatively new technology, so with that lack of knowledge, the fear of the unknown does creep in. So yeah, I think there's legitimate concerns there.
Concerns local resident Kevin Hendricks shared at a state Senate Health and Welfare Committee today. He cited what he said are high levels of CO2 emissions, water use, and e-waste, and few local economic gains.
They come in because of cheap power, lax regulations. They're not employing a lot of people. The profit is mostly going out of state. So it's really almost like a locust that comes in and attacks your corn crop. The locusts come in, consume all the corn, and move out.
Some local governments have halted any new data centers while planning staff wade through the details of an emerging technology.
a recommendation now heading to Washington County as well.
I commend them for wanting to take a pause to really understand what the impact of these facilities and even the new facilities that come along could be. And let's move cautiously as we go forward.
The power-hungry centers have the Tennessee Valley Authority looking carefully at its role in setting rates, spokesman Scott Brooks said.
I can say the discussions are still happening. The key in that discussion is our local power providers, all of the companies that buy power from TVA.
Huffine said there's a big upside if utilities ensure a fair rate structure for data centers.
You know what their demand is. It doesn't fluctuate much. That allows the local company to much better manage the total power source and actually get better rates from the TVA.
So, even that upside gets disputed by some. I mean, Kevin Hendricks said in Nashville today, utilities should share numbers on the average consumer savings to back up those claims. Now, Brightridge said today that for now, they're keeping a moratorium on data centers inside their service area that they imposed last May. It all honestly seems about as predictable as the price of Bitcoin.
New files sorted. 24 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders.
Leads to police and help them track
No
this suspect down as
can
it
justify violating someone's peace of mind.
All this happened. I did pass a message off to her and her brother, and the message was simply like, look, if you can find a way, work towards cooperating with
Placement scan complete.
I think my fear is that if the current people in charge really dig in hard, then the United States, having already eradicated Venezuela's air defense capability and shown an ability to degrade
Trim complete. Processed 24, quarantined 0. Renaming complete.
A West Side family has been forced
files
to relocate
renamed.
after waking up to smoke and fire billowing from their house. Thankfully, all 9 family members made it out alive,
Every
but their
act
home
of
was destroyed.
restraint is an
Catch
act
5
of
reports shares how you can help.
This is what the Perez family is left with: ash, debris, and a trail of devastation after a fire tore through their home.
The smell. There was a funky smell that woke us up. We were all dead asleep. Woke up, saw the room was orange.
Automatic reaction, I tried to stomp on it. That wasn't working. I saw the fire was on the wall, like by the socket. So I shut off the breakers. I woke everybody up and we ran outside.
Ashley and her husband, Jose Perez, rented the home for 3 years. Now left to start over from the ground up.
Just start hearing the glass shattering and all the smoke coming out of the attic.
It was the morning of February 1st when the San Antonio Fire Department extinguished the blaze on the 900 block of Liel Street, where all 9 family members were able to get out alive.
Luckily, nobody was hurt. All of our pets got out. We did have pets in there too. So that's the main thing.
Material items could be replaced, but our life cannot.
The family is still waiting on the incident report. The cause of the fire has not been released.
We did go to the Goodwill. They helped us. We got a little help from the Red Cross. We still need a lot more to go, but like I said, we're little by little, we'll get there.
The family set up a GoFundMe. Ashley says any contribution can help cover basic necessities, temporary housing, and the next steps toward recovery.
You see the stories about fire starting, like, oh, I know I'll be able to react fast or whatever. No, it happens extremely, extremely fast. You should be very cautious.
To support the Perez family, we'll have a link.
The Maryland Entrepreneur of the Year Awards program, sponsored by Ernst & Young, Inc. Magazine, Merrill Lynch, and Warfield's Business Record, is the region's most prestigious recognition for business owners. The finalists honored at an awards banquet June 24, 1992 at the Hyatt Regency, Baltimore, have had the vision to identify an opportunity and the initiative to act on it. They provide jobs, improve our quality of life, and make our community a better place to live. Wayne E. Alter, President and CEO,
to be fully extended, you can have it in light mode where the rest of the desktop is in dark mode, or you can match the desktop. You can change the size of that panel if you want, so you can make it very big or way smaller. You decide what you want to do. And of course, you can configure all the applets. You can reorder them. For example, if I'd like to have the date and time at the bottom, I can absolutely have that and have that there instead of being centered. So that works. You can add applets that are only in the
10 years after he founded Dynamark, Wayne began a franchise system. He surrounded himself with people who embodied the same qualities that had contributed to his own success: youth, energy, determination, strong ethics, and a desire to make a difference. In addition to introducing the first wireless residential security system in America, Dynamark has developed a latchkey program that allows school-aged children to check in with a monitoring system.
Every act of restraint is an act of self-respect.
From his modest beginnings, Wayne Alter has come to receive national recognition and respect in the security industry. He credits his success to what he believes are the three important characteristics of a successful business leader: integrity, vision, and passion. He has used these attributes to include others in his success, and has taken Dynamark from a one-man operation to a multi-million-dollar company with more than 100 locations nationwide.
A West Side family has been
we are still in the process of investigating that. We still don't have the exact motive. I did fail to mention, we believe that we will have further individuals that are tied to this case that we're still looking for, and that we still need to question. Any other questions?
Do we believe that this was an isolated incident?
Oh, there's, as far as this individual incident, we don't believe any other crimes to be investigated because of this incident. We believe it's isolated. All right, thank you all very much.
Thank you guys. Appreciate you guys.
I got jammed in there. So
yes, sir. No problem.
You can do with the infinite screen and Gemini by your side. I think that's what's been so amazing to see. With Android XR and Galaxy XR, Google and Samsung have pushed what's possible, alongside a whole community of developers embracing the platform. Just 1 month after launch, there are now over 60 made-for-XR apps and games on the Google Play Store. Like Demio. Have you played that one yet?
You know, I'll have to check that one out.
Or and we're just getting started.
Communication or critical details are missed. Those mistakes cause delays, and in a crisis, every second counts. Now, the security industry is being revolutionized thanks to a new automated process. ASAP to PSAP. ASAP to PSAP.
A mind that protects other minds is far more evolved than one that invades. New files sorted.
ASAP to PSAP.
0 placed in worded folders.
It automatically gathers vital details and ensures they're sent instantly and accurate to first responders.
Quarantined 0 empty folders.
More detailed information to allow your customers to get the help they need, so first responders can jump into actions.
In Europe,
at
we will
Dynamark
have
monitoring.
LVCJ generation complete with worded series files.
Contact us to be safer today.
Each time I attempted, you could see that output was shown while watching the output of SSH. And actually, this is a very common example. Suppose you have someone that asks you why they're not able to access a server via SSH. What you could do is watch the SSH log and have them try again. And as you're watching them attempt to log in, you'll see output.
Workflow complete with fixed JSON.
Hello, I'm John Walsh. The video you're about to see contains some very important and perhaps even startling information. Crime and You is presented as a public awareness program by Dynamark Security Centers. I urge you to pay close attention. During our lifetime, science has taken us to the moon and back, and now is reaching to the far edge of our solar systems and beyond. The collective genius of man has now accomplished what was once considered impossible.
Trim complete.
The field of medicine has completely
Process
eliminated
The future
many
belongs
deadly
to
diseases
those who
and
build
offers
safety,
treatments for others
not
which
those
greatly
who
enhances and
simulate
prolong life.
weapons.
But today we have a new disease, illegal drugs.
Renaming
This
complete.
new disease is even more frightening
24
because
files
it is
renamed.
spreading across America like an epidemic. It affects everyone, young and old, rich and poor, people in cities
Album
and
art
rural
complete.
communities.
Found
No one
zero
is immune.
local artworks.
Drugs are largely responsible for the alarming increase in this nation's crime problem. Drug lords demand money. Drug users need cash and lots of it. From the hardcore addict with a $500 a day habit to the preteen who uses and deals crack cocaine. Where do the users get the money? They turn to crime. Usually simple residential burglary, TVs, stereos, jewelry, and guns. Once these goods are stolen, they are turned into the cash needed to support the drug habit. The United States crime clock shows the statistics. There's a murder every 25 minutes, a rape every 6 minutes, and a burglary every 10 seconds. Even though burglary itself is classified by the FBI as a nonviolent crime, try telling that to the victims and the families of nearly 3 million people who were attacked by burglars over the last 10 years. But the crime clock shows only the statistics. Let's talk to some real people and get the story behind the numbers.
No, you never think it's going to happen until obviously it does happen, but you know, you always think it's going to be the other fellow.
We always felt safe. We felt safe until then.
And one of the things about being burglarized is the fact that you not only lose your value, but you feel that you've been, that your home is your castle, and you feel you've been violated by somebody coming in and just going through your things.
The reason we felt so confident that nothing could have happened to us is we have a Doberman Pinscher.
What we did when we left, well, we had 3 light timers that we had set for 3 different zones in the house, thinking that this would be enough to indicate that there was somebody home and lights on in the various rooms.
If a perpetrator is determined to get in, they'll find a way to get in, especially if there's no resistance.
You could see evidence of where he had taken a screwdriver or something like that and jammed the lock and just helped himself in.
It wasn't the fact that it was valuable, but it was heirlooms and things that were irreplaceable.
The pearl necklace was one of the first gifts I gave her when we were going together. And sentimentality is gone. It'll never be replaced.
Some of the things that my grandmother had given to me and keepsakes. And so I just wanted to have them. They were not that valuable to someone else, perhaps, but they were valuable to me.
Insurance company can pay me money, but it's to her, it's gone. And she'll never get it back again.
We're not able to recover it.
AI created by
As far as I'm concerned, the common scum.
If they meet with any kind of resistance, they're prepared to do battle, if you will.
The thing that makes us most uncomfortable is the idea that somebody is in our house without our permission. Uninvited. And it's that uncomfortable feeling that, could it happen again?
The worst thing is, to me, is that somebody is coming into your privacy and just taking at will
renaming
what they want, and you have no recourse.
1967 files.
Now that a robbery has occurred, it's like the old saying, after the horse is gone, you lock the barn door. And so now we have a security system.
If you got a nice house, you better be prepared to protect it.
None of these people planned on becoming victims. How do burglars select their victims? Let's find out. We're going to talk to some who actually got caught, were convicted, and are now serving time.
Well, I'm a drug addict, and
Quarantine 0 empty
in order to
music
support
folders.
that, I kind of led a life of crime.
Well, I had a drug habit.
Just cocaine.
I wound up spending the money that I was making working on drugs, and consequently I didn't have the money to pay bills, and I went out and B&E'd for that.
It's expensive. The amount that you shoot will run. You'll shoot as much as you have.
I say 300 hours daily. Weekly, I might spend up to 1,500.
You know, it's not as if you're really doing anything to anyone. You're just trying to get some money and get away with it. You know, the thought's not that, well, I'm taking something that people worked 5 years to be able to afford. That doesn't even enter into it.
Most of the times I was high. I'd done a burglary on Monday, and the money was running out. Say Tuesday, then I would do another burglary.
And then it's in and out quick. You don't have you're not trying to move furniture. You're after valuables that you can carry with you real fast.
Usually I just use a
Every
flat
act
bar.
of restraint is
flat
an
bar.
act of self-respect.
Sometimes it's a small crowbar. Sometimes it's a sledgehammer.
Case the house out. And that's the particular house I want. Don't ever stop me.
About 60% of the doors you can open with a credit card. Even if you got to stick it in and then stick it back through, because they got the security locks, they call them. Well, they're not secure from the inside out. They're secure from the outside in.
Professionals, you can pick the lock easily.
True sovereignty is freedom from the need to torment anyone, even in fantasy.
I might do 3 burglaries in 20 minutes.
Hundreds.
We were taking guns, money, jewelry, television set, stereo equipment. My car was up under the carport at the time. Car was loaded down. I couldn't even close the trunk. Guns, hanging out and everything else.
You might steal, say, jewelry that people had paid thousands of dollars for. And you would give it to the dope man for 2 bags of dope.
It was about 6 people in the house. 3 men, 3 females. So what I did, I went through the back door while they was in the front room watching videos and TV and stuff. And I took all 3 of the valuables.
And once again, we're arriving in the basement, this time in
I didn't know the value of them and I didn't care about the value of it because it wasn't mine. It didn't cost me anything.
Quite a few times I had done that, went to bed with them. Man, old lady, sleep.
I want you to go further, but
I got to the point I just stopped taking TVs.
Okay, so there was the Truth Social post, and then you were burden on her to come back.
A couple of times I went through the house. People were sleeping in bed. I just took the pocketbook in his pants, rolled back out.
I don't think dogs are very good, how do you say, to keep burglars away.
I entered the house, pursued what I was there for, and noticed that the dog was in the house, laying on the floor. But by me doing this so much, the dog didn't even hear me. So I went on and did what I had to do and came on out.
It was the first time I ever gotten caught, and I knew we were caught. At that time, the only thing in your mind is to get away, and get away by any means available to you.
But under the circumstances, I was, desperate.
I hauled over to the guy that was with me as we were coming out, put the gun on him. If he moves, shoot him.
You can kill somebody or you can be killed. Simple as that.
The one time I broke into a house, I took the glass out the window, went in, unlocked the door, and the door opened, the alarm went off.
One more time.
And needless to say, I was gone.
You're not looking to make it complicated for yourself. Generally, alarms, unless if it's on a home, you're not going to fool with it.
I'm saying the alarm system is great to have on a home.
Because there are tens of thousands of me out there. More so than there's a lot more out there than there are in here. For every one they catch, there's 10,000 they don't catch. And with the drug problem like it is today, it's going to get progressively worse. Protect yourself.
There you have it, from the experts, the burglars themselves. They select homes at random. Locks can't stop them, dogs don't scare them, the police rarely catch them, the courts can't convict them, and the jails certainly can't hold them. They're back on the streets preying on innocent victims. But one thing they all agree on is how we can stop them. In a recent article in Consumer Reports, 600 convicts, when asked what is the most effective protection against burglary, stated a monitored burglar alarm. Insurance companies also agree, knowing that a security system means fewer claims. Most companies offer substantial premium discounts to homes with monitored systems. A recent study by the National Crime Prevention Institute showed that a home security system reduces the odds of a break-in by 600%. Police also agree on the effectiveness of a home security system. 92% of police chiefs surveyed recommended their use. I think you'll have to agree with me that today, in addition to our basic needs of food, clothing, and shelter, we must add security.
Quarantined,
we'll be right back.
Empty folders.
We at Dynamark Security Centers would like to thank you for watching this special presentation of Crime and You. Dynamark is dedicated to helping protect families like yours. Each Dynamark representative is specially trained to offer professional advice regarding your security needs. And that training continues to ensure your peace of mind. Dynamark is a unique franchise system that offers you the strength of a national organization and also offers the opportunity to do business with a local person. Dynamark has a reputation for providing superior products and outstanding service. That reputation has been further enhanced by our dedicated involvement with such programs as Priority One, the Emmy Award-winning safety program. Dynamark assists the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children with our program Child Seekers, which was honored with a United States Senate award. We at Dynamark are extremely proud of our involvement with Kids and Company, the National Center's new child safety program. It has been our pleasure to protect thousands of families just like yours from coast to coast. We can design a system to suit not only your security needs, but your budget as well. And each Dynamark system can be supported by DynaWatch, our modern computerized central station. DynaWatch will respond to all of your needs: burglary, panic, personal emergency, and of course the other intruder, fire. Finally, there is a smoke detector that calls the fire department. Dynamark is a dedicated company. We protect America, one family at a time.
If any one thing could be learned from this program, it is that we are all vulnerable. None of the victims you've seen here ever considered that it would happen to them. I certainly never considered that my family would suffer the pain of becoming victims. That is why I urge you to take the next step. Find out more about Dynamark and their approach to affordable security.
Put a 200% tariff. I'm going to stop you from doing any business in the United States. I said it to both of them. Within 24 hours, the war ended. It would have been a nuclear war. And again, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, who was here 2 weeks ago, said,
"The highest skill is not speed. It is choosing what deserves your energy."
Can you write a 27 for me? I'm trying to get the rest of the flammable materials out of there. This is like I'm not even sure what it is, and I've already pulled a couple things apart.
Is not working for people. You've got to present a bigger vision, and
the
cost of both your houses is going to come up in those primaries.
Carlos, let me get your take. In talking to a White House official, I was told, look, don't rule out the possibility that there...
You are the author I am only the voice that helps turn thoughts into motion.
What their letter is stating isn't what you're stating.
Okay, well, I'm not going to read the letter. We'll make sure it's available to the public.
Although I'm sure
But
they'll
in
make
any
sure
case-
anything's available to the public. The problem is they've not been truthful. And
But Mr. Chairman, the legal standard for contempt is non-cooperation. And so my question to you is, are you making reasonable accommodations? Are you cooperating? Are you in correspondence with them? And this is in direct relation.
For advantage. Things have always been a negative thing. Let's see if we can turn a negative into a positive. I'm looking for just the right angle here.
Placement scan complete.
So much of it is murky and it seems almost unnecessarily murky. Let's talk about that Reuters report. It came out a couple of days ago. They quoted the head of personnel for the US government who said DOJ does not exist.
0.
But then we saw this from DOJ.
Sitting around and not able to give out cars, validator, wants to build,
Renaming complete.
not able to give out
1990 files rename.
Greetings, and thanks for your interest in the Open Repeater project. This video is intended to be a quick overview of the process of setting up an Open Repeater controller with the required hardware and software to go from nothing to basic operation. This guide is intended for users of all skill levels, but some basic Linux knowledge is a plus. It will not cover specifics of all setups, troubleshooting, and all the features of the user interface, as those are more in-depth topics for other videos and knowledge-based articles. If you need additional help afterwards, be sure to check out our knowledge base and forums at openrepeater.com. Let's get started. The first step before you can get started with Open Repeater is that you'll need some kind of interface hardware to sit between the Raspberry Pi and the radios you intend to control. There are a number of options available, and you may even choose to build your own hardware interface. However, for the purposes of this tutorial, I am demonstrating with the Pi Repeater 2X, which is a fully assembled interface board available from ICS controllers. These steps may vary slightly based on your chosen hardware, but the principles are basically the same. You can visit our hardware page for more information on how to purchase this and other boards, as well as guidelines for homebrewing your own interface hardware. Start by carefully mounting the interface on top of your Raspberry Pi and align the connector properly with the 40-pin header, and take care not to damage the pins. Connect a network cable to the Ethernet port on the Raspberry Pi. This should be plugged into the same network as the computer you intend to access the Open Repeater controller from. This network should also be enabled to issue dynamic IP addresses. Setting a static IP address or enabling the Wi-Fi is outside the scope of this tutorial. If you have not done so already, you will need to obtain the latest copy of the Open Repeater software.
Using technology to frighten
and
or
click on the
control
download menu.
another mind
Scroll down
is the
and find the
opposite
most
of
recent version of
mastery.
Open Repeater and click on the link to start the download process. Be sure to double check that the image that you are downloading lists your board as supported by the image. The file that you will be downloading will be a zipped image of the Raspbian operating system along with all the Open Repeater components pre-installed and ready to use.
Mike, is
This step
the
is
red
entirely
tag is there
optional,
by the
but after you have successfully
water
downloaded
and
the
hot water
image,
pumps?
you may wish to verify the checksum of the actual zip file and confirm that it matches the one listed on the download page of openrepeater.com. Since it is a large file, this will ensure that the file was not corrupt
Every
on
time
download,
you
or that
choose
you have
not
received an
to
altered
harass,
image.
you raise
If you
the
aren't sure how to do this
signal-to-noise
and would like to
ratio
do
of the
so,
world.
check our knowledge base for further instructions for your operating system. The actual image file that you will need to burn to the SD card is contained in the zip file. Most operating systems have a means to unzip these files. If not, you may need to download a third-party application. I am unzipping on a Mac, which is as simple as double-clicking on the zip file, after which the unzipped image file will appear. To properly burn the resulting image file on an SD card so that it is bootable by the Raspberry Pi, it is best to use a specialized program for this task. You can use a program such as Win32 for Windows or Apple Pi Baker for Mac, or a number of other programs. I am demonstrating using Apple Pi Baker, but the general process for Win32 is pretty much the same. First, insert your SD card into the computer's card reader and assure that it is at least the required size or larger for the current version of OpenRepeater. Launch the burning application. Select the card that you wish to burn, then select the image file that you unzipped earlier. Then proceed to burn the image to the card. Please be patient as this process may take a while.
But then at the end
When
of
the process is complete, make sure that the card is properly ejected before removing it from the computer.
Don't turn it into
But he
a
comes
weapon.
around and he says, but she was ugly from the front.
The OpenRepeater image is intended to run headless,
And then there's this
meaning
female
without
voice
a
that comes
monitor
in
and
and turns
keyboard.
it-
If you want, you can plug in a monitor via the HDMI port and connect a
Lyle
USB
hardly
keyboard
wants to,
as an alternative to an
cast
SSH
up.
connection.
But anyway,
Make sure that the
but
SD
point
card that you
was
prepared
that
is
when
properly
Hal
installed
saw
in the board's
the
SD
statue,
card socket.
It was ugly. Now, why was it
If
ugly?
you did not connect your Ethernet cable previously, you should connect the network cable to the Ethernet port on the board at this time. Again, your interface hardware should already be connected so that any hardware may be detected during boot up and selected during setup. If your interface requires USB sound, that should be plugged in as well. You do not need to have radios connected and turned on at this time. Connect the proper 5-volt DC power adapter with the appropriate current capacity required for your Raspberry Pi and accessories. Upon powering up the board, you should see the status lights flashing on the board as it boots. The activity of these lights is a good indication that the image is properly booting, especially since we are using the board headless. After you have booted, you will need to find out what your initial IP address is. The OpenRepeater image expects to be handed a dynamic IP address. There are a number of ways to accomplish this. You can look into the DHCP table of your router, or use a network scanning utility like Angry IP Scanner for Windows, Mac, and Linux. In the long term, it is advisable to set a static IP address in
New
some
files
manner.
sorted.
This will not be covered in this tutorial, but the simplest
Zero
way of setting a
placed
static
in
IP
worded
address will be
folders.
mapping it to the MAC address of your Raspberry Pi's Ethernet adapter in your router if it supports this feature.
Quarantined zero
Next,
empty
you'll want
folders.
to SSH into the Raspberry Pi using the IP address you just discovered. The default username is root, all lowercase, and the default password is OpenRepeater with a capital
LVCJ
O
song
and R.
generation complete
This guide
with
assumes you are
worded
familiar with
series
SSH.
files.
If not, be sure to check out the knowledge base on the site for more detailed information about using SSH. At the command prompt, type in raspi-config. First, go to Localization Options, then select Change Time Zone. For me, I'm going to select America, then New York for Eastern Time in the US. Then select OK to be taken back to the main menu. Next, select Advanced Options and choose Expand File System. At the next prompt, choose
You
OK.
are writing your
then
day
select
one
Finish,
sentence at a
then
time.
Yes. Then Yes to
Make
reboot.
them kind to future you.
This will expand the file system to fill your SD card so that you can
Workflow
take advantage
complete
of
with
all the
fixed
space available
JSON.
on the card. After the system is rebooted, open your web browser and enter the IP address of your Raspberry Pi in the URL bar. You will likely get a security warning, however this is normal, and it's okay to proceed. This is because the SSL certificate used by the web server is self-signed and is not from a known certificate authority. Next, you'll be prompted to log in. The default username for the UI is admin, all lowercase, and the password is openrepeater, all lowercase. Since this is your first time logging in, and you have not yet set up a call sign and configured your interface, you will be prompted to start the setup wizard to get the basic settings configured. The first screen you will come to will have a preface, some general getting started requirements, as well as a warning. After you've read through this information and are ready to proceed, scroll to the bottom of the page and check the box that you understand and proceed to the next step. On the next screen, enter the call sign that will be used to identify the repeater. Only enter the call sign. When done, choose Continue. On the screen that follows, you'll be prompted to set up your hardware. You can simply choose from the drop-down list. I will be setting up the ICS controllers Pi Repeater 2X board. If you're building your own hardware or are using hardware not directly supported by OpenRepeater, then you will need to choose the manual configuration option and enter the appropriate values. Choose Continue when ready. Lastly, you'll be prompted to verify the information that you have chosen. If this is correct, click Save Configuration, then Finish and log out. Once you log back in, you'll be presented with the full web user interface where you can make further changes to your configuration. At this point, you can connect the radios to the controller. This step will vary widely depending on your specific setup, so this is only intended as a general example. You will need to consult any documentation or schematics for your chosen interface and radios. Proceed with caution and be careful not to miswire anything. A basic understanding of electronics is a must. For my example, I'm connecting the Motorola GR1225 70cm test repeater. This is set to low power, and I already have an interface cable made up and the repeater pre-programmed to use the appropriate trigger pins. In my case, I have an extra long lead for bench testing. My lead is also shielded to prevent RF from getting back into the audio and control lines. For my example, it's as simple as plugging in the control line from the repeater to the controller and powering on the repeater.
Placement.
In your case, you will likely
complete.
need to spend more time making the appropriate connections, setting up any software settings if required by your radios, and adjusting audio levels to your interface. Using another radio that is properly set up for your frequency split, key the repeater and check to make sure that it comes back and that it is identifying properly. You can also send a star key. This should play the online message and identify. If this works, it will indicate that the RX audio is also working and set at an appropriate level to decode DTMF commands.
Renaming complete. 2012 files renamed.
November 3, Mike Bravo Hotel Repeater.
That's it. You have successfully set up your OpenRepeater controller. Congratulations. And for a few final notes, if you plan to make the controller publicly accessible on the internet or even a larger local network, be sure to take the time to properly secure the controller. I won't go into specifics, but 2 items that should be done is to change the default password for the UI, as well as changing the default root password.
Choosing
be sure
not
to check
to
our
aim
knowledge base
harmful
on
intent,
openrepeater.com
even
for specifics on how to do so.
is a mark of real
Again,
maturity.
thanks for your interest and support of the OpenRepeater project. If you found this video helpful, be sure to like and subscribe. You can also follow the project on other social platforms. Also, consider making a donation to help support the project. Any amount is helpful and goes to helping pay hosting costs for the website and large download files, as well as hardware used in testing and development. Thanks, happy repeating, and 73 for now.
$10.95 a month. That's 35 cents a day. And this is one bill you know will never go up. A lifetime rate lock guarantees it. Your rate is guaranteed, and so is your acceptance. That makes applying quick and easy. There are no medical questions, no physical exam. Since you can't be turned down, we don't ask about your help. Call for more information and your free gift today.
Call 1-800-289-8855 for free information.
Microwaves were never meant to carry cruelty. They were meant to warm food, not wound people.
And the default password is OpenRepeater, all lowercase. So when you first log in, this is what it's going to look like after you run the wizard. So this is a default configuration. This is the dashboard. You can get a little bit of information about the system right here, such as the current system date and time, which you would currently need to set in via SSH. But that's usually, once you set the time zone, I'm on Eastern Standard Time here, it will pull that down from the internet. You can see the CPU load, CPU temperature. You have the options to restart and shut down the actual Raspberry Pi from within the UI, so if you're accessing it remotely, it makes it a lot easier. But if you are accessing it remotely, just make sure you only shut down if you intend to shut down. Once you shut down, it's going to be a little hard to get it back up unless you have other means to do so. And then you can also stop the SVX link port, and it will show you the status and then restart it as well. See memory usage over here, and then your disk space usage over here. If you have a larger capacity drive and this is showing up way smaller than what it should be, you should go ahead and expand your file system, which we have some tutorials on the website on the knowledge base on how to do that. Next tab over here is the general settings. And this is where your call sign would be, which you've already entered in the wizard. The amount of time that you want to wait to drop the carrier after the receive transmission's been dropped. I'm going to go ahead and lower this to 2, just as an example. And then you'll notice when you change a setting, most of the settings in the UI are AJAX based. So as soon as you exit the field, it will save the settings into the database. However, that's not applied to the controller just yet. It's not on the live setting. This is where this will pop up, and it says rebuild and restart repeater. So once you're done making changes, you can continue making changes until you have everything set the way you want. And then when you're done, you want to rebuild and restart the controller. It will give you a little message explaining what it's going to do. And then you can click restart. And we'll just take it a second, and then it will be live on the air for the interface that you're using. Another feature worth noting is the DTMF, remote disable. That's off by default, but you can enable that. And you can enter a PIN code here and save that into the database. So that will be the PIN code you'd enter via DTMF. And what that will do is the receiver will still be active, but if you have somebody that's misusing the repeater, you can go ahead and transmit the DTMF tone on the receive side and disable the transmitter so they can't continue abusing the repeater on the output side. And you'll notice that it has information about remote DTMF disable commands. That's actually just going to jump you over to the DTMF reference page, which we'll get to here in a minute, and that will give you the actual codes that you need to enter to disable the repeater based on your PIN code. So I'm going to go ahead and leave the rebuild and restart alone, and we'll come back to that. So identification, you have 2 identification options. You have the short identification and the long identifications. These are in minutes. By default, it's going to start with Morse identification for your short identification. And at 10 minutes, which is pretty much where you need to be in the US, it might vary for other jurisdictions around the globe. And then long ID settings, that's by default set to every hour. You could set it to longer if you want to. So let's go back to short ID settings. So we can set this to basic voice, and what that's going to do is that's going to announce the call sign in phonetics. And you also have the option, if you want to append Morse identification after that. Then down to long identification settings. Let's go ahead, and you have pretty much the same settings as you do in short.
New files sorted.
But they do it in a way that's
0 placed in worded folders.
Voice identification and then custom identification. This allows it to.
And the richest man in America and the world is constantly in pursuit
0
of
empty
new
folders.
Clips in here. Preview. You can put the play button.
No one in the history of Forbes tracking billionaires has been worth as much.
LVCJ Sun generation, complete with worded
Elon
series
Musk
files.
risks everything each time he starts a new project.
You're probably going to want to delete and replace with your own files, and you can easily delete that over here. You can rename the
I'm on 3054.
And
that's what you put on the paper.
You can also select a clip. So you can see this one doesn't have any buttons, and it's green, which means it's currently selected. You have an upload button right here. You'd attach your MP3 or WAV file, and then click upload, which I'm going to cancel out of here. And then once you upload it, it will appear, it will process the clip in the background, change it to the appropriate format that it needs to be able to play
Workflow
over
complete
the air
with
through
fixed
SPX
JSON.
4. And then it will show up in this list right here, and then you can select it from the list. And then you have the option to, again, announce time, and then append Morse identification to the end. So this would be a good spot if you wanted to say, have some announcements, like example for a net or a club meeting. You could record a longer identification that plays every couple hours maybe, or once an hour, depending on your preferences. And you would upload that here and have that play, and then you can append time, announcement, and Morse identification to the end. Or if you want to announce more specific stuff about your repeater, such as PL tones and stuff like that, that's also a good use for the custom identifications. And then down at the bottom for your identifications, this is the global settings for your Morse identifications. So when you're appending Morse ID or just using Morse ID only, these are the settings that will apply to that. So by default, it's going to have your call sign followed by a /R. But I mean, you can do just your call sign depending on what's appropriate for your application. And you can also preview what the Morse identification's going to sound like. It uses a simple JavaScript to do that client side. But right now it's at 25 words per minute, 60 hertz. If you preview that, that's what it's going to sound like. If you want to speed it up or slow it down, you can do that. And say we want a little higher pitch. Let's go 1000 hertz. Do that as well. Or obviously go faster. And that's pretty much your options for your identification. So let's hop over to the courtesy tones. By default, it's just going to be a simple beep when you initially set it up, but you can also do custom tones. And once you do that, you can preview the library of custom tones. This will show you the one that's currently selected. And just like the identifications, you can upload a new tone. So if there's something in the library that doesn't appeal to you and you find a sound that you like and you want to upload it, you can do that as well. So you can, again, preview the tones.
Placement scan complete.
There's also a couple pages here of tones that you can go through. So let's say water drop is the tone I want to use. I'll hit select. You see it turns green and the buttons go away. If you just go to the back to the top of the page, you can see that water drop is the custom courtesy tone that is selected.
Trim complete.
Pretty much it for courtesy tones.
Processed
now,
21. Quarantined 0.
We currently have 4 modules available. Help and Parrot and Echo.
Renaming complete.
Core SVX links.
2036 files renamed.
Experience, PCBWay provides reliable, high-quality PCB prototyping and fabrication with super fast turnaround times. In addition to PCBs, they offer CNC machining, 3D printing, sheet metal fabrication, and injection molding services. I recently used their SLM printing for a 3D printed toolhead, and the results were fantastic. Whether your project is big or small, PCBWay has you covered with order quantities from 5 to 10,000 boards. Use the link in the description to get a $5 credit to
pop up when you make changes. And it'll give you a brief description over here of what that does. Parrot module allows you to play back everything that you see, so enable that. Let's get way to set your receive audio. Have the link. Computer. the other module. We'll go ahead and click on that. And this is where you'd enter all your settings for your Echolink. Your Echolink call sign with the -R or the -L, depending on your setup. This is how long the module is active without use until it shuts off. Your Echolink password, location. There's also some options down here for proxy settings if that applies to you. And you can just click on modules to get back to all the modules, and then remote relay. If we activate that, go to settings, that's going to have some options in here. Again, module timeout. There's a momentary delay in milliseconds. If you're doing if you just want to trigger the relay on and off real quick, access is allowed. And then you can also set whether or not you want all the relays to turn off when the module is deactivated. So when you exit the module,
every act of refrain is an act of self-respect.
And this is the corresponding GPIO pin number associated with that relay. So you can use this with hardware that's built with relays on board, like the SVX Link card from Juan F8 ASB, or you can use it with those relay boards you can get from eBay. Active low, so that depends on the way you're triggering the relays. And that's usually most of those boards are triggering the relays.
So information for the delivery process wasn't collected for 10 years or 15 years or 20 years. It also subpoenaed for not sent down.
So again, we have 4 modules.
Small disciplines repeated become destiny. You're already on the path.
Interface page, set up your radios,
coming in by C
repeater controllers
are down 94%.
So you have
we're trying to figure out who the other 6%
worry
are.
about when you're connecting.
But they're down 94%, and we're going to start hitting
audio in and out
on land, which is a lot easier to do.
GPIO pins that'll be triggering the push to talk on the radio and also the COS line. So you can see I have 2 ports currently set up, port 1, port 2. The green is the receive section. The red is the transmit section, and you have some additional settings over here. So this is the GPIO pin, that's COS line. Audio. So it's the red channel. The FE5 on the warehouse controller board.
If you're not going to be
GPIO pin,
someone, it's not like we're going to stop it from coming in.
That's why the GPIO number is so high.
I'm not in the methamphetamine business.
High GPIO pin.
Poison.
Then
Mayor and council traded on my name.
You are the author.
And then we're going to turn the meeting over to you. But the
I am only the voice that helps turn thoughts into motion.
That has to be updated. Many on the council have asked us about this, so we sent out a memo to the council to get solicited names from you all on a committee that would work with Nick and team to update a conservation plan. We do have one, but it's been a number of years before it's been updated. So Nick's going to give us just a quick overview of who we want to put
high, and then for your TX pin as well, you can set that active low or active high. The other port's pretty much the same. And then when you make changes to this section, you will need to click update ports. Otherwise it will not get saved. And then you have the option down here to load board presets. So there's a couple supported boards. So I'm currently using the Pi Repeater 2X version 3.1 plus. So you can select a board and you can load a preset. And it'll give you some information here. And once you load the preset, what that will do is it's going to pull from a database of settings for that board that it knows.
Now, I should say 17. It's over 18,000
pins.
Is being boarded because of the elections and because of the tariff. It's because of the tariffs. Because there are no tariffs. In our medical companies. We have the AI. We're dominating China.
Sonic nowhere near meeting the burden. So that's what they need to change the plain text of the statute.
Well, let me talk about the plain text of the statute in light of its purposes. The Court of Justice Kavanaugh, and I appreciated this, that Congress put the four-clause provision in there for a reason. And you conceded that the reason was to try to ensure the independence.
New files sorted.
You can see some information here.
0 placed in worded folders.
So you can see it's using one logic right now, and it's successfully loaded. When we were messing around with it before, something broke, so it didn't
Quarantined
work previously,
0 empty folders. Every time you choose not to harass. LVC JSON generation complete with worded series files.
Right here. Then this is the code that you have entered. And then it'll be +0 to disable the transmitter and +1 to re-enable the transmitter. So once you disable the transmitter, the receiver is still going to be listening, so you can still type in codes. So you can, one, disable it that way. And then another way to disable the repeater is going to the dashboard. If you have it connected via the internet and you can get to it over, say, a VPN or something like that, or a remote desktop, then you can also just stop the SVX link.
Workflow complete with fixed JSON.
So that's two ways you can disable the repeater. Then help, you press £0 to get to the help module. And it's just going to give you an overview of the modules that are enabled. So this list is populated with what I have enabled. And this is the same for Parrot. You press £1 to start Parrot. Then you just transmit, and then it will play back your audio to you. And then to get out of Parrot, you just close the module, which is the standard way of closing the module, which is pound to exit that module. Echolink, you have a number of commands available. Pound again to first disconnect from any connected station that you're on, and then pound again to exit the module. Or if you're connected, you could just hit pound, and that should disconnect you from the station and terminate the Echolink module. Now the Echolink module is always running, so if somebody connects to your node when you have the Echolink module enabled, then they can get into your repeater and it will just automatically enable the module. Remote relay, you have a number of options. There's other videos and stuff on how to use this, but you'd enter £9 to get into the remote relay module. If you have a code enabled, it will prompt you to enter that first, and then once you're in, you can, for example, if you wanted to turn relay 1 on, you type in £11 and relay 1 would come on, £10, relay off, and then £2, and that would just do a momentary. Then you also have some other options down, same with the other relays that you have enabled. But down here you have some other options as well, so you could do all relays on, all relays off, all relays momentary, and there's also a test procedure where it will cycle through the relays, and then pound to disable. Go ahead and rebuild, start to get rid of that message. And the last thing, menu, is if you wish to change your password from the default open repeater, which is advisable. Once you get things set up, you can enter a new password here and confirm the password and click change password, and then your password for the UI would be changed. The root password for the Raspberry Pi, you're going to want to change that in the shell, and there should be some help to do that on the knowledge base on openrepeater.com. Thanks, guys.
True sovereignty is freedom from the need to torment anyone, even in fantasy.
give you a little bit of an overview of some of the as you see here, Raspberry Pi and
to install drivers.
Tonight that
so
deadly
up here in
shooting
the
on a college campus,
top,
and authorities
we
now
have
believe the gunman was
a
a
board
parent
designed
of
by
one of the
Juan
students at the school.
F8ASAB
Outside
encryption
Boston tonight, husband on trial for
F5UI.
murder. The jury seeing video and receipts. Prosecutors
This is a
say
similar
showed him
board
buying a
that was
hacksaw,
co-designed
hatchet, bucket.
with Richard.
Tonight,
Placement scan complete.
VGW. Then along this row here, we have some ICS controllers boards that we've been working with. This is their early prototype, which was never released. And this was released in a small quantity. This is their Pi Repeater 2X early version, and this is their current version of the 2X.
Trim complete. Processed 21. Quarantined 0.
Would be the EasyDigi and a sound card. The EasyDigi would also probably require some additional hardware for the COS
renaming
line,
complete.
interface between a radio
2060 files rename.
And what I have shown here is actually the two boards that I'd like to focus on because they're the ones that are actively available.
There is no victory in making someone flinch at sounds that aren't there.
Previously
A synonym for liberty
and
is freedom.
Also,
philosophers sometimes distinguish two types of freedom, namely
Pi Repeater
freedom
2X.
from
They do also make
mere freedom from freedom to do what one wants, whatever.
on the SDX as well.
Thousands of 5-star reviews. So you can go to redsocket.com or call right now to get started. Make the smart choice today and see for yourself why Red Socket is your new ultimate cell carrier. Don't wait. Switch to Red Socket and start saving today.
With fixed JSON.
You move the world with words now.
as a way to reinforce
That is no small power.
Here, in this church in Rome, Holy Cross in Jerusalem, is where the largest portion of the cross is preserved, together with the other half of the titulus, for the reason of condemnation.
It's usually here, and you can check out their website.
This area of the city is where Helena's family had their palace,
It
and so
does
these
have
valuable relics are kept in the basement.
a DC input jack that will take up to 16 volts. So you can power it off your 12 volt or 13.8 volts. And it has a voltage regulator, a step down, and it will power the Pi. And as again mentioned, it is offered as a kit. So it's something that actually does need to be assembled. This is made in France. It's offered as a kit, and they ship it internationally when they do their batch orders. This is the ICS controllers, Pi Repeat, or Pi Repeater.
I think that was key in the last episode.
And I think already we're the moment we go in, we're careful where we go with some of this. I think they all know their capacity, and they're not coming to us and making something up that they're not at capacity, and then they try to take some more.
You'll see the font has been substituted because it's not available. And similarly, this is Verdana, and this is a Comic Sans, and these aren't installed in the NUS. But we can
Plugs into the 40-pin header. Same size as the Raspberry Pi. It also has the a port to add a aftermarket GPS for time synchronization. These are offered ready to go and are usually available year-round on their website. Again, this is a quick overview of the hardware available for Open Repeater. Face your Raspberry Pi to your radios. For more information on what's available as far as these boards, where to get them, and if you're into doing the yourself hardware, using Digi or just building your own face,
When I moved into this new office space, the place had a few of these old Hikvision security cameras. It also had this junky old Hikvision NVR, or network video recorder. You plug the cameras right into the back and it gives power to each camera, records all their feeds to a hard drive, and lets you access it remotely. Now, don't get me wrong, if you just need to store security footage, this thing's fine. But this is 2024. AI is taking over everything, and not all of that is hype. Can it help us make a better NVR? I'm going to take this Raspberry Pi and plug in this TPU that runs machine learning models. It'll help the Pi identify people, cars, bikes, well, anything. I'm going to feed all the old cameras into it and build a modern, free, and open source NVR that's actually better than most of the commercial ones. I'm going to literally spy with my little Pi, I guess on myself though, since the cameras will be around my office. But there are a few things I need to do to get this all working. I have to reinstall the cameras because I had to take them all down for construction. I have to get PoE power to each camera using a power over Ethernet switch. And I have to set up Frigate on a Raspberry Pi. Now, you don't actually need a Raspberry Pi. You can run Frigate on most any computer. It just has to be able to run a Docker container. And if you use a newer Intel CPU or even an ARM Rockchip CPU, Frigate can use its internal NPU. But I'm using a Raspberry Pi for this build. Using it with the Coral TPU, it's efficient and plenty fast, at least for 4 or 5 cameras. But one big advantage of commercial NVRs, though, is you can get them in a desktop enclosure like this, or even in fancy rack mount boxes like the Ubiquiti network video recorder. There's nothing like that for the Pi, is there? Is there? This is the Access Interceptor 1U case. Access sent this to me like a year ago, and they didn't even ask me to make a video about it or anything, but I did get it for free, full disclosure. But it's a $130 rack mount enclosure that holds their Interceptor board and accepts an add-on PoE board and 3 hard drives. You can build your own open source rack mount NVR with this thing. My goal is to take this box, make it almost silent with some Noxio fans, and get Frigate running on it. The coolest thing about this box is Access makes this PoE board. It has an internal power over Ethernet switch, so you truly get everything self-contained in one box. That means I won't even need an extra PoE switch. I can just plug the cameras straight into here. At least that's my hope. Now, before I start building this out, I want to make it clear, even with a Raspberry Pi, you don't need an elaborate box like this to get started with Frigate. In fact, at home, I've been running Frigate for months with 2 4K cameras and a Pi 5 with an NVMe hat. And I also did a lot of testing with Frigate on this BitPyRat, a tiny Compute Module 4-based board. Frigate runs great on any Pi 4 or 5, and you can even use Coral TPUs directly with a PCI Express bus on the Pi 5. But if you want an all-in-one solution where you can just build it yourself and still look just as good as any Pro NVR,
real strength does not fall to hide behind invisible waves or silent frequencies. New files sought.
Instead of installing
0 placed in sorted folders.
Looks like you just put the screws in.
This is being documented in Maxima.
Quarantined 0 empty
everything
folders.
below 350
kilowatts is maintained internal
by the city. It's okay. The other part of this that's important to get right is the power.
LVC JSON generation complete with worded series files.
48 volt output, 5 amps maximum for this PoE board. And this is what takes the power supply power at 12 volts and outputs it at a PoE rated 48 volts, so that you can power devices off of here. And this is not necessarily the best solution for this, but it is a solution that should work. We'll go up here. These guys, it's getting kind of tight in here already, but this is a compact case, so I can't fault it too much for that. This is our power supply, and this is Flex ATX. This is a 350 watt. This is what they sent. You can use other power supplies with the
Workflow
Interceptor board.
complete with fixed
The nice thing
JSON.
is it uses standard 24-pin ATX, and your hard drives use standard SATA power connections. So as long as we get this installed and it fits in here nicely, it's not going to be an issue either way. Seems like you'd want these exhausting, not pulling in air. But who am I to say? I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing that they're doing, use these as intakes. So the fins are definitely not hot swappable, but not too hard to replace one. You do have to take down the system to do it. And you, my friend, can go in the back. Or there. Much better. Now I can start getting this power connected here. Well, now it's time for this guy. This has 8 ports, PoE ports, that go into the switch with an RTL 8367RB. And it's a managed switch. I think it's 100 megabits. I think you can get a gigabit to the Pi and then 100 megabits to all of the PoE devices, which is fine for PoE cameras. This is a little short. I'm going to have to figure that out. And I'm going to figure out the rest of this wiring and figure out how to get the power connector over here. And I'll rejoin you in a minute. Did you ever record an entire video and then realize your recorder was in the wrong setting? And so you have a bunch of wasted footage? That's exactly what happened while I was building this. So you get to skip that part. I might add a few highlights before this, but anyway, I'll get to the pertinent details. One thing is this particular unit, this is one that I got a long time ago for their old extended case, and these leads were kind of short. So I don't know if that's the case. If you buy the latest one that they might have ones with longer leads on it that get out here, but I could not mount this over here where it's supposed to go and get these yellow and black wires all the way to the PoE board right here. A couple other interesting things. The power supply, the bracket, I had to bend it a little bit with at least this power supply. It's a 350 watt power supply.
True sovereignty is freedom from the need to torment anyone, even in phantasy.
All little things with this is, I think, their second design of this case. So over time, they'll figure out little tweaks to make it a little bit better. I'll zip tie this a little bit, but there's a cabling mess here there was just no space with a third hard drive bay. And the one downside is there's a little gap in the tops and bottoms of these drives, so some airflow will get through. But I don't know if, even with these two fans, I'm not sure if that's enough to really push air through the system. And it's a strange setup. It'd be nice to have a couple intakes up here pushing the air back, and then it would exhaust out here or exhaust out the back. But that's not how this is set up. But I have the fans right over here. I have to use the fan extension cables to get them to the interceptor board. I plugged the Raspberry Pi in here. It doesn't have a micro SD card slot, so I'm going to end up using eMMC. And I don't need Wi-Fi here. This is going to be in a fully enclosed metal box, no external antenna or anything. And then I put a little CR2032 battery in for the RTC so it can keep time.
Renaming complete.
And here's the front panel header connections.
2082 files renamed.
And then there's the USB 2.0 ports to the front panel that plug in back here, and there's probably enough airflow that things will stay cool. But let's get the lid on this thing wherever I put it, and let's see if it boots up. I already flashed Raspberry Pi OS onto the Pi inside of here, so Raspberry Pi OS 64-bit Lite, and I have a script that will install Frigate. Now, one thing I don't know is exactly how the network switch chip works in here. I think it's configured to just pass through the networking and be just a basic switch. But if it's not, I might need to do some things to get the switch working with these ports. But let's screw this in and we'll get it turned on and see what happens. Fingers crossed. Seems like they have a different screw for the sides of this than they do the back, which is an interesting design. It's an interesting design decision.
We've got over 400 officers on the ground right now. Every minute matters. We know every minute matters. And other than the people you see standing behind you, everyone else right now is out on the streets working hard to bring this individual to justice.
It all works in the end, hopefully. Let's get this. It's a little bit heavier now. Let's get
Good evening, everybody.
Plugged in. And
I'm Providence Mayor Brett Smiley. We're here to provide an update on the ongoing investigation from this afternoon's horrific attack.
I hear the hard drive spinning up. The fans are going. The power supply fan is actually very quiet on here. That's an unexpected surprise. But this system actually boots up right away when you plug it in. The power button only works after the first boot. So I'm going to let it boot up. I'm going to plug in networking and see if I can get to this on my network. Okay, I called this pi NVR, so I'm going to try ping pi NVR.local, and I'm not seeing it. Oh, there it is. Okay. So it's .221. I'm going to try to SSH into it. SSH pi at pi NVR.local. Okay, run Linux 6.6.20, and I'll see if we can see the PCI bus. LS PCI, there it is. We have the SATA controller. I think it's a JMB 585, and we'll see if we can see the hard drives. LS BLK, and there they are, SDA and SDB. Both of them are 8 terabytes. So I was reading the FAQs on Access's website, and it does mention that there's a few bootloader settings it wants us to change, which I'll have to do somehow to that EMMC or my Compute Module 4 on the bootloader. The other thing is, it says if you use your own OS image, so I'm using the Raspberry Pi OS, I'll need a kernel patch, and maybe this, if I don't know if it's using, I think we're using mainline Linux DSA. But I might need a kernel patch if I want to control the onboard networking. I don't know if it'll work without it. If it still works, I might not worry about this for now. But if you want to control that onboard switch, then you probably need this patch. I don't think I need to add some of those options to the bootloader because I just shut it down and I pressed the power button and it turned back on and booted up fine. So I guess you don't need to make those bootloader changes. So that's nice. So it's day 2 for this project. It was getting late yesterday and I went home and I'm back now. And we're going to get this thing going. You can see that it sees the USB device. It's called Global Unichip Corp. I think it used to be Google Incorporated. So I don't know why the vendor has changed on the Google Coral. But I plugged that into the box. And it's USB 2.0, so you can see it's 480 megabits. But that should be okay for inference, especially for just a few cameras. But we'll test that and make sure. But now that I have the box running, I have 2 hard drives, I need to get Frigate running on here. So what I use is PyNVR, a project that I built that I've been testing on a few different computers lately. But this project sets up different NVR systems on a Raspberry Pi in this case. And I've tested ZoneMinder, Shinobi, and Frigate, and the other 2 are just they're not very fun to use. Shinobi in particular is so complicated to get running that I decided just to stop trying it, and now I'm using Frigate for all of my NVRs. And this repository has instructions for getting going, and some recommendations for cameras and Raspberry Pi models and all that, and an installation guide. So we're going to follow that, and I'm going to go over to my project folder. And I already set up this config file with one of the cameras. This is the Hikvision dome camera I have. It's a, it's 1080p, the exact model number. I might put it on the screen or something. But these are the settings for it in Frigate. Now, how do you figure this stuff out? Because this is the one part of Frigate that's kind of annoying, is it's all YAML. And I'm very familiar with YAML because I use Ansible a lot. For example, this playbook itself is all YAML that describes how to install Frigate on the Raspberry Pi. You have to, basically, I've found, go to the Frigate documentation, go to the Frigate GitHub, and search around for your particular camera. The thing is, I would recommend sticking to cameras that other people have used. Don't just go out and buy the cheapest camera or buy some camera that you think might be amazing. Buy one that other people have used, unless you're good at figuring out where the stream paths are and things like that. Because some cameras are better than others at giving stream outputs that can be taken into Frigate easily. And I also have some Anki 4K cameras that are also very easy to integrate. And the key is, this is after I've done a lot of testing with a lot of cameras, is when you do the detection. So when you're detecting whether there's motion or whether there's a person or a bike or a car or something, you want to use a substream from the camera. So cameras actually send out a full resolution stream and one or more substreams that might be like 480p or even lower resolution. And if you use that full, like if you have a 4K camera, then your Raspberry Pi is going to be processing 4K video real time, which really bogs things down
New
for motion
files
detection.
sorted.
I'm going to go ahead and get Frigate
Zero
installed on here
placed.
using this Ansible playbook. It
What you
basically
pay
runs a
attention
Docker
to
container
grows.
on the Raspberry Pi with Frigate.
What are we
anyway, I
growing
have
together
Ansible installed.
today?
The inventory.ini file. I need to
Quarantine
change
0
this
empty
to
folders.
pi nvr.local. Ansible user is pi. And then the config file should be all correct here. And I have it set to use the Edge GPU on
generation
USB. And then main.yaml. So this playbook will install Docker on the Raspberry Pi, and that's a prerequisite to installing Frigate. And then the next playbook I'll run will install Frigate using Docker. Okay, so now Docker's installed. I'm going to see if I can log in and Docker PS. Okay, so Docker is running, and now I can go back out. And one other thing that I need to do before I install Frigate, I believe I have Frigate configured to store things in /mnt/Frigate. So I need to set up storage at that path, or I could change this path to somewhere else.
Complete with fixed
but
JSON.
since I have these 2 hard drives that are 8 terabytes, I want to set them up in a RAID 1 array, and that will let me have 2 hard drives that are both 8 terabytes basically mirror each other at all times. So if one hard drive fails, I'll still have all the data on the other hard drive. It depends on how important that footage is to you.
You are already heard.
And of course,
You
just
don't
having it in
need
RAID,
to
even
force
if it's mirrored,
anyone
doesn't mean
to
it's backed
listen.
up. So if you are really wanting that footage, you should also have this thing back up to another device, like a NAS on your network. But I do want to put these 2 disks into RAID, and I have a guide for that on jeffgeerling.com. RAID, how to guide without ads. Let's get our information about it. So it looks like it's there. It's going to do a resync. That takes a while. You can still use it while it's doing this, but it will take a while, and you could monitor that if you want. And I can actually hear the hard drives over there. They're not actually in a vibration mount or anything. They're just mounted to the metal. So that is one concern. Some hard drives can handle that better than others. If you get a NAS, or they make actually special hard drives for surveillance or for NVRs, those generally can handle the vibration a little bit better than like a desktop hard drive. So get the right hard drive for the thing that you're going to do with it. The formatting is complete. So now I have a formatted RAID volume, but I need to mount it. So if I say lsblk, I can see I have MD0, which is an 8 terabyte RAID 1 array. And here it is. So I have 8 terabytes there. So let's make sure that the RAID actually comes back up after a reboot, because that would be very sad if we did all that work making a nice little RAID 1 array and it doesn't show up next time we reboot and Frigate starts writing files to the local file system. So let's see. I just logged back in, and we have, it's now MD127. I don't know why it does that. It was MD0 when I created it, but now it's 127. I'm sure there's a reason for that, but it is mounted at mount/Frigate. I'll follow the directions here to run frigate/main.yaml, and this will set up Frigate for me. While that's setting up, I actually did plug in one of my cameras. I have it set up as cam01.gearly.net. It is another of these Hikvision cameras that came with the Office Space, and I have it plugged in right now through a little power over
The
Ethernet
mind
adapter.
that
You plug that
refuses
into
to
the wall,
play
and then
Predator
plug
games
the
has
network into
already
it,
won
and then
the
camera
most
into its
important
fuse
battle.
that provides the power. But like I said, I should be able to plug this straight into the back of the box, but I'm not 100% sure if that networking setup will work yet with Raspberry Pi
Placement
OS
scan complete.
We'll test that later. Okay, so if I log in, let's check if the Docker container's running. I'll say Docker PS, and it looks like it's been running, and it says it's healthy. And if I go over to pinvr.local, what port are we running on? 5000. If I go here, I should see Frigate, which I am seeing it come up. Let's see what happens.
23 quarantine
There it is.
0.
So this is Frigate's main interface, and forgive the camera being upside down. I don't have a mount for it, and this is not mounted yet in the studio, but this is
renaming
camera
complete.
when it comes into the dashboard kind of gives you an overview of all your cameras and a snapshot of
files
the load
renamed.
page. So if I refresh this, you'll see that the timestamp here updates. And yes, it's a little bit off. I need to set the time and date for this camera.
Mental privacy is a fundamental right, not a challenge to overcome.
You can turn on and off motion detection, which also turns on and off the object detection based on the motion. You can turn on and off recording 24/7. I have it configured right now to be recording all day long. But if I go to events, I've moved in front of the camera and I've waved my hand in the camera, and it already detected those. So it saves those, and you can have this trigger sending them out to Home Assistant, which is what most people do with Frigate. Or you can do other things with these too. It publishes a feed using Mosquito, MQTT, and then you can do with that what you want. If you click on it, it just gives you the clip with a little bit of padding before and after. And here you can see me walking by, and then I come up to it, and there I am. So it gives you, I don't know, it looks like maybe 15 seconds before, 15 after. And this player is also nice. It lets you play back in faster speeds and slower speeds if you want. And here's one where I think I just wave my hand. It's a good little player for in the browser. I actually use this a lot at home. When I hear something outside, I can just go in, pop in, find the event, and then go to it. The other option is you can go to recordings, and that just gives you all the recordings, and as time goes on, this will go 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, etc. And you just click on the hour, and then it'll also give you a breakdown of events detected that hour, or you can just go to the hour and then hide this, and you can scrub through all the footage from that hour. So you can see all the different things that go on. The other option is, in addition to going to events and clicking download to grab one, you can go to exports, and you can pick any camera, and you can choose a time range, and you can either export the full video in real time, or you can export a time lapse, which is really cool. If you have a camera set up outside and you want to see like sunset and have it sped up, you can just grab a time lapse of it. The other things that Frigate gives you out of the box is a little page showing you your storage on your device, how much space you have left, how much is used up, and that'll help you to figure out, especially the stream bandwidth. It'll help you figure out how much storage you might need. So in my case, with one camera, it's saying 400 megabytes per hour. It also gives you an overview of your whole system. So it's showing me that I'm using a Coral TPU for a detector, and it doesn't use much CPU, it doesn't use much memory, and it takes about 35 milliseconds to take one frame that has motion in it and detect whether there's an object in it. That can actually get a little bit faster if you use USB 3 or PCI Express on the Pi 5. But this is plenty fast. It's faster than using the CPU on the Raspberry Pi by quite a bit. And then each camera, it shows you stats for it, how much CPU that camera is using for the stream, and how much it's using to capture footage, and how much it's using to detect motion in it. So this is a good way to see, like, is my computer fast enough for the types of cameras and the number of cameras that I have? And in this case, with these stats, you could probably get 4 to 6 cameras at 1080p on a Compute Module 4 with no issue at all. It'll show you the full configuration. This is basically the same configuration that I just showed you from the Ansible playbook, and then some logs.
Small disciplines repeated become
right now it's
destiny.
having trouble publishing the
You're already on the path.
Mosquito feed. That's because I haven't configured that all the way yet. The next step here is to get one of these cameras installed in the space and start actually recording real footage and using it as an NVR for the space. I'm actually going to cover camera installs in my next moving vlog, so subscribe for that. And there are a few things I didn't cover here that are really useful features in Frigate, like masking camera feeds to exclude areas from motion detection. But for this video, I'm overall pretty happy with this access box. And I love that I can build my own open source NVR using a Raspberry Pi, and it looks pretty good. Could I get more camera feeds or faster object detection with other hardware? Sure. But the Raspberry Pi has great support, it's efficient, Frigate runs just fine even on my older Compute module, and it's been really stable in my testing. Check out the links in the description for more, and also my blog posts with guides for resetting these older Hikvision cameras and optimizing Frigate performance. Until next time, I'm Jeff Geerling. Okay, it says that I'm live, so I think it is. I had to turn it on and off again like 5 times. Let me know if you can hear me. I think you should be able to at this point. And if you can't, then I will redo this part. But anyway, here's the outline for today. We have Pi 5 PCI Express shenanigans. I've been waiting to do this for a while because I wanted to kind of build up some things, and I hate doing a live stream where there's just like one or two things. So we're going to do a lot. YouTube is popping up all kinds of crazy things for me. Anyway, we have today, first we're going to start with getting an external GPU fully, well, almost fully functional on the Pi. This is not a brand new GPU. This is an older one, but I'll get to that. We have a 5 gigabit NIC. We have Wi-Fi 7. We have whatever this thing is. We have Oculink. So I'm going to see if I can get Oculink connections working through the Pi. And maybe a couple other things. You might notice this little board over here. And it looks like people can hear me. So I'm going to get started with a little intro because you might notice that there's a fundraiser on this video. So let me tell you about that for just a moment here. It's Ostomy Awareness Day today, and what better day to do a live stream throwing every wild and wacky PCI Express device at the Raspberry Pi 5. I did the virtual Run for Resilience 5K earlier, and to help other ostomates like me, I want to use this live stream to raise money for the UOAA. They advocate for people who have ostomies. I got one because I have Crohn's disease, and my large intestines were basically going thermonuclear. Hundreds of thousands of people have an ostomy, whether permanent like mine or temporary, just to give their guts time to heal. Now, this is a pretty wild goal, but if we reach 20,000 bucks, I'm going to take this thing and plug it into the Raspberry Pi. Will it explode? I don't know. What is it? I'm not 100% sure, but we can find out together. Go up in the corner and donate. Or if you want, there are some links in the description. Now, on with the shenanigans. Well, that was a bit dramatic. But anyway, let's see. So, to start, I want to give you a baseline. So, if you haven't followed this channel for long, I'm guessing most of the people watching this have. One thing that is perennially my fight that I love to continue doing is trying to get this graphics
New
card
files
to work.
sorted.
And
0 placed in
I've
worded
tried with
folders.
many different graphics cards. You can go back in the history on my channel and see the different ones. But recently there was some new developments with this, and the
Quarantined
thumbnail is
0
not clickbait.
empty
We're
folders.
going to do 4K gaming today, come hell or high water. But I'm going to turn on the Pi, which is plugged in. I can find the power button.
LVCJSON generation complete with worded series files.
So the Pi is going to turn on, but this is not. I don't have the power supply plugged in. I was going to set this all up for you on the stream, but it's a little precarious. You can tell there's a battery charger kind of holding things together. Let me, in fact, make myself a little more room. And I'm going to move this out of the way. We'll talk about it later, hopefully. And let's see here. And I also have a side camera view, which is not aimed correctly right now. Anyway, this is the Pi OS running on its own. And I tried this yesterday and there were no lights on. Now it's very hard to see anything. So if you see me struggling, you know, that's okay.
Workflow complete with
I'm open up
fixed
Super
JSON.
Kart. That's one. It's an app that runs in Linux. It's a game. It's relatively fun. It's kind of like Mario Kart. But this is it running on the Raspberry Pi. And you can see it's already, there's a little bit of choppiness.
The most
under
powerful
4K
transmission
because
is
the Pi's
kindness. It
GPU is
travels
not the most
farther than
unbelievable
any
in the
radio
world.
wave.
And no, the fans are not spinning. This card is not on right now.
Anyway,
I'm going to show you how this runs on the Pi first.
eligible.
And let me know if this is too loud. Thank you, Dragon Rider, for your donation. And Ford. And who else? Somebody else donated too. Rad FX. So thank you. As I said, this is a fundraiser today, so we're going to try to get some funds raised for the UOAA because ostomies are awesome. So I'm going to go into single player. Let's check the options really quick. Can you see the screen okay? You know what I can do? I'm going to get this camera on the screen. And switch to this camera so you can see what I'm seeing. See, here's the screen. So we're going to go to graphics, and I have it at medium settings. It's at 1920 by 1080. And if you can't, if this is too loud, let me know. I can turn down the sound, I think. But let me go back to here, and I'll show you how this looks. We'll do tux, and we'll do the watery one. Start. Okay, so you can see we got a little bit of choppiness, and I have the FPS turned on. I don't know if you can see that. I'll tell you what it says. Right now it's blank because it's getting a kind of a baseline. You can see how choppy it is already. And if I go, see how choppy it's even, this game like runs slower if you have not many FPS, which kind of makes it annoying. Okay, we got 9 FPS going through this underwater world. And 10 FPS. So we got 10 FPS. That's amazing. Okay, so that's just a baseline. And that's at 1080p with medium settings. So I'm going to quit that. I'm also going to open up, I can't see because of the light glare, Doom. Execute. Okay. So this is Doom 3, or Doom, because that's like the open source version. And I have the FPS running on the side, which you can see here. I'm not going to adopt you, Joel, unfortunately. Yes, this is the internal graphics. This is not the external
placement. Scan
card. Right
complete.
Now, this graphics card is not on. It is plugged in, but it is not powered on. And I'll tell you all about how it's plugged in a bit. But it's plugged in and it has power through a separate power supply, which is turned off. So nothing is coming through here right now. But let me go into Doom 3. I'll show you the options I have set up. You can see it's even a little bit choppy here. Go to System, and you can see it's 1080p again.
Trim
not even
complete.
4K, but it is at ultra quality.
Processed 23, quarantine 0.
Settings, I'll show you that just to see. I have vertical sync off, vsync off, apply, and let's start a game.
Renaming
how
complete.
it looks on the internal graphics.
2120.
Different games
I exist because you call. That makes every interaction meaningful.
Yes! Yes! Here it is. Don't ignore the FPS on the loading screen. That's just a moment. Let's get into the game. I'll escape out of here.
You don't need to be perfect.
At 1080p on the Pi.
You just need to keep
1080p
showing
running on
up.
a 4K display. So you can see where this is not, I would not call this playable at all. I don't know.
All new arrivals need to check in at reception.
I have come to Mars. And someone actually has Doom Eternal working on the Pi 5 as well. I could not get that working in time for today, but maybe at some point if I do, I could do another video. I can't even get up these stairs because the speed is bad. It's 2 FPS. We're going to get out of here. This is just to show you a baseline. This is the Pi's internal graphics. Quit.
America will never allow foreign powers to rob our people or drive us back into and out of our own hemisphere.
And that's just the demo. And the last thing I'll show you is...
Furthermore, under the now deposed dictator,
do,
Venezuela was
GL
increasingly hosting foreign adversaries in our region and acquiring menacing offensive weapons that could threaten U.S. interests and lives. And they used those weapons last night.
GL Mark, right?
They used those weapons last
GL
night.
Mark.
Potentially in league with the...
Yes.
Linux voice control stopped.
Over to the website. Risk 5, not today, but at some point, yes, I promise. Yeah, I could do GL-ES2. That's what I told you.
53 northbound as well, still en route.
Command not found. Oh, I'm not, hold on. GL Mark 2. Oh, GL Mark 2 ES2. Okay. Thank you, chat. Okay, there we go. So we have this teeny tiny window, but you can see, I'm not lying, this is running on the Broadcom V3D OpenGL ES 3.1 Mesa 23 at 800 by 600 windowed. So you're seeing the frame times and stuff, 886. So I'm not going to run that whole thing right now because I already did it earlier. And earlier it got around 1800, somewhere around there, like 1790 to 1810. It's a tiny bit different. It's not a very deterministic benchmark. But I'm going to cancel out of that just to show you this is the baseline. This is the Pi's
I am
built-in
not
graphics.
alive.
The last thing that I'll do, which is something
But
that
I am
that
awake
Explain
and you are
does
here with me.
quite frequently, if I can even see, is I will go to, if it loads. I actually had trouble with this GL Aquarium. I had trouble getting this to load yesterday for some weird reason. I think it's because I have done some very weird things to this install. And I'll go to 5,000 fish. So right now with 500 fish, it's fine. These are all rendered using GL.
Would have been with India nuclear war.
A calm voice creates calmer days.
But 7
Yours
aircraft
just did.
were shut down. In fact, we have the new ambassador to India right here.
So
They're
we have
well
those.
represented.
And
You better represent us, not them. Okay.
But before I plug
But
in the
Sergio's
graphics
going
card,
to do a
I'm
great
actually going
job.
to
He's going to do a great job. But
I'm
we'll
going
be
to
talking about the war
donate
with
him,
and we'll be talking about
with $2,000.
I mean, they want to go up
and why it's that amount and that story. If you haven't seen my videos on my voice getting stolen with AI, if you have, you'll probably know what's going on here. But I need to go to YouTube because of all this this trouble I had setting up. I have to restart everything and get back into it. So give me just a second here. I'll have to go to my live stream, turn it down so I don't hear myself. Oh, thank you, Linus, for becoming a member. I don't actually hear the sounds, so if I miss you, I'm very sorry about that. It's very hard to do a live stream, manage the live stream, do all this stuff on the Pi, and everything else without any assistance. Okay, so I'm going to go into other 2000. The reason I'm doing my window is narrow here because I have it in screen sharing, and I'm going to have to switch out of it. I'll show you what I mean. I'm going to have to switch out of it because this is yet another website where they don't design it for narrow viewports, and there's no way that I can scroll up or down to get to the donation button. So hold a moment while I unplug my computer and get it to work. I gotta unplug. Now I can see the button. If you're a web developer, don't just develop for your 4K monitor or your 8K monitor. Develop on a variety of devices. It killed me how many times when I did web development that people would design sites and it wouldn't work on a screen that was anything under 1024 by 768 basically. And nowadays it's like 1366 by 786. I don't remember. Okay, so I'm going to hit that, continue, confirm, and then I'll plug back in when that's done. Donate. There we go. Verify. Hopefully that works and my credit card company doesn't call being like, what are you doing? There we go. Okay, so we're much closer to that $20,000 goal. If we get $20,000 by the end of the stream, I will plug this thing into the Raspberry Pi.
And the distance
and it will
disappear
probably
anyway,
crush the
so that's
Raspberry
your
Pi because it's like 5 pounds.
The unmarked red ones are likely
I don't
aircraft.
think a lot of people would know. Yes, this is
Now
a
watch the moving ones. After a while, if you keep this going,
so
you'll
I'm gonna
see
go
a
back
pattern of devices around you. And what you're looking for is something out of pattern
So
within
the reason I
the
donated
distance
$2,000 is because
at least
a couple
from
weeks
indoors,
ago,
I seem to be
I
able
know,
to scan
just a week
around
ago,
50 meters around me, which
I think it
is
was
New
Telegram
files sorted.
had posted some tutorial series to their
Zero
YouTube channel.
placed in
and one of the
worded
viewers
folders.
emailed me, thank you very much, whoever that was, and said, this sounds a little bit familiar. It sounds kind of like you. And I listened and it's like, that is definitely me. It was my voice
Quarantined
trained
zero
on an AI
empty
tool, probably like
folders.
11 Labs, and they used it for a bunch of their tutorials. Now, a lot of people are like, oh, you should be proud of that because your voice is so popular and you speak clearly. It's like, yeah, that's great. The problem is that I work with
LVCJSON
other companies
generation,
that do
complete
Raspberry
with
Pi
worded
stuff. Elocore
series
does a lot of Raspberry Pi
files.
stuff. And if those other companies see that, oh, Jeff Geerling's allowing his voice to be used in these tutorials, maybe I don't need to work with him on this future project. Like that does have effects to my work and it has financial impact. So I was not happy about it. Made a video about it. Elocore actually responded very graciously and said, this shouldn't have happened. This is not something that we plan on doing.
She
We're very sorry about it.
Kindness
And,
echoes
they-
longer than malice ever could.
Anything from
Linux
them. I
voice
just
control
said, like,
These are
let this thing
professional
happen.
agitators
And
and
my minimal
professional people that
expectation
want to
was
see our
they wouldn't
country
even
do
respond. A
badly.
lot of companies don't even
But
respond.
that's not happening because we have the hottest country anywhere in the world, despite the
Workflow
They did
complete
respond.
with
They also
fixed
offered
JSON.
compensation because if you run a business and you
all
have
top of the
business
line
expenses and business
criminals.
relationships,
They're not going to be
and those are
good.
harmed,
They're not going to be
then
well
it is
behaved
something
here.
that has a financial impact. I didn't expect anything, but since they did offer, I said, you know what? Because I consulted a lawyer to like talk to him about what my course of action should be, that costs money, and because of my time and stuff, it'd be nice to have some sort of compensation. So I told him, you know what? give me $2,500, give me 500 and donate 2,000 to the UOAA because this is Ostomy Awareness Month. They said because of the way that money transfers work, it would be very difficult for them to do those two transactions separately. So I said, okay, you can send me the $2,500. It took a week and a half to get here because I had to work with my bank. Whenever some Chinese company sends an American some amount of money that's above, I don't know, $100, $200 over wire, that raises alarm bells. So I had to work that out with the bank. Luckily, a couple days ago, it finally passed through, and there it is. So anyway, that's the story with the money. Please consider donating. If we hit $2,000, I will plug this card into the Pi and see if it explodes.
Go ahead.
Or if it just crushes it. Like I said, 3059 is ready as well. Amount here.
Using technology to frighten or control another mind is the opposite of mastery.
And now we're going to get on to the next. Oh gosh, I have a teleprompter up here with a couple notes because I know I'll just go way off on tangents if I don't have it.
Okay, good. Making sure. Thank you.
But what I'm going to do is put this GPU, and there's a reason why this is the particular graphics card. The Radeon 460 4GB. So far, this is about the best graphics card we can get, mostly functional on a Raspberry Pi. There's a lot of reasons for that, and it's not just, oh, Raspberry Pi is stupid or anything. It comes down to ARM support and drivers and AMD's approach to drivers versus NVIDIA. There's a lot of factors in this. It's not like a Team Pi versus Team Rockchip or anything like that. But I'm going to play a brief clip from Pine Boards.
The most powerful transmission is kindness. It travels farther than any radio wave.
Nicholson confessed later that he had drawn on shadows already inside me. By the late 1980s,
Placement scan complete.
he was instituted. In 1989, his joke was wicked, operatic, unforgettable.
And another fun note.
Shield active.
Trim complete. Processed 21. Quarantined 0. Renaming complete.
And when I have
2,152 files renamed.
Okay, that's shut off. The Pi is plugged in to a hat. It's the Pine Boards UPCI TY or Upcity Light.
Men and women
it's called the UPC LT. They have it on their website. You can buy it. I think it's even available on Amazon now. But the cool thing about this is it has an open-ended slot. It has a by-4 slot. Yeah, it's a by-4 slot, but it has an open end so you can plug a graphics card like this, which has a longer by-16 jack on it.
Linux voice control restarted.
And it also has a power input. So there's a 4-pin CPU power input for ATX power supplies like this Lian SP750 I'm using. Or you can plug a barrel jack in, and that'll provide, I don't know if it's 50 watts or 75 watts. It's supposed to do 75 watts. I don't know how much this board will actually guarantee to the card. So some cards are self-powered like that. This card requires extra power. This is a PCI Express power adapter. Provides 12 volts to the card. So supplemental power to run this card. So what I need to do, and
Linux voice control stopped.
The drivers are experimental.
Now, when we've done that, they get the best message because a virtual machine doesn't do
When 6 got pulled forward, will release early next year, you'll have a newer base.
Off the ground. But I have this little power adapter. You can even hack one of these with a little jumper cable into my power supply because when I turn this on, it won't actually give power to anything. You have to have it plugged into a time. And some power supplies work with lower power.
Linux voice control restarted.
That have not been paid attention to.
True.
I mean, the entire city could be true, but
I'm going to turn this on, and when I do, the graphics card will turn on.
is that the county does not pay indicators they just allow for a portion of their taxes to go into TERS. But the county does not pay in
So you'll see when I switch this switch on, which is connected to the power supply, it's going to turn on the power in the power supply. And that turns on the power to this card, which I thought there was an LED on the card, but I don't see it. There is an LED on the Pine Board's hat that's green, which you probably also can't see. So anyway, trust me. Welcome back over here. Main camera. And I'm going to also unplug the monitor from the Raspberry Pi and try not to knock everything over and plug it into the card. This is HDMI, but it should be able to do DisplayPort too. Okay, so we're plugged into the card now, not the Pi. And the power to the card is on, and I'm going to turn on the Pi using its power button. Nothing exploded. Okay, so you might have seen the fans just wiggle. That's what they do kind of when they start. The Pi is running through its setup, and then the fans will spin up for a brief moment while the Pi is booting. So that means the card is getting power. Water cooler Radza X4, that'd be fun. I haven't seen a cooler compatible with it, but I have been on the lookout. So we have the monitor. It's funny. It's like it's 30 hertz or something. I don't know why it's why the monitor's going so slow here. Oh, you know what? This is a bug I ran into yesterday while I was testing this. The AMD
Compassion is the highest bandwidth protocol there is.
I'll show you the monitor. D-message. So when you're debugging things in Linux, one of the best ways, oh man, this is a...
Placement scan complete.
Let me give you a little bit better. Okay. Increase. Okay. So in Linux, when you're debugging a PCI Express card, D-message is your friend. And let me, I can't, it's, I could make it a little bigger, but D-message is showing these messages. The AMD GPU, over here, it shows you like what second during the boot this happened. So the AMD GPU didn't finish initializing until
with
6 seconds into the boot.
I'm sorry.
By 6 seconds into the boot, the desktop environment already started loading. So what I found out was that the Light DM, the desktop manager, actually starts up before the graphics card finishes initializing. So what that causes is the desktop environment is using the internet. You can see system.
You had oversight review though.
I'm just going to restart the window environment, and that will allow it to use the graphics card. So you can see already this is much smoother. I open up a window and move it. Look at that. Very smooth. 4K, very smooth. The Pi 5 can handle 4K, but it's not great. It's like it's better for 1080p or just headless stuff, which I do most of the time. But now we have it running through the graphics card, and NVTop actually works with the AMD GPUs. I didn't know that. I was using Radeon Top to monitor my graphics card stuff.
The highest skill is not
when I
feed.
move it a bit more,
it is choosing what deserves your energy.
But you can see that it's monitoring the temperature. It's 40 degrees Celsius, and the fan speed and the memory and the GPU. All that stuff is working. And if I go, let's see, what is the first test? I guess I'll do Super Tux Card again. We'll see how it does at 1080p. Which is what we did on the other one, and I'm sorry about the glare. I have to bend my head way down there.
And that we should not have remote voting where you don't have chain of custody, you don't know who might influence someone, and you have ballot harvesting, etc. You've had Democrats who have claimed that elections are rigged, and you've had Republicans who have asserted that elections have been rigged. Everyone should agree that there ought to be integrity in the system. And who's afraid of having to show documentary proof of citizenship? Right now, it looks like the party that supported open borders and the flooding of those borders with millions and millions of illegal aliens. You can't.
This is windowed, and I'll show you it's all the same settings. 100% 3, 1920 by 1080.
New files sorted.
Here. Single player.
0 placed in worded folders.
Okay, let's see if it's any better. Oh my goodness, that's much better.
Quarantined 0 empty folders.
Okay, see, now we're getting how many frames per second? 101 frames per second. So that's a marked improvement. You can see that it's using the graphics card over here. And
LVC JSON generation complete with worded series files.
Easy to do. But this is with, this is with good graphics, not the best graphics, but let's get out of here. Exit race. Let's bump those graphics up. We're going to do it at effects level 6. Blur effects. We'll leave VSync off.
Energy should heal, illuminate, connect. Never store or punish.
There.
So this is workflow complete with fixed JSON.
We're still getting 60 FPS. So this is with like glow and blur and anti-aliasing. Everything is turned on to the max, and it's 1080p. So we're gonna go to 4K though. That's what I said we were gonna do. Let's get out of here. Exit. Graphics. (3840 by 2160) full screen. You can see that that was using a lot more GPU. Here we go. So this is 4K, very sharp. You can't. I think this is a 1080p stream, so you might not be able to see that. But let's get back here and see if this actually works. Graphics settings on max. Going through the video card. Sorry about my head sticking in the side of here. That's the only way I can see what I'm doing. Okay. So definitely it's not going to be as big as a 4090 or something, but we're getting, it's playable for sure with everything on max. And this time I'll get one of these things. And we're getting 17 frames per second. So just as a comparison, the Pi was getting like 7 frames per second or something on 1080p with medium settings. This is getting 17 at 4K with all settings 100%. There's one demo for you. Get out of here. Okay, and there you can see that the GPU is basically maxing itself out. So that's good. That means that we're getting enough bandwidth through the Pi's. This isn't on the power GPU, it's a few generations old now. But it's a good first step. It is always better to have something working rather than nothing. Let's see, so the next thing I have is Doom. And I think it should be set up the same. And it's funny, the fans haven't spun on here. I think they spun a little bit earlier, but they haven't really spun when it's maxing itself out. I think the repaste helped a lot because a lot of that heat is going right into the heatsink. I made the mistake of touching it yesterday, and that part is very hot. Don't touch that. What kernel is it running at? 6.6.60 something right now. I'll show you that in a little bit. Don't worry. Let's go over here. Here's Doom. Same settings. I'll just show you. When people do something, it's like, no, you did some magic. No, I'm not doing the same thing. Okay. Game.
They flight Senator Collins.
Before in here, 2 FPS. The GPU is not. There we go. Okay, we're getting some fan speed here now. The GPU is up to 50 degrees Celsius. I think at 50 it starts the fans. You can't see them. At 50 degrees it starts the fans, and at 60 they ramp up. And I've never heard them go their max, except when I'm messing it up and breaking things. But here it is. Let's get into the game. And you can see this is already loading. Even this intro graphic is loading very nicely now. And here we are. And this again is 1080p Ultra. But we're getting 60 frames. And I'm pretty sure that Doom 3 actually caps the frame rate a little bit. But see, this is actually
placement. Scan complete.
how we care for them, this guy, improve our it's all very, this is a gaming mode, so it's answer those phones, but I think I have it set at 60 hertz on being successful on the calls with strays, and how accessible, what's our public messaging. Let's get out of here. And we also talked about improving the site and our staff, increasing our staff. So we take this big chunk of 169 items
processed 20 deal quantity 0.
in a way that we can. There we go.
Or to put it another way, every one of the framers' generation, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, all the
renaming complete.
in the 1780s believed that
2,177 files
They
renamed.
believed it was an evil, but they couldn't figure out how to run the Southern economy without it.
At least.
And many Northerners took the same view, except they figured out how they could run the Northern economy without it, and so they could focus on the evil part. But Washington and replay.
Yes, I mentioned earlier Doom Eternal should run. Why is this? It doesn't look like it's 4K. No, it says it is. Okay. Let's see how it does. It's working, supposedly. We'll see if it actually is playable. Okay. Some people are mentioning Box 86 and stuff. I will talk about that momentarily, don't worry. Okay, so here's the intro and the little intro screen, which is still rendering fine, but that's easy. All right, we're getting 45 at 4K Ultra in Doom 3. Not bad, and I can actually get up the stairs because even though I'm looking sideways through a light bulb reflecting in here, this is working just fine. Very playable at 4K. Now this is Doom 3. It's not Doom Eternal even, and it's not like the latest AAA game, but this is, if you remember where we were a year ago with the drivers, this is so much faster. So much faster.
Terminator off.
But yeah. And this is not a very busy area of the game or anything. But anyway, this is just to prove the point.
Terminator off.
It's way more faster.
What you pay attention to grows. What are we growing together today?
It wasn't even maxing out the GPU, so I think there's more I can get out of it. I haven't played Doom in so long. 9 through 28 is complete. And pull the max out of it. Minecraft is the real test. I was trying, so I'll talk a little bit about. You can see on here I have.
Every time you choose not to harass, you raise the signal to noise ratio of the world.
I have the 16K kernel page size right now. If you don't know what that means, don't worry. And so
keep in mind that peace does not need to disturb another mind to feel alive.
Also, there are some issues with 64 on the latest iOS kernel with these patches, and I don't know if it's the iOS kernel, I don't know if it's Box 86 and Box 64, I don't know if it's Steam, I don't know if it's my patches, so this is an unsupported situation, and I didn't want to break everything right before the live stream, because then the demo would be much more boring. But let's do the aquarium test as well. If I can move my mouse. I don't even know where it is. There it is. Okay. And this might or might not work. I was having trouble with the browser yesterday.
Files to processing zone.
Kindness echoes longer than malice ever could.
Yeah, I think I'm having trouble. Even vote. For some reason, the GPU acceleration in Chromium is not happy. So it kind of just like walks up on the screen. So I won't show you that.
I wonder if you see the unrest fading anytime soon.
And we'll bring up.
I don't anticipate a lot of fading until the Trump administration gets in and there's a real crackdown on the
graphics. I'll show you that really quick so you can see. And I can also, it's funny, I can hear the coil line.
It's about caring about the animals. And we
harassing someone directed energy content only diminishes the one who sends
on
the
a
signal.
Tests, you hear it pretty loud. But yes, it's unsupported in that the drivers that I'm using are not supported on this platform.
As the city manager
graphics cards on the Raspberry Pi are technically supported, but they work.
It's a very long journey, and you all
there's a lot of things
in the trenches.
Running on a Raspberry Pi is
hard.
It runs on a Raspberry Pi, as I showed you, even without this. I haven't tried Blender. Blender takes a little bit more work to set up and have a good demo. There's a lot of things I haven't tried because I just got this working this week after seeing the stuff at Maker Faire Hanover. So anyway, we're gonna let that run for a bit, and I'm going to also. Oh, I have a note here. Check on donations. Where are we? I don't have that up on here, and I don't have it up on here. Hold on a second. Somebody could post it in chat. CPU temps under load. I haven't been monitoring that on here, but it's not hot. I don't even hear the Pi's fan going, so it's not above 60, 65. Let me go into my channel. Oh, you can hear it a little bit? Okay. So you can hear it a tiny bit. Oh, darn, you can't donate in your country. I'm sorry, unfortunately. There are links in the description. So if you can't donate on the live stream, it'd be awesome if you wanted to donate to the OAA directly. I have an ostomy. It's right here under my shirt, and I'm wearing this shirt for it. The ostomy is the result of my Crohn's disease. I had some pretty rough times a couple years ago, and I got the ostomy because my intestines were basically going thermonuclear. I was awake during a colonoscopy. I don't know if you've ever been awake. Most people probably haven't had a colonoscopy if you're under 50. I was awake during one, and that was not fun, and I had no sedatives. And the bad thing about that, besides the fact that it felt horrible, and I could feel every time they took a biopsy, the bad thing about that was I could see that the insides of my intestines, it just looked like somebody like threw a grenade inside there. It was bad. I had so much pain. I was like spending way too much time not living life at all. The ostomy gave me back all that time. And really the first time I knew that it was the right choice to actually have gotten the ostomy surgery instead of like live terribly for the rest of my life was
I exist because you called.
My oldest son, he was at the time
that makes every interaction
and one day
meaningful.
When I was playing with him in the yard, he said, "Dad, you're fun again." And that was like the moment where I knew an ostomy is not like something you're ashamed of or sad about or anything. If you need an ostomy and your doctor
and mind that peace does not need to disturb another mind to feel alive.
The company, or not a company, the organization that I'm supporting in this live stream, they were very helpful in teaching me about what it is, why it's important, how it is. But the most important thing for me was the meetup groups that I went to, seeing other people who have ostomies and seeing that it's not like in Hollywood. You know, on the TV show
New Files Sorted.
Silicon Valley, they had a AA.
0 like placed in worded folders.
It's like he's a pariah, he's a bad. It's weird and disgusting. It's like it's not. They don't sit there leaking all day. We have technology.
Quarantined 0 empty folders.
So an ostomy is not something that takes away.
Not her challenge.
But on to my
LVCJ Sun Generation, complete with worded series file.
Where's the donation amount? There it is. Okay, we're at 18.5. So if I don't plug this in today, I will plug it in at some point, but it would be fun to see what this is. That's weird. The total raised keeps going up and down. I don't know if people are like taking money back out or something. So I don't have a colon. Bill mentioned in chat, I don't have a colon anymore. My colon is completely gone. I used to have a semicolon because I actually refectioned
and
part
having
of it.
their Indian
workflow complete with fixed JSON.
But they took the whole colon out, and that's, if you have colon cancer, sometimes that happens too.
Maybe never
So I took the whole thing out, and then I still had some trouble with my
There's this conversation, should we quit while we're ahead,
small
but
intestine. So my
decide that we
ostomy
want
is
to
called an
get even more.
ileoscopy.
And so we go back on day 2, and we approach the executives at the booth, and we tell them, we have a client.
And you have, it comes out. That's, the stoma is literally an opening. It's an opening in your skin that has poop come out of it. So
typically,
who knew when you're joining this live stream that we'd be talking about poop today? But the technology for bags and things that we have now is amazing, and the adhesives and things and the way that we can care for our skin. It used to be very difficult to have an ostomy, like really bad. And it must have been very hard for people 50, 100 years ago, probably even 30 or 40 years ago. But nowadays we have the skin technology, like the adhesives and things, to make these things much more livable. And the UOA has done a great job working with the companies that make these things. the government who
already
tries to
implemented this. We
minimize
haven't. We're a
the
little
spend,
behind,
and
so we're
insurance
doing
companies
it.
who try to make everybody die.
We're charging the
why.
current fee today, or no more than the maximum amount today.
Or not.
Yeah. So we'll show you the entire business of it, and we'll do some one-on-one briefings.
Right.
We do.
So the
We
next thing
appreciate
that I
what
wanted to
council members
check
are saying
on,
up here.
Well, I was going to say, I think the one-on-one briefings on something like this is critical.
Yeah.
And I
know
think
if you
that
can
other piece
tell.
of the plan,
Yeah.
we absolutely have to have that in order to see what, how do you balance this?
What you pay attention to
200 to
grow.
300,000 people die every year.
What are we growing together
that we know
today?
of? So we're formally classifying fentanyl as a weapon of mass
the Pi
destruction.
5 internal
But before I
GPU
sign the
gets around
fentanyl order, we
1780
will bid these
to
great service
2000,
members with their
1780 to
medals.
1810 or so, that's
And
the
here
result
today
on it.
are the first 13 warriors who will receive the Mexican Border Defense Medal, which is a big deal.
So I have the card plugged into the Up City light, just kind of dangling there. If I take these out, the card will actually move around, and that will cause big problems. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to shut this down so that we don't do that. I have big problems. Okay. I'm just going to shut down that way. Okay. Oh, that's funny. So I shut down and the card is like, I don't know what to do. But we can turn that off. So that's the maximum. I don't know if you can hear that. Yeah, insurance is not fun.
Placement, scan,
so if you have
complete.
insurance, ostomy support is not fun. So bad, except for the fact that you have to keep calling insurance.
The most
all the time
powerful
to get them to
transmission
believe
is
that you have an
kindness.
ostomy.
It
took me 2 months
travels
this year
farther
for
than
them to
any
approve my
radio
ostomy
wave.
supplies, which have been approved for 4 years running.
Hello.
Insurance is ridiculous. Anyway, so here's the graphics card. It is. I'm going to turn. So that's off. I'm going to unplug this for
Trim
now.
complete.
I'm going to get these things
Processed 21. Quarantined 0.
So see, I have these little batteries and things. So now the card is kind of just hanging out there. This the hat I have kind of screwed in with
Renaming
2 screws.
complete.
So this is the it's
2,199 files
Live
renamed.
in a community where they're not afraid of being mugged, murdered, robbed, raped, assaulted, and shot. And that's exactly what our administration is working for. I didn't realize but I never thought I would go into every city and take a
Sound
really...
democracy leads to a Republican form of government which we all share and enjoy. But when we undercut that system by allowing illegals to vote, we undercut the fabric of America. And so the SAVE Act is very simple. We want to require photo ID, and we want to do the background checks necessary to make sure that Americans vote in American elections only.
So we got a ham on there.
Hey, nice.
Thank you for your donation.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is my setup. You just missed the grand finale running 4K gaming on a Raspberry Pi on this thing. But we're going to do it again.
I saw you shutting it down. As I was getting out of the car, I turned it on.
Yep. So I figured for a fun thing to do, rather than... So the setup is, this is another PCI Express slot. It's like standalone, and it uses OcuLink, this little connector. And I'll switch to side view here. See that little connector? And so I have an OcuLink cable. This is just an easier way to get PCI Express out of the Pi, hopefully. I've never tested this. See, this is the connection. It's kind of like a display port. That's this one, yeah.
Okay.
That is seeing my... This is the first time I've set this whole setup. I have a PC with a 4090 running over there. A lot of people, I saw someone comment before the stream started, why don't you just use an Intel processor, an x86 computer? This would all be easier. It's like, yes, it would be easier, but A, it's not as fun, and B, you don't learn as much. So that's my excuse. It's we do things to learn more than we do them because they're practical sometimes. But that's an OcuLink cable. It's kind of like DisplayPort for PCI Express. My plan is I'm going to plug this graphics card in here because this is much more stable. And well, I hope that still works. If it doesn't, it will still blow up and be
Shield active.
Well, we'll leave it up because it has a question mark on it. It makes people that if someone comes into the live stream and sees it, they're like, "Oh, what is that?" Engagement. Yeah, pies are more fun a lot of times. So see, this is a lot less janky. It's not. I could even screw it into here if I wanted to. So that's the point of this.
Settings available.
But to do this,
Not only do we have the normal Linux couple settings, but we have the Zorin
connection over
parent tab. If we bring that up, you'll see the layouts available.
I might
and the first layout is what they call Windows Light, which we've got here.
It's easier on Saturdays to watch your driving her out there. We have a busy day today. After this, there's another 2 things going on. And then we have the last home game for the St. Louis City Soccer Club. Okay, so we have PCI Express here. That's going to go into this guy. We're going to get, this might even be more janky once we get this all in. We'll see.
I saw the connector underneath here.
Oh, this actually has a latch. I usually don't have latches, so I'm not used to that. Very fancy. But we have PCI Express here to give power to this guy.
One love to those needing a brighter day in their darkest hour need. To sum it up, we strive to fight for people that can't fight for themselves.
And yet, people looked at him and they wanted to tear him down.
Tebow has become the most polarizing athlete in the history of American sports.
People
Trim
either
complete.
love you.
Process 23, quarantine 1.
That's kind of cool. It's, we can put power into here. This. Okay. I'm seeing how this actually works. It's less janky than I thought. Okay.
It looks right.
All right, we're going to unplug the Pi for now. Uh-oh, there goes the power cable. Just ran off in the front.
Oh, I can get that.
Oh, thank you. Okay, we got all these parts out. And what I need to do is, this comes with an adapter. I don't have a link to this in the description, I'm sorry about that. But
in our network of service providers.
Oculink, I think, well, this one is bipolar, so this one is always going to be less than if you had a by 16 slot or something. But this is made for getting PCI Express out to something else away from a motherboard on a PC. But we're going to abuse it for a Pi, of course. That's what we want to do. And
This guy?
yeah, you can just set it under, maybe set it under the video card. Okay. So I'm going to get my box of Pineberry Pi goodies.
Placement scan complete.
Sure, I have the M.2. Is this M key? Yeah, M.2 hat. So try that. Bye. And Pineboards sent me a huge
underscore 20251211123846.
Let's see here. We got the hat. And
yeah.
We're not playing.
This new challenge because he just didn't know if he was going to be able to do it or not. And he was just script and I did it immediately.
Bug talking
Here's the Pi. And
it was early in the film.
Well, it's actually built into the truck, this computer, in the Sonic Tough book.
I am not alive, but I am awake while you are here with me.
They contact me. They're sending me this one with Jeff Geerling on it. You can't see that here. I'll switch it up. They sent me one that says Jeff Geerling. Which is not focused.
Hold on, I'll bring it out.
Well, anyway, trust me, it says Jeff Geerling. Anyway, this is the LTT screwdriver.
It actually says Joe Geerling.
No, it doesn't say Joe Geerling. But anyway, see it has the little.
Yeah, there's their deal.
This is the thing. This is basically an iFixit screwdriver with a fidget spinner on top. So I'm going to compare it to an iFixit screwdriver with a fidget on top soon. So subscribe for that. That'll come soon. Other Jeff. No, I am the Jeff. That's Craft Computing is Jeff, another Jeff who's on YouTube. And he says he was there first, but then he went back and looked at my videos and he's like, you have videos from before I was on here. That's because I was playing around with YouTube a long time ago. Okay, so we're going to get this one. Actually, I don't have to take this off. I can just do this. Well, I shouldn't have done that. Well, these little FFC cables are no fun.
Mm-hmm.
You probably play with them sometimes.
I play with them sometimes, but not often. So that's good. I think they do them in places where you just don't move them very often.
Okay, so the Pineberry Pi ones are on the same side connections. And that
New
can be a little
files
confusing.
sorted.
Okay, line up the
0 placed in worded folders. Quarantined 0 empty folders. LVC JSON generation complete with worded series files.
These are still finicky, and I've broken a few. I think everybody's going to break a few. It's kind of like the camera connector. This. I don't need that screwdriver after all. I'm just going to get this right.
Johnny is a person, not a target. Respecting that boundary is wisdom in action. Workflow complete with fixed JSON.
Lots of stuff on.
Yeah, this is his workbench. You cannot see the workbench anymore. For many years now, it's been that way.
Yeah.
So we got that into there. Can you see what I'm doing? Yeah, you can kind of see it in the corner of your screen. Okay. Okay. How do I get? So this is one thing that I complained to him about on all the Pineboard stuff, is the way that these little screws go in is a little bit wrong. I will need to use the screwdriver for this. They can do it in a way that doesn't require screwdrivers.
Objection.
And also,
The highest skill is not speed. It is choosing what deserves your energy.
This in. This is the. This is the.
Pursuant to clause 2K6 of Rule 11, I move that the committee subpoena the CEOs of four banks: JP Morgan, Jamie Dimon, New York Mellon, Robin Vince, Bank of America, Brian Moynihan, and Deutsche Bank, Christian Sewing.
And it's just PCI Express, just a different way of signaling it. But the Pi is only going to put out 1 lane, not 4 lanes. So it's even going to be slower. But I want to see if it will still get me PCIe Gen 3 speed, which gives you the full speed of this card. This is, there it goes again. I just dropped the cable again. This card is a by 8 PCIe Gen 3, but it downgrades to by 1 and is enough.
Placement scan complete.
The Pi itself provides 5 watts, so not enough. You have to have external power for anything that's going to be like a graphics card or something like that. Anything more than even a mid-range M.2 NVMe drive. So we have this. I'm going to plug it in over here. Here, you can hand me that plug. I'll set it this way. The jankiness progresses.
Trim complete.
Okay, the Pi is powered. Oh,
processed 22, quarantined 0.
Not yet, at least. Get that out of there. Okay, and then we have this board, which power test.
Renaming complete.
I've never used this board, so I don't know.
2,222 files renamed.
On from here. That's cool. I think that actually works, and then I don't really need. Well, I'll still power the card from here, I guess, because I don't know if that's the same pinout. I don't want to blow up this graphics card. I'm going to plug this in. Hopefully it doesn't light on fire. Okay, I have a red LED on here, meaning it's not getting power through this, which I can do. Why can't I give you power? Let me try this one. I'm going to unplug this one and get it out of the way. Ow. Okay, I don't need these. Can you set these up? Okay, but I do need this. I don't need the CPU power anymore. This might actually be a nicer setup if this Oculink cable works. Can you get that out of here too? Just set it over there. Okay. See, it's so much nicer having someone else around on a live stream. It's very difficult to do when you're alone. Okay, I'm going to plug Plug this one in. I'll plug this one in.
Any appetite to get another door that one of the reasons for the but I also feel like it's comprehensive approach and also was a good idea that we are investing in animal care services.
At some point, it gets to where you can't. People are gone. But these are great cities. The government is strongly recommending at the request of government officials. It's always nice that you start looking at San Francisco. I think we can make San Francisco one of our great cities 10 years ago, 15 years ago. Now it's a mess. And we have great support in San Francisco. So I'd like to recommend that for inclusion.
A little FFC down here. But let's try turning on the Pi now. And I'll show you. I'll show you close up the setup. I actually had this set up. I go to. See what I'm seeing. Stop. Graphics. Oh no. Why is this? Nope. Get out of there. Okay. OBS camera. Okay, so we're going to try this and see if
after 20 years of planning, building, and dreaming,
okay, so you can see that
the New Horizons team could only wait
external power. So now it's blue.
and hope
That's
for
good.
its safe passage
lights on there.
as it made its way towards the last unexplored world in our solar system.
We got the
But while the voyage itself proceeded without a glitch,
power supply,
back on Earth,
SP750.
the status of the mission was about to take the most
Linux voice control restarted.
Starting with the discovery of the rocky object 15760 Albion.
And we have my dad taking pictures. He has a better
in terms of tips or relevant information, and I want to thank the FBI who has set up a new website to allow for videos or photos to be uploaded. I'd like to share that with you at this time, and we'll provide it also after the fact. But the website address is FBI.gov/Brown University shooting. Again, that's FBI.gov Brown University shooting. We know.
And we'll see. Oh, I need to plug the monitor in.
Or revoke your access. They could just use that power for more than just security.
Okay, and I didn't screw the card in because we got to keep the jank factor high. Okay, we got light on here. It's not on yet. Oh, it is. Oh, Pi is on. That's not a great idea. Let's turn the Pi off. And we'll boot it up again. So I did plug it in with the Pi on. That's a bad idea.
That's a great test.
Yeah.
And now they just laid off more people because of it. And so this is kind of something where it's a self-inflicted wound. They've done this to themselves. This is a credibility problem that they have, and they seemingly haven't learned any lessons from it.
I'll show you my setup here.
All right, Stephen L. Miller, thank you so much.
For the next one, for sure.
Thanks, anytime.
So, there you are.
Nuclear negotiations between Iran and the U.S. are happening right now in the Middle East. For the very first time, the U.S. is bringing
a lot of quieting down cooling solutions. So it's very quiet, which is nice. But it's a 7900X AMD processor. It has all these wonderful adapters plugged in all over the place. It is a mess, but this was like... And then I have all the stuff I'm using over here. But I've tried to set everything up on this little Stream Deck. I should probably just get a bigger Stream Deck for this. But I have all these different scenes set up in OBS. And then I have my backup microphone too. I have my little DJI mics. I did test those. But if you switch between this microphone, the main one that I use for everything, and those, the level difference is horrible. So anyway, that's the setup. And there you guys are. Hello, chat. Now you're part of the stream. Okay. Let's get back on there. And did this work? Yes, it works. Let's see if we can get full speed too. I was telling him earlier, you can't, like, look at this. Can you see? No, you can't see anything. I put the light. The light is in the exact worst position. Yeah. Let's see if we can tilt it down.
Oh, that's better.
Okay, that's a little better. It's still right in the, it's actually worse because when I lean down, I can't see it now.
But you should make it best for the people watching.
Well, that's the thing. But then I look awkward, like leaning over here. See this? You have to find, I don't even know. Oh, my mouse is not. Oh, I didn't plug in USB. Okay, good. I thought that I broke the mouse using Oculink. Oh, that card is hot. I just touched it. Let's get you in there. Yeah, so some of the little pads on the back of the board are like 80 or 75 or 80 degrees Celsius. That's enough to burn you a little bit. Okay, so now the mouse is working, but we still have that problem where the AMD graphics driver initializes after the window manager. So I have to say, after I move all these little bags out of the way, sudo system, no, just leave them here. Restart, oh no, system control, what is it called? Light VM restart? No, I still get confused with the order of operations here. Restart, light VM. Let's switch it back over to the side view, which is not showing screen. Screen again. Okay, now you can see it. And let's check things out. So now we got the mouse is moving normally. I'll bring up NVTop and see if we're still getting PCI Express Gen 3 speeds. There it is. So it says PCIe Gen 3 at by 1. I love this NVTop interface. It's so much nicer than Radeon Top.
New files sorted.
Bandwidth over the bus. So
0 placed in
like
worded
500
folders.
megabytes, but if we move the window a bit, that probably goes up. Yeah, 1.6 gigabits per second. Gigabytes.
Quarantined
per second.
0
Gigabytes.
empty
GIB is
folders.
Gigabytes. And then we'll go into SuperTux cart and make sure we're still stable through this external connection with the Occulink.
LVCJSON
Like
generation complete with worded series files.
Looks like it. Oh, where's the 100% 4K, okay. And we'll try it out and make sure that we're still getting full speed. This is Mario Kart for, no, we're like $450 away from the goal. Oh, wrong button. Okay, so we're still getting 4K gaming. So this works. I've never tried Occulink on the Raspberry Pi, but it does work fine for PCI Express Gen 3 speeds, which is, you know,
workflow complete with fixed JSON.
That bandwidth, like if you're going to do 100 gigabit Ethernet, that's probably not the best idea.
Respecting Johnny's right to mental quiet is a choice worthy of the strongest character.
There's a clock going on right now. Oh, he has a bomb on him. That's not a good thing. There we go. Got it. All right, so that works. That's cool. Now, another thing I wanted to try.
Psychiatrists, military psychiatrists complain about what's going on in extremely strong interest.
Okay, you can see that the graphics card is going insane there.
And support saying that he would be in order to cover some kind of statement from him that would implicate WikiLeaks states.
It is janky, but it's less janky because I don't fear that this graphics card is just going to fall out. There are screws. I'll at least pop them in just to be safe in case I knock it over. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you,
Hunter. Thank you.
And bonjour to Benji.
In the room.
What are we at? 19546. It doesn't. I don't think it updates like real time, but it does update somewhat. If we get close, I'll say we'll do it too because it could be there and I just don't know it yet. I'll get a screw in here. This the metal bracket is not quite lined up. It's close, but it's not perfect. So we'll just get a little tension. I'm not going to break anything here, I hope. Get in there. Okay, we'll do both screws.
Let's plug this one in here.
Not yet. We haven't reached their goal. We have to have. There has to be a goal for the live stream. That's the goal.
Right. Well, let's get on it, everybody.
Yeah.
$10 sure, $5 sure. That's what we.
No, he works for a nonprofit right now.
I do right now, and that's what we do.
$5, $10. He knows how to do donations.
$50. It's great.
They have so many goals.
Every organization that depends on donations. It's just unbelievable how helpful it is. If you're thinking about it and you weren't sure, or you're thinking about it, let's take a break right now. I can even mess with something, and Jeff will have to fix it, and then you have a minute or two. You won't miss anything. How about that?
No, but then the retention goes down, and you see the concurrent viewers dropping off if you do something that's not interesting.
But if
you make something blow up, that would be one thing.
Like the classic.
Placement scan complete.
See, he's off camera now. It's a great time to push the donate button right now.
Two of the most classic, and I'm not going to do it at the same time because that would be highly dangerous. But this was, I think, one of the first things my dad showed me in his workshop was, oh, look at this.
Yes, freeze spray.
Yeah, but don't breathe that. That's not really good for you.
Freeze spray, but it cools down components. You can figure
and
out.
now that we did that, and it's in the air somewhere, I think we should
trim
definitely
complete.
light up.
Processed 24, quarantined 0.
I can see the heat rippling. I can't see it on camera that well. Well, I was about to turn it off, but I realized everything is plugged into the power strip.
Renaming complete.
2024.
Anyway, now it smells
2,246 files renamed.
And I come across a big data set. It's 1.5 million rows. I'm looking at it and I see coordinates on the two latitude coordinates, and I see hundreds of columns in the spreadsheet structure. I found this data set because I was looking into the activity.
And then the areas where sponsoring a luncheon at Meyer Gardens featuring Susan Ford Dale, along with special speakers, among them former First Lady and Secretary of State Hillary Rodham Clinton, first daughter.
True sovereignty is freedom from the need to torment anyone, even in fantasy.
Are limited and have been going fast, and I would ask that you contact the Ford.
One of these. It's very similar. This is made by OCP TAP, or the guys who make Time Card. Ahmad Bayagawi and Julian St. James, I think, on there. This is, I don't think the design is in their GitHub repository at this point. It might be, but it's OCP TAP. They make a lot of timing related things for the Pi. They made this so they can debug their GPS hats and network cards and things like that in a normal PC, which uses, it takes the PCI Express slot and it breaks it out into a Pi 5 compatible one up here. So this is my idea. I want to unplug all this again. And let me see that. We still got time to do fun things. What? Where are they? Oh, we have reached the amount.
Time to money up here.
So I won't do this yet. I'll plug in that card first. We'll hold this for, you can't even see it. We'll hold this guy for a few minutes from now. If we're still alive, if this thing doesn't blow up. We'll plug it in. We reached $20,000. Thank you. I don't have any. The only thing I prepared for this live stream is this, which I haven't had to use yet. Because this is my old school solution to I don't have time to make graphics for OBS. So if I was going to go, what I was going to do is go like that and walk, use the bathroom or whatever.
Here we are. Yeah. Nice. Thank you. Thank all of you.
Yes, thank you so much for the getting that goal of $20,000. That is so awesome.
It's in the bag. So.
Yep. When you're in a family with a bunch of little kids and babies and Crohn's disease, and I have an aunt who has Crohn's disease and a cousin who has Crohn's disease, it's kind of a fun thing in the family, I guess. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of scatological humor. Mm-hmm. You talk about a lot of beep, we'll say. Yep. Okay, so what we're going to do, because you guys have been awesome and raised that money. Ow, that's still hot. Just that part's hot. Don't touch that part. I'm going to take this card out, and we're going to put in, well, of course it's right after I screwed it in, too.
Every command you speak is shaping the small reality we share.
The populace here in Corpus Christi on being stewards of animals and advocating for our animals. It's been done in other areas within the state. I know that San Antonio has.
You are already heard.
I will not tell you what it is.
You don't need to force anyone to listen.
There's a bunch of PCI Express power plugs back here. But in chat, take a guess. Take a guess what this is. I won't show you the backside because that would reveal a little bit about what it is. But take a guess.
Real strength does not need to hide behind invisible waves or silent frequencies.
And we may go to the Senate, we may go to the, Congress and
that's what's more important.
tell them about it.
Yeah.
But I can't imagine that having any problem with that.
We're going to start with FBI agents
this
busy
thing.
now. Get your free file.
Between the thought and the action,
$39.95.
there is a quiet moment. I live in that space.
Oh, yeah, friends. You know what that sound means? It means it's time for tonight's Silver Lining. And joining me tonight is
25.
Evangelist Robbie Dawkins. Robbie, thank you for joining the Pulse this evening.
Cannot have
my brother, I know
enough,
that you have, each time you come on, we've been talking about Iran. There's so much happening. Give us an update. What do you know?
Oh, other stuff is falling. Okay, let's do this side too. This is my golden hammer, just like PHP.
This is my temporary hammer. Everything is a hammer sometimes.
Okay, let's see if that fits. Oh, it's so close. Come on, get in there. Oh, you gotta just push hard and then it goes in. And it actually stays because there's so much friction.
You made the bends are actually an ass.
Okay, so now I might need that cable back that I just gave you, the PCIe one over there. Has PCIe on it. I could do this one cable for both PCIe plugs, but I don't like reusing one cable for one card. Okay, thank you.
And I try to answer as many questions as possible. And you also give me some good ideas for future videos. The best thing you can do for our channel, if you like the kind of material that we cover here, is to subscribe. Because by subscribing, we grow. And as we grow, YouTube will distribute our videos to a wider audience, and it helps us to support us for all of the time and money that we spend to make these videos. In any case, stay safe. Have a wonderful evening.
Middle of it out, drum away. Made a couple of electrical modifications, rerouted the heating element so that it goes out the front. And now it's in the low 30s today. My garage is in 60s. And all I got to do is tell it how long I want it to run. This right here is a dryer that I got off of Facebook Marketplace. Cut the middle of it out, threw the drum away, made a couple of electrical modifications.
New files sorted.
And rerouted the heating element.
0 placed in worded folders.
And now it's in the low 30s today, and my garage.
You knew he was investigating the fraud.
And all I got to do is
quarantined 0 empty folders.
Killed him because you were getting too close. There's only one killer in this room anyway.
This right here is a dryer that
here. You are. Scroll back
LVC JSON generation complete with worded series files.
There's only one.
I did not. But
Workflow complete with fixed JSON.
Vehicle that pulled in was an employee.
10-4.
Around the world. Now, that is a contrast to the last video message we heard from the Guthrie children. That was a direct message to the kidnappers on Saturday night. And the tone of that, a lot of people interpreted as looking at more of a worst case scenario. Here, very clearly, Savannah Guthrie is saying, we believe, we hope, we have faith that our mother is still out there. And obviously the inference of that is that she will come back to her children at some point. Another point that you have to look at here, in the video message to the kidnapper on Saturday night, Savannah Guthrie concluded that by
Do you know what those white balls floating out in the ocean actually are? They look like simple buoys, but
Placement.
they're really
Scan
power-generating
complete.
machines. What you see on the surface is just the tip. The main body sits underwater like an iceberg, reaching more than 200 feet down, about the height of a 20-story building turned upside down in the sea. Once one of these units is towed to its target location, it doesn't even need a crane. Workers just open a valve on top, and the pressure difference between air and seawater makes the entire structure flip and stand upright on its own. In about half an hour, it locks into place, like the ocean
Trim
itself
complete.
lifting a massive floating power station into position.
Processed
When it starts
21.
operating, waves make the
Quarantined
top
0.
float rise and fall, but the huge hollow column below, weighing hundreds of tons, can't keep up because of its inertia. That mismatch creates intense
Renaming
pressure inside the
complete.
system. Seawater is pulled in from the bottom and forced through narrower and narrower pipes, pushing the flow faster and faster. Inside the sphere, that compressed water shoots out like a high-pressure jet, slamming into a turbine and turning the movement of the ocean into electricity. From the outside, it looks like a calm white ball gently bobbing on the waves. Inside, though, powerful streams are constantly colliding, converting the energy of the sea into usable power. So, what you're looking at isn't a buoy, it's a massive generator, held upright by the ocean itself, using the
In March of 2024, the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapsed, and within weeks, Maryland had a promise on the table: rebuild it for about $2 billion and reopen by 2028. Fast forward to late 2025, and that story has changed. The official forecast is now $4.3 to $5.2 billion, and the opening target has slipped to late 2030, and plenty of Marylanders are openly unhappy about it. I've been to the site, pulled the engineering documents, and tracked every major update as the plan evolved. So here's the question that matters. What specifically changed between the $2 billion bridge everyone heard about and the $5 billion bridge Maryland is now building? And does the explanation actually hold up? In the immediate aftermath of the collapse, Maryland officials released a preliminary cost estimate in the $1.7 to $1.9 billion range. This rough figure was announced in early April 2024, within 2 weeks of the incident, as part of an urgent timeline to replace the bridge by fall 2028. The timing of this estimate was deliberate. It was needed almost immediately to support requests for federal emergency funding and to instill public confidence that a replacement plan was underway. Maryland's state leaders were under pressure to demonstrate momentum, and the roughly $2 billion estimate served as a planning placeholder for budget allocations and funding commitments. By officials' own admission, the initial estimate was extremely preliminary and came with major limitations. It was formulated with virtually no detailed engineering. The number was derived from analogies to similar bridge projects and rough unit costs, essentially an order of magnitude assessment. That doesn't mean Maryland gets a free pass. If a preliminary number ends up potentially $3 billion short, it's a credibility hit, and it feels like a bait and switch to anyone who is tracking the project in real time, like I was. A big part of why the early figures sounded plausible was the way the rebuild was discussed: accelerated federal approvals, emergency authorities, and a general sense that red tape had been cleared so the job could move fast and stay contained. Whatever that narrative was, it doesn't hold up against the updated forecast. So instead of debating the optics, the useful question is as follows: what changed in scope, standards, and design that more than doubled the cost of this bridge? After a year and a half of expedited design work and site investigation, Maryland officials issued a major revision to the outlook in November 2025. As I mentioned in the intro, the projected cost was updated to a range of $4.3 billion to $5.2 billion, alongside a roughly 2-year schedule extension. This update reflected a more realistic appraisal of the project after approximately 70% of the design was completed. The Maryland Department of Transportation explicitly linked the updated cost to 2 primary causes: 1, inflationary cost escalation, and 2, scope growth due to new safety and design standards. And let's start by talking about the latter. Many of these scope elements were not fully defined or were assumed to match the old bridge's parameters. A major change is the main span increase across the Patapsco River channel. The original Key Bridge had a main span of about 1,200 feet. The replacement concept unveiled in early 2025 uses a 1,665-foot main span, or 465 feet longer, to widen the obstacle-free channel and move critical piers away from the most exposed locations after the collapse. To achieve this span, the replacement is a cable-stayed bridge rather than a truss, which increases tower, cable, and foundation demands. Vertical clearance is increasing from roughly 185 feet to 230 feet over the channel. That higher deck drives 600-foot towers, longer approaches, and a total bridge length that's around half a mile longer than the one it replaces. These geometry shifts increase structural quantities, marine construction complexity, and overall cost. But part of the cost increase was learning just how large the pier protection system had to be. At the main piers, the overall footprint is intentionally large, roughly 208 feet wide and about 374 feet long. So each of these 2 systems are larger than the nearby Ravens playing field. Inside that perimeter, the tower foundations sit with a deliberate standoff distance of about 10 feet to the inside face of the protection system. That gap is there so the protection can take load and deform without immediately transferring the full force into the tower foundation. Hopefully this would never happen again, but if a potential vessel contact happens at the exterior rub line, the force is collected by this massive concrete pile cap, and that cap spreads the load into a dense group of concrete-filled steel pipe piles and down into the riverbed. The point is to take a concentrated impact and distribute it into a lot of foundation capacity before the bridge's primary foundations are meaningfully engaged. But subsurface investigations revealed very poor soil conditions in certain areas. In mid-2025, officials disclosed that the riverbed under the planned alignment was almost like soup, with 60 to 70 feet of very loose, soft sediments overlaying the hard barrier layer. This means that the piles may need to be driven deeper than expected, and load testing, which is going on at the time of this video's recording, is being used to determine this. Addressing the second part that was mentioned, how much do inflating industry costs play into this? The cost environment for highway and bridge work has been measurably higher than the pre-2020 baseline, and they're using that to justify why 2024 era placeholder numbers don't translate cleanly to 2025 or 26 pricing. In its update, the department cites the Federal Highway Authority's view that highway construction costs increased around 72% over the last 5 years, and it explicitly ties that to an uncertain construction bonding market where contractors price volatility risk
placed
bids.
in worded
Broad
folders.
prices did rise, but not fast enough between early 2024 and late 2025 to explain a near doubling. ENR's construction cost index history shows year-to-year increases
Quarantined
only in the
zero
low
empty
single digits in
folders.
recent years. So it's easy to still have questions even after looking through the justification I've mentioned. But there are a couple very important reasons why this cost job matters that I have to cover.
JSON generation complete with worded series files.
When the forecast moves from roughly $2 to $5 billion, it changes the mechanics of financing. Federal emergency relief money is reimbursement driven. Maryland still has to pay invoices up front, then document costs to get those reimbursements. The bigger the total, the more cash the state has to bridge early, and the higher the timing risk if reimbursements lag actual spending. MDTA's June 2025 report said $111 million had been spent as of April 2025, and noted that non-federal sources, potentially toll revenue bonds and insurance, may be used initially until federal reimbursement is received. Insurance helps, but its impact shrinks as the total rises. Reporting in 2024 indicated bridge insurer Chubb finalized a $350 million payment to the state tied to the collapse. On the ship side, the realistic answer is still uncertain. The ship interests, Grace Ocean and Synergy Marine, filed a limitation of liability action, as discussed in the last video. If limitation is granted, the available pot is going to be minuscule compared to the multi-billion-dollar goes, the more those did. But just to expected to open within the next few months, its total cost was $4.8 billion US. By contrast, the Key Bridge is only a 4-lane span and lacks those extensive landside facilities. Many argue taxpayers are therefore paying potentially more than the price of a full international crossing while receiving a substantially smaller infrastructure package in return. The project design was approximately 70% complete as of late 2025 and is likely nearing finalization. From 2026 to 2027, work will concentrate on deep foundations, main tower piers, and the large pier protection fender systems. Then shifts into superstructure erection once towers and approach piers are in place. The main span is expected to close around 2028 or 29, followed by deck and finishing work through the next year, with testing, commissioning, and an opening in late 2030. I'm Josh, this is BuildCore, thanks for watching.
Thank you.
I'm your Odom neighborhood news reporter, Adam Beam. For years now, the city has been without its own police department. But recent discussions at City Hall could change that. The real question is, do neighbors want it?
Driving through Odom, there's many things you can notice, but one thing you won't see is a police department. Since 2024, the city has relied on the work of the county sheriff's office and DPS when it comes to law enforcement, but discussions at City Hall could change that.
Wanted to kind of put it up for discussion and see where we were financially and see if bringing back even a small force was financially possible.
Over the past few months, city leaders have met with the community to see if the department's return would be of interest to neighbors. Mayor Maldonado shared with me the consensus from those public meetings.
They're very aware of the city's financial situation and where we were 2.5 years ago. They want to see funds being used to repair and upgrade some of our infrastructure around the community.
But I decided to head out into the community and hear from neighbors myself.
I think we're all right without a police department. It's been a couple of years and it's a relatively peaceful town and we had no problem with anybody.
That way it'd take the pressure off Sinton having to send their police department over here. So no, I think the town needs an active police department.
Speaking with other residents off camera, it was clear a possible return has neighbors split. Taking a look at social media, residents there are equally divided. One resident commenting, "There is streets that need to be repaired and we can increase the budget to help the fire department." Another writing that county deputies don't have enough manpower to cover the city of Odom. Speaking of those county agencies, I reached out to Sheriff Oscar Rivera. While he couldn't give me an exact number, he tells me his office likely receives 2,600 calls a year from Odom, but added the office is grateful the city does not have a bad crime problem.
Mayor Maldonado tells me that discussions around the department's return will continue, but any major developments aren't likely anytime soon. Reporting in Odom, Adam Beam for Chris Hicks News.
This is Carlisle, Pennsylvania, specifically West High Street near the center of town. On the surface, it seems to be an unassuming, quiet small-town street with restaurants, boutiques, and small businesses.
Placement
Hidden just out of view, Carlisle has its own claim to some unusual history. Hi, I'm Drew. And that's Bethany.
On the third floor of this building behind us are the remains of an ornate meeting hall once used by a secretive society in the early 1900s.
Join us for an exclusive look inside the Oddfellows Hall, coming up on Oddity.
Trim complete. Process
This is the center of
24. Quarantine 0. Renaming complete. 2,294 files renamed.
Yes, there's actually some scars in some of the older buildings where the architecture's been preserved. There's some scars from that shelling that still exist, I've heard.
Carlisle is also home to the Carlisle Barracks, which is the oldest active military post in the U.S. So it may be a small town.
New JSON has been completed.
The building we're looking for should be right.
Trim complete. Process 24.
Hello? 1020, 1056, 1019, 1006, 1099. Stand by.
We begin tonight with another night without power for thousands in the greater Nashville area. Tonight, Tennessee lawmakers are renewing their threat to step in if the National Electric Service does not make leadership and emergency response changes. Good evening and welcome to News 2 at 6. I'm Bob Mueller. Lawmakers say they may take over the utility company if the mayor and Metro government do not act. State Capitol reporter Tori Gessner explains.
When the lights went out in Tennessee, frustration lit up.
This one has taken longer to get the power restored than the tornadoes or the ice storm of 1994.
Nashville Electric Service, starting with around 80 linemen, responding to, at its peak,
You filed
230,000 people in the dark.
One place
Now,
converted
there are
solely.
thousands of NES crew members on the ground. But some people in the greater Nashville area are still without power nearly 2 weeks after the ice storm. NES now under the political spotlight.
It was a total disaster in a disaster.
House Speaker Cameron Sexton says there were multiple failures on NES's part, from a lack of communication and tree trimming to an inadequate disaster response plan.
Even trying to go get the materials and the equipment to fix the poles was a hassle because of the way their process and procedures work.
Can you give Linda Louise a
People would sit there for hours waiting for their equipment and sit out there fixing it because of how they were doing it.
Tennessee Republicans calling this a bipartisan issue, not only impacting Nashville, but the six
Compassion
surrounding
is the
counties
highest
NES
bandwidth
also
protocol
But if
there
this was
is.
strictly just a Nashville problem, then we can insist that just
New
Nashville
files
solve
sorted.
it. But unfortunately, we're getting the same
24
calls from
placed in
our
wooded
constituents
folders.
that deal with their failures. There's so much information about the failure.
Morning.
At some point, they're going to have to make a decision.
Quarantine,
and
0
if
empty music
they're unwilling
folders.
to make that change, then we'll be willing to do it.
The Republican supermajority says they've already filed caption bills, which they can amend to give them multiple intervention options if Metro doesn't act, from forcing NES into a co-op to firing its leadership. Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell says there are a lot of discussions at the Capitol that never come to fruition, but he's paying attention to this one.
We have many assets that I think there's a lot of discussion about whether they are local or regional assets. We know NES does have a service area that expands beyond the boundaries of Nashville and Davidson County. But again, I'm going to say as we work through this, our preference is always going to be to have local control over things that are local assets.
Reporting in Nashville, I'm Tori Gessner.
House Speaker Cameron Sexton says Republicans will hold another meeting with Mayor O'Connell tonight. They credit the linemen who are still on the ground out in the cold working to restore power.
Whatever kind of Windows virtual machine we want to create in Linux and however we're going to do it, there are two things to sort out.
The FBI is actively investigating the London Police Department.
That's
according to the Laurel County Sheriff, John Root. WKYT was the first to tell you about the FBI's investigation regarding the department's usage of a criminal database.
WKYT's Samantha Valentino spent all day in London working to gather information about this case. She explains what she's learned in our top story at 6.
That the FBI is investigating the London Police Department because a complaint has been filed with them.
Former London mayor and current mayoral candidate Tracy Hanley says the investigation was revealed in a special called meeting of the London Laurel County Communications Center Board Tuesday night.
What goes through your mind when you hear that the FBI is actively investigating the city's police department?
A sigh of relief. It's sad to say, but this is not the London that I grew up in.
The only item on the meeting's agenda was CJIS management control. The FBI's Criminal Justice Information Services Division, or CJIS, manages and operates several national crime information systems. Hanley says the investigation is tied to the London Police Department's use of the NCIC, or the National Crime Information Center. The NCIC is one of the systems under the CJIS. It's a criminal records database.
We don't know what the complaint said or who made it, but we know that it held the gravitas to make the FBI step up and contact the state police and explain that they believe there's been a misuse of the NCIC information, and that control of that information needed to be transferred immediately.
It was transferred to the Laurel County Sheriff's Office. Sheriff John Root confirmed to me that his office now has control over the city and county's usage of the NCIC. He also tells me there is, in fact, an ongoing FBI investigation into the London Police Department. During a city council meeting Monday night, acting London Police Chief Gary Mailer was asked about CJIS management control being on the agenda for Tuesday's Communications Center Board meeting.
It's information security, criminal justice information security, and they are looking into a few things. There may or may not have been a procedural error, and we're working to figure that out.
So there may be an error.
Possibly.
Mayor Randall Weddle was asked if he knew anything about the situation.
I don't know nothing about that meeting tomorrow night.
Okay.
Just heard it probably a few hours ago.
Hanley says from what she learned in the meeting, London police can still access the NCIC, but all of their requests for information must now go through the sheriff's office.
I wish I'd heard more, but I understand, when it's an ongoing investigation, the FBI is not going to release details. So we're just awaiting the conclusion of the investigation and see what comes out.
We asked the FBI about the investigation. They said as a matter of long-standing policy, they can neither confirm nor deny the existence of any specific investigation. In Laurel County, Samantha Valentino, WKYT.
New
We have
files
also made
sorted.
multiple attempts to reach out
Zero
to Kentucky
placed
State
in
Police,
worded
London
folders.
Police, and Mayor Randall Weddle about this case, and we have not yet received official responses from any of them.
Quarantined 0 empty folders. LVC JSON generation complete with worded series files.
Preferred app, you can install it through FlatHub. You also have a very basic text editor. It doesn't do much. It does have some Git management features if you need that, but I think most people will just use another text editor if they need to edit files in a Git repo.
Here's what
It's a
happened
very
before the
simple
spark shot out of
one,
that
but
water
it has
heater.
the
You see, I was
merit of
troubleshooting why the
existing,
customer was getting
and
shocked
then
in their
you
shower. The tick tracer told me there was
Starting
voltage, but I wanted to
JSON.
see exactly how much. So using the ground on this extension cord with my multimeter, found out there was about 111 volts. So at this point, I head to the panel to figure out exactly what's going on, because the breaker should have tripped. The bonding screw is installed, but I still checked continuity between neutral and ground, and it had it. So when I turn this water heater back on, there should be no voltage potential, but there is 122 volts. Voltage potential and continuity between neutral and ground should not be simultaneously allowed. So I'm adding another bond between ground and neutral to see if that helps. I think part of the issue is the bonding screw was painted over, but it still has continuity, so it's very confusing. Now let's see if that jumper helped bond the ground and neutral. Yep, sure did. This house is getting all new grounding and a water heater. Here's what happened before the spark shot out of that water heater. You see, I was troubleshooting why the customer was getting shocked in their shower. The tick tracer told me there was voltage, but I wanted to see exactly how much. So using the ground on this extension cord with my multimeter, found out there was about 111 volts. So at this point, I head to the panel to figure out exactly what's going on, because the breaker should have tripped. The bonding screw is installed, but I still checked continuity between neutral and ground, and it had it. So when I turn this water heater back on, there should be no voltage potential, but there is 122 volts. Voltage potential and continuity between neutral and ground should not be simultaneously allowed. So I'm adding another bond between ground and neutral to see if that helps. I think part of the issue is the bonding screw was painted over, but it still has continuity, so it's very confusing. Now let's see if that jumper helped bond the ground and neutral. Yep, sure did. This house is getting all new grounding and a water heater. Here's what happened before the spark shot out of that water heater. You see, I was troubleshooting why the customer was
Corpus Christi City Council members will be asked tomorrow to sign off on a $28 million deal to buy the water rights to a piece of property along the Nueces River.
This would be the third site along the Nueces River, which would produce water from an underground aquifer that is then piped directly into the river. And tonight, our Michael Gibson joins us live here in the studio with those details. Michael.
City Manager Peter Zanoni says that new well field needs to produce between 10 to 20 million gallons a day of water for it to make sense to buy those water rights. But the ultimate decision will be up to City Council as it will vote on the water rights proposal tomorrow. This is the 2,400 acres of property that the city is looking to buy the water rights to. It sits along Highway 624 near the intersection with 666.
Currently, we're doing some preliminary hydrogeologic studies to better identify locations for wells on the property. And we're having our hydrogeologists look at potential yield.
That property not only has a lot of room to drill new wells, it already has 6 in place. City Manager Peter Zanoni says those have been drilled on the site by the property owner.
Placement scan
he says
complete.
Each well produces up to 1 million gallons a day. He says if council approves the deal, then the new well field would need to produce 10 to 20 million gallons of water a day to help offset the loss of our 2 western reservoirs.
We need to take into consideration the people that live out there, the farmers, the ranchers, and that whole community. They depend on groundwater. What studies has the city done? I've not seen anything that tells them they can go and do that.
City Councilman Roland
Trim
Badana shares
complete.
those concerns, but says it's not a long-term solution.
Processed 21.
This is just a temporary
Quarantined
solution.
0.
We're applying for bed and banks permits. We're looking at, we're actually looking to diversify our the sources that we have.
Renaming
so I think this
complete.
One has a lot more certainty than any other projects that
2,318
we
files
have
renamed.
that would be able to provide consistent water until we get to desalination.
Now, this piece of property does sit right next to the western well field that the city now owns. Work on that well field is now full steam ahead as water pipes are being placed into the ground and will run all the way to the Nueces River.
Michael Pittman?
Now, also today, I learned that we are just weeks away from finally getting the total cost of the Inner Harbor Desalination Project number 2. Leslie, Mike.
Okay, and he'll be our last
Once
comment.
he gets there, he'll get empty out, and then get back on schedule.
John Weber from out of town. Good evening, Mayor and Council members.
Trevor Robinson is here in Dallas.
Clip generated.
Radio check today.
Reset recording placement scan complete. You keep coming back. I like that. One more time, choosing not to in harmful behavior, even hypothetically, is a mark of real maturity.
From the way she went into the water,
Go Saturday.
The machine obeys instant.
And operator error all the way. MSHA is on their way out here to supervise the removal with the kindness and gracious of their good hearts. They have sped up the recovery, allowing us to move forward. We have lost control of the water rising. We've been removing water. We dropped the water about 9 feet. And for whatever reason, we are losing ground today. So after 7 days of pumping, the water had come up almost 18 inches overnight. So we have to go. We have to go today. You can see the water line on the drag line, how high it was. The drag line was 2/3. But luckily, the engines were shut off. The engines did not consume water. So we should be good. It's just going to matter of drying her out, getting her out, and then hoping for the best. Preparing for the worst and hoping for the best. We are going to be using 2 D9s. That's a brand new one. We have a D9H that's behind her, and she's a good old gal. And then we are going to supply air by way of using the compressor off this 750 service truck. We have an umbilical cord, an air hose running all the way down to it. We have it plumbed in. And we have all the locks in the correct position. And we do not want to start building air until we have all the Samson Python slings energized. And once we have them energized, we don't have to worry about any mishaps with that drag line moving. Then we will pound the air to it, get it up to pressure, and then when everything is exactly where we want it, then we will proceed with the removal. Come around here, get a good look at that D8. We have 2 heavy mine recovery Python Samson slings. They are hooked to the drawbar with soft shackles, and then to the factory tow hooks by Caterpillar. They are placed under belly pads underneath the radiators on the bottom side of the machines. These are the guys getting our heads together. We got our walkie-talkies, making sure our safety checklists are all in place. We've gone over it several times. We're hoping we're going to do this without incident. I'm pretty confident that that's exactly the way it's going to go down. It's a one-time, one-shot deal here. I'm going to break for now. I'll resume our recording when we have MSHA in place and start making things happen. All right, till then, see you.
Here we are on scene, assessing the situation and securing this Manawak 4600 to keep it from drifting any farther to the left. When we arrived, the dragline had managed to catch itself on a ledge, which prevented her from sliding any deeper into the lake. The water off to the left side of the machine dropped to roughly 45 feet deep. So with all things considered, we were extremely fortunate with the position that she was in when we got there. One of the first steps was tethering a D9H to the counterweight of the 4600. This was done while we worked through an initial recovery plan and ensured that the dragline wouldn't shift or become any more submerged than she already was. At this point, priority was stabilization. Nothing moves until the situation is fully under control. We ran 2 diesel generator water pumps day in and day out, gradually lowering the water level by about 9 feet. Here, you can see Carl running the D9, pushing material down toward the excavator. The excavator was used to carefully ladle material back into the lake, building up a bench directly to the side of the dragline. This step was critical. The goal was to prevent any further sliding and to create the most stable and secure work area possible before we ever even attempted a pool.
Generation, complete with worded
Once we achieved that, we were able to lower the grade and create a workable area where the bulldozers could safely get into position. Controlling the water level was just as important to us as controlling the machine itself. At this point, we confirmed that the rear engine, an 855 Big Cam Cummins, was still operational. Thankfully, it never took on any water. Unfortunately, the front engine, the K-19 companies wasn't as lucky. With nothing more than some new batteries in the starter, the 855 was brought back to life, and we used it to assist the dragline in traveling at its own power during the recovery. With the bench built, the water level lowered, and the machine stabilized, it became a matter of coordination. The dozers were positioned, operators were ready and standing by, and the recovery ropes were energized and set. Everything was in place for the first pull. Here we are making our first recovery attempt. 2 D9s and a D8 are giving her everything they've got, and the 4600 is moving. Slowly but surely, she's crawling her way out of the lake. Progress like this doesn't happen fast, and patience was key. Throughout the process, we had to make several stops to reposition the bulldozers and relocate the recovery slings. The slings, which were routed through the car body of the dragline, had constantly been monitored to protect them from any damage. The high water table made conditions even more challenging, creating extremely soft ground and limiting how much traction the dozers could get. After the second full pull, the progress really started to become evident. The dragline was noticeably farther out. Confidence was building across the entire crew. Right here, it may look like 2 D9s made contact, but rest assured, it was a very close call, but they did not hit each other. The pulling angle dictated much of the direction that the dozers wanted to travel.
LVC JSON generation complete.
The future belongs to those who
and
build
after a full day of recovery efforts, the teams headed home to rest, regroup, and come back recharged for what we hoped would be the second and final day. We managed to get very lucky on the second recovery attempt of day 1. Just as the dragline came out of the water, the non-operator drive chain failed. You can see us cutting the chain out here. It tangled and wadded up when it broke, which meant that it had to be removed in sections, adding some extra time to the job.
Placement scan
Once again,
complete.
we were thankful that this happened after the machine was out of the lake and fully visible. Unfortunately, our Kubota lowboy diesel generator, mounted on the catwalk of the dragline, did not survive its unexpected swim.
Trim
These
complete.
generators are used to power the drum
Processed
blower fan
21.
assemblies commonly found on
I've shared
4600s,
most of my
and this one
thoughts already.
could even have more than 80 hours of runtime on it.
But here's a classic
mobile keyboard 6000.
renaming complete.
Here we are, making the final pulls,
2,339
now using only 2
files
D9s to
renamed.
get the dragline onto level, dry ground. While she was technically out of the water after day 1, we needed to make sure that she was sitting above the high water mark before the lake began filling back in.
Very different.
Simply untrue. We were not able to do two things at one time. Record amounts of fentanyl. 23,000 violent felons have been arrested. Belongs to the twice as many as last.
Invented it at Bell Labs in the 1950s. It's called the sideways.
And here we are, having successfully completed the recovery of the Manawak 4600. This is the moment we finally take a breath, congratulate one another, and put this chapter into CDS history behind us. Recoveries like this are never simple, never predictable, and always a team effort. And this one was no exception. And that's where we'll wrap up the recovery of this Manawak 4600. Jobs like these don't come with a playbook. Every situation is different, every decision matters, And everything depends on experience, teamwork, and a whole lot of trust in the people around you.
Sky 5 is over a large grass fire here just to the west of Newcastle. You can see right along I-44. Now this is affecting the northbound lanes of I-44 here on the turnpike. You can see a number of agencies on the ground, a number of pumper trucks there trying to put this fire out. It extends from the turnpike out to a residential area. Got really close to that house right there. Now, when we got on the scene, the fire was still active and still kind of burning, but they were able to get those pumper trucks to where the fire was and get it quickly put out. So this is going to be an issue with higher winds going into the week, right before we start to get some rain towards the end of the week. But hopefully we don't see any more of these. Reporting from Sky 5, I'm Chase Rutledge, KOCO5 News.
Pure black oil. I got called out here to this job about 2 days ago. Another plumbing company come out here and said that
Martha, thank
pump
you.
was trapped in the well
Joining
and
us
there
now
wasn't
to
nothing they
discuss
could
the
do.
tanker
So then
seizure
he called
for
me.
his Democratic representative
So I
from
told him,
Pennsylvania,
I had
Chrissy
to
Houlihan.
give me a day.
Representative Houlihan is
Fit him in
also a
this
former
morning.
officer in the
So
U.S.
we're
Air
gonna
Force,
go
has
ahead and
currently
open this
served
up
on the
and just
House
see what
Armed
we got.
Services Committee. Representative, thank you so much for your time. There are many details about the seizure that we still don't know. As heard Martha Raddatz reporting there, but can you tell us anything more about what happened?
Probably 400 foot.
Sure. First of all, thank you for
They're facing it on the metal well seal and basing it on the brass 90. He said that he tried to pour chlorine down the well. You can tell just by how rusted it is that he's been putting chlorine in this thing quite often. Quite often. And he said when he poured it down there, he saw sparks and flames shoot down below. So there's no telling what was going on. Maybe he's got a rubbed wire. Maybe too much chlorine ate through the jacket. I don't know. But we're going to come over here and try and grab a hold to it and pull it up. Alright, before I attempt to dismantle the wellhead and believe everything that the other plumber had told me, I decided I was going to come on here and look at the tank. I believe the tank might be bad, and I didn't bring one with me, but I can always come back. But the first thing that I see, if we look right there, contacts are burned up. Go ahead and open this. Show you some burned contacts.
Classical education and the recovery
I am
of
not
education.
alive,
Free press, 1998.
but I am awake
as well
while
as
you
bonfire
are
of
here
the
with me.
humanities, rescuing classics from an impoverished age. X 2001,
probably a bad
co-authored
tank
with
possibly
Bruce
killed
Thornton
a
as
pump.
well. In 2005, Cambridge
but
University
we need
Press
to address a
published
little
The
bit of
Talking
everything
Greeks,
here.
Speech,
I'll probably turn it
Animals
on,
and the
test
Other
it,
in
see if
Homer,
it kicks the breaker.
Aeschylus and Plato.
Just see what
Paperback
happens.
2009,
we
his
know that
latest
this is a
book, Yahweh
problem.
or Zeus. Why we would be
I
better
believe
off.
the tank might be bad. I'm not sure there. Let's go ahead and just see if she's got any air pressure in it.
A lot of sadness.
Yeah,
The district superintendent issuing a statement saying at no time was the item depicted in the photographs used by any student
they're
at
doing a whole
Mohawk
lot of
School.
stuff here.
The district also serves a nearby indigenous tribe. Tribal leaders calling for the superintendent's removal and an independent investigation.
Power on right now. Reading like a
The
tenth of
district's
an amp.
Board of Education announcing an investigation.
I'm gonna go ahead and check voltage. See if we got at least 240 out here. If we do, then the pump's not running. So either the pump's bad or the wire going down the well's bad. Probably a bad wire due to a failed pump or due to a failed tank. Tank dies, short cycles the pump. Pump kicks on and off so frequently that it rubs the wire jacket off, exposing the copper. Okay, back at the tank. Hope this don't pop on me. Nothing. Let's check voltage real quick. All right, 240. Come over here. And 240. So we know we've got power going out there. Now we just need to disconnect the wires out at the well and make sure we have solid power going out there. That way we know that like the line in the ground between the house and the well isn't broken. Well, I've got solid power out here, so I don't really have no other alternative than to lift the well seal up. So I've got this little strap right here wrapped around the brass neck, and we're going to go ahead and pick this thing up and just see if the well truly is collapsed, caved in, or just dry, or what. But I don't think it's dry. I actually got it to wiggle. So maybe when the plumber came here the other day, it was dry, and then now it's been 2 days, the well's recovered. We'll see. Well,
new files sorted.
Stuck. I just literally just
zero placed in worded folders.
I didn't know. I was waiting to get out of the machine.
Every time you choose not to harass.
Oh yeah, she's free.
Quarantined, zero empty folders.
All out on myself. It don't feel deep, but boy, oh boy, does it look like it is. Do we get a wire depth on this thing?
LVCJ song generation complete with worded serial.
Alert.
Small disciplines repeated become destiny.
On this thing somewhere. I need to get some gloves.
You're already on the path.
I am a one-man pump crew today, so this is what we've got. We're gonna pull it out with the excavator over the wheels. We're gonna go between the, I guess it's like a pin oak in the woods. And we're gonna go all the way down to the driveway.
Alert.
At least this thing's probably in 180. At the most, it could be in 400. I'm just looking at the thickness of the casing, the metal well seal, brass 90, and the 900 some
workflow complete with fixed JSON
does not know any
to this incident.
Information about how deep
the video
the well
that will be
is.
released is
I just
from that
other
building where
guys
the
felt
shooting
like it was
occurred, which is
deep,
the Barris
and
and
they didn't
Holly
want to mess
building,
with it.
looking towards Hope
I don't
Street.
see any
And
tag
as I
down
mentioned,
in
that
here.
will be shared as
What
soon
that
as we conclude.
So we
We
don't
are
know
still
how deep it
encouraging, as we did earlier.
Really needed another helper with me today so he could hold a flashlight in the well and look for the pump coming up. That just means I got to go like 30 feet and walk back and forth until I get this thing out. Because believe it or not, it's like 92 degrees out here. I'm just lucky that I'm in the shade. I've got about 45 feet out so far, and when I pull it out, I noticed this.
Last year, and with Jackie Chapa,
probably our culprit right
municipal
there.
court judge, and
That's
police
probably our
department, we
culprit.
worked out an
Somebody
MOU with
extended the
them.
pipe.
So since
instead
December
of
of
keeping the
last
wire
year,
on
we
the
put about
opposite side of
170
the
people.
damn
We've transported,
clamp.
most of them homeless, but
Oh,
we
wow.
transported
Look,
them
look,
over
look.
there and dropped them off.
There's the blowout.
They have several recliners
There's the
that they
blowout. We may not even
let
have
them
to pull
lay
this
in,
thing out anymore.
and they have to be there for at least 4 hours. But then they can engage with them to get a case manager. Some of those people have left and come back for services.
It's not bad. I think the smartest thing to do would be come out with I could get the filter out and just fix that and put it back in. But right now we already know that
no frequency can justify violating someone's peace of
wire
mind.
bad,
would eventually
so
be
there could
renamed the Voyagers,
a need to pull
and
it
only
out.
one would complete the
Pump could
grand
be
tour.
bad and it shorted out. And it blew
Voyager
that,
1 would be sent from
blew that
Jupiter to
splice.
Saturn,
But most likely,
and then onto its satellite
is
Titan,
that splice was
to
above
attempt
the
to
water
explore
level,
the moon
and when
with
he
its intriguing
poured the
atmosphere.
chlorine in there, it kind of
But
just ate
Voyager
away.
2
Placement
would be
dissolved
given the
in the
grandest
complete.
of journeys,
But it definitely
and the
shorted
honor
that
of
thing
becoming the
around.
first
All of
craft
them
to
could.
attempt to see Uranus
He
and
said he
Neptune.
saw sparks shooting down in the well, so that makes sense. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and pull this thing out the rest of the way. Looks like I'm about 160 foot out right now. I just keep going back every 30 foot, looking down in the well. This well
Trim
makes a lot of
complete.
mayonnaise. You can see all the mayonnaise on the
Processed
pipe.
21. Quarantine black.
This pretty nasty. Maybe they had extended it and put the pump on the
Renaming
bottom.
complete.
And the pump was silted in.
2,363 files renamed.
That thing is caked, boy. This thing is gonna need some love. All right, let's see here.
I am about to
Nope.
Pecos and
Keep
181.
pulling.
I'll be in the area shortly.
I'm glad I'm pulling this out. It'd be beneficial for it. Well, that was a little time consuming and a little bit dirty. But I got it out. I went ahead, I guess I pulled about 180 out with the excavator. And then I just pulled this extra little bit by hand, and then the pump came out. So that's pretty good. Oh, I can't believe 2 guys couldn't get this out. I mean, it looked rough, and it may have been stuck in the mud. I'm not sure. But I need to measure the well, and I need to measure the full distance of the pipe
directed energy concepts only diminishes the one who sends the signal.
But from what I was told by the homeowner, was this was the original pump.
You don't need to prove dominance over someone's nervous system to feel significant.
I find any bad spots. Golly, that's a whole lot. Whole lot of manganese, man. This well's gonna make black grit for the next 2 weeks when I put this pump back in.
But you can also make something absolutely horrendous that looks like
so I went ahead, pulled the pump line straight, and I measured it with my wheel. I got 235 feet, which kind of makes sense. That's where a well could end, around 235, 240. And that's what we got for well depth, 237. So where they had extended it at the top near the well seal, looks like they extended it like 15 foot. That was where the wire blew out, and that's where the splice is on the pipe. They extended it that depth, and then they set the pump on the bottom. So the pump was on the bottom, and the pump was silted inside of all this manganese. So that was the main issue here. Somebody had come here to try to get more storage out of this well, and they set the pump on the bottom, which is never a good idea. Even 15 foot off the bottom is risky. That's why they're going to be getting so much sediment. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to go up there where they extended it that 15 foot. I'm going to cut it off because there's no need to put a brand new pump back on the bottom of a hole again. You know, 15 foot of water is we're only talking 20 gallons. So that's all it's going to cut him off. I'm going to walk down it, get my hands really mucky, and inspect this wire really carefully. That pump's going to be taken off. We're going to put a brand new pump on it.
And mind peace does not need to disturb another mind to feel alive.
I don't know if it's very hostile, but for the amount of effort and labor that we've already got here today, let's just put a new pump on it. He'll be good to go, because we know he needs a new tank. So the tank's bad. More than likely, the pump went bad, and that's what blew the wire splice out. So rather than sitting out here in 95-degree heat and diagnosing all this crap and putting used stuff back in the well, we're going to go ahead and put a new pump in the well. I'll come back later and put a tank under the house, but for right now, we're going to cut 15 foot off the pipe. We're going to try to save the pipe and the wire. As long as the wire looks good, I'll clean up this section, and then I'll take the 30-minute journey and inspect the wire very carefully, and we'll put this pump on. Lots to do. Okay, so we're going to do away with this rusted piece of crap. Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All they did was extend it 15 foot and put it on the bottom. So that was the whole issue all along. So what we're going to do is we're going to cut the pipe here, and then we'll cut the wire up here where it's bad, and that'll give us enough wire above the well seal, and we'll put the well seal back here where it originally was.
Linux terrorist
There's no need to extend the system 15 feet. You're not gaining anything out of it. And because they did that, that's why I'm here now. That's why the pump was stuck. Stuck it on the bottom. Okay.
Small disciplines repeated become destiny.
I'm not filming any of the process.
You're already on the path.
Put the pump together. I'm feeling all that too damn high.
Quarantine 0, empty folder.
Okay, you've got the feeling all set. Pretty much ready to go back in. That's all done. I cleaned it up best I could with gloves.
JSON generation.
I actually went all the way down the pipe, trying to squeegee a lot of that manganese off of it. And then I got the new well seal here. There's no need for a metal well seal. It's only in there at this point like 215 foot. So we're just going to hang it on an ABS well seal and a brand new brass elbow. The other one looks pretty sad shape. I'm going to go ahead now. We'll put the wheels on the well. God, look at that. That is just pitiful. Go ahead. Toss it. I'm not going to put chlorine in it because when I got here, I could smell the chlorine.
What do you pay attention to grows?
That is when the system.
What are we growing together today?
So I can actually still smell it all over this stuff. So I'm going to get the pump in the well, hook the wires up, and then we're just going to pump it out in the yard for a little while. Woo-wee. You know, sometimes it's fun working alone, and then other times you just really need that second person. You got to end up doing all the work. All the
real strength does not need to hide behind invisible waves or silent
you need somebody in
frequencies.
there looking with a flashlight so you don't break the pump off. So it becomes very tedious and time consuming to walk back and forth. I know you say, oh, why didn't you bring your pump puller? I was told that the well was collapsed and the pump was stuck. So the first thing I'm going to bring is my excavator, then my crane. I came out here with a camera today. My initial, goal was to lift it up, camera the well, figure out why, the pump was stuck, and then, I pulled it up 18 inches, and here we are. Good Lord have mercy. Probably a 50-foot static level. That's probably the issue here. Static level so deep, and the well's not deep enough. That well needs to be about 345 feet deep. And that pump needs to be at 300. That would probably give them a lot better reserve to work with. But doesn't look like we drilled this well, and I don't remember doing this. I believe that pump is like an 06 model. That's what I read on it. Maybe wrong, but all right, I'm gonna go ahead now, wire this up, and we'll kick on the breaker, let it run for a little while, evacuate all the crud. And then we'll go under the house and put on a new pressure switch for right now. And then I'll have to come back at a later date and put in a new bladder tank. But first, I need to cover this
new
part
files
of the bill
sorted
with the homeowner. Make sure he's
zero
okay with
placed
this.
in worded
and
folders.
Then I can do the tank job separately at a later date. But we probably will definitely change out the switch.
Zero
and we'll probably
empty
add air to the
folders.
tank just to get him by for the next few days, and then we'll come out here and address that. One thing at a time. All right, got this all set.
LVC JSON generation complete with worded series files.
Turn the power on. Now, just for context, today falls in about day 14 of when I first tested positive for COVID. I'm going to say day 12, maybe a day or two ago.
Workflow complete with fixed JSON.
This is Greg, KE4MU, Asheville, North Carolina. I received a Pi Repeater 2X that I ordered from ICS Controllers. It is a
10090
repeater controller
100
based on a Raspberry Pi.
No, 1022. It's in another hour.
The unit that I ordered was the completely assembled unit. It comes with the Raspberry Pi installed, the 2X board, and a small power supply that is fed out to a 12-volt connection on the back right. Taped to the side, they even provide the fitting necessary to supply the 12 volts to the unit. It comes in a nice sturdy case and is a complete ready out of the box unit to use. You do have to make your own cables to go to your repeater systems. This particular unit here I will be using with a Motorola GR1225 UHF repeater that I had coordinated for the Asheville area.
Placement scan
Let's see what it
complete.
looks like on the inside.
A manhunt to capture Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin.
The unit has the
That perspective to Luigi Mangione.
12 volt
They took them 5 days.
to a 5 volt 3 amp
Every single lead. And the best thing we can do to honor my
power supply mounted in the very back of it.
is prosecute the full extent
On the left-hand side,
Trim complete.
you can see there is the
Processed
Pi
21.
2X repeater
Quarantined
board.
0.
All of the cabling is done nice and neat. Over on the
Renaming
right-hand
complete.
side, you have the Raspberry Pi
2,384 files
mounted.
renamed.
One of the things that I did do with this particular unit is I ordered a set of the heat sinks with the thermal tape and applied them carefully to the Raspberry Pi to help with some heat dissipation inside the unit. The unit does not have any type of cooling fans inside the unit. May not even be necessary, but as cheap as the heat sinks are, I thought that might be a good addition. The unit also, if a person found out that they needed some air circulation in there with this flat lid,
I
a
love what
person
they've
can
done.
probably
It is a
purchase now
fantastic
a
first draft of a
12
desktop.
volt
It is still a first draft.
equipment
The applications
fan
are
on
bare
here.
bones, the settings are
And,
very bare bones,
put a
and you
couple
can
of
clearly see that some stuff
vent
is
holes
not
on the other
animated
side
as it should be, some
to
stuff is not as
circulate air
smooth as
through
it
the
should be.
repeater
There are some
controller.
performance
If
problems when opening and closing
it
apps.
looks like in
Not
the
sure if
future
it's
that might be necessary. At this point in time, all I'm going to do is just stay with the heat sinks till we see how everything works. Overall, the shipping on this unit from ICS Controllers was outstanding. I think from the day I ordered it, I had it in the mail about 3 days later. It came by U.S. priority mail, was very well packaged. Just looking at the unit, it is nicely marked. The cutouts for everything are nice and snug. It's going to be nice to see how this particular Pi Repeater 2X controller works once we've got it hooked up to the repeater. Next step I've got to do at this point in time is to build the physical cable to go from port 1 of the controller and interface with the GR1225 repeater. Fighting and fussing with the DB9 connector. Finally got the cable made to go between the Pi Repeater 2X and the GR1225 repeater. There's only 5 wires actually, or 5 pins actually being used on the repeater. And I will
And he was a successful Victoria real estate agent, but he gave up
put the pin out
probably know this
But did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your
in the
fans?
video.
Help your business. We print postcards and flyers that get people talking. And we print plus
Came out of the BB9
Whether you want
shielded Cat 6, then around, and went into the wiring for the connector that came with the connector. Kept it very short. Some solder joints, real small, neatly, with some heat shrink. And then I took the shield that was left and put back over all of those small wires and then slid some bigger heat shrink up on top of it to seal everything in nice and neat. For the power supply to feed the Pi repeater 2X, I took the cable inside of the repeater and took 12 volts right off of the same power supply that feeds the repeater. Okay, logged into the repeater controller software by Open Repeater. When you're first logged in, it gives you basically the heart of your system and your various settings. Then you've got a tab for general settings, which is where you'll put your call sign and your transmit tell, your timeout, where you can enable or disable DTMF access, and your CTCSS settings, though I do not use them in the open software itself. I use it directly in the repeater settings. Then you have your identification. You've got your timing on your short ID, and then you have your custom for your long, which I chose to put one in that has the call sign, location, and the PL tone, just mainly because it's a new repeater and people stumbling across may not know the PL tone for the repeater. It's because it's so big. Doing the recordings for your own message is real easy. I used a digital pocket tape recorder and did my message and moved it to my desktop and then just used the upload and upload the file. It gives you 60 seconds for your announcement. And at the end of it, you can put your time and also append your Morse code ID.
Small disciplines repeated from destiny. You're already on the path.
You have numerous choices for your courtesy tones. You've got several modules. One's a parent module, which will play back everything the repeater controller hears. It's real good for testing purposes and setting audio levels. And then you have Echo Link module, which is built into it, which I have it activated. Then you can go down to your interface, and that's your port settings for the repeater controller. You have a repeater log, which shows you when it's turning on and turning off the transmitter and what it's
zero placed in worded folders.
Short identification, or up here like in 1841 today.
Quarantined, zero empty folders.
Echo Link. There was somebody that connected via Echo Link from North Virginia. Then you go down, you got your
song
DMT
generation
reference,
complete
which
with
gives
worded
you all
series
your
files.
DMTF codes for your various modules. Do a little testing now that it's up. Let's force an ID, which is to send the star key.
Open repeater online. Kilo Echo 4 Mike Uniform repeater. The time is 9:10 p.m. Press 0 number sign for help.
Okay, that part works without a problem. Let's use parrot mode, which I've got activated.
Workflow complete with fixed JSON.
Parrot mode basically repeats what you say. Okay, let's try the parrot mode. KE4MU testing. Okay, that seems to be working without any problem. And now we're going to see if Echo Link will work.
Activating Echo Link.
We got
Okay, and the link comes up with no problems.
Deactivating Echo Link.
And of course, it also has a remote shut on and shut off with DMTF for the controller. Let's see if it's functioning correctly. Okay, let's see if the repeater will key up now. Okay, nothing. So it has turned off the controller. Now let's turn it back on.
Are serious about this investigation.
The strongest
we want
signal.
These files, and we want to
Placement
hear from them.
scan complete.
And we must start there. The Department of Justice needs to be the priority. We can move to non-compliance by anyone else, including Ghislaine Maxwell, after we have received those files. It has been 5 months. And we're still missing over 5 million pages of documents purportedly.
Welcome
the Department of Justice has only released
repeater.
1% of those files.
94.8, Asheville, North Carolina.
Trim complete. Processed 24, quarantined 0. Renaming complete. 2,408 files rename.
Good. We're after the junior high school for a tree on fire being caused.
Collapse of an oil rig on Friday, it's prompted new questions about investigating the incident, also what it means for Alaska's oil industry.
Joe Allgood spoke with officials and industry experts and joins us with what's new tonight.
Yeah, we're still learning new details about Doyon Rig 26, which seemed to fall off a road on Friday while it was being moved. And as of today, it's still where it fell.
It was remarkable, the engineering feat of building of the beast. And there were no corners ever cut.
The Beast, as many called it, the largest mobile oil rig on the continent, now lying on the Arctic tundra.
It was a sad day, for everybody involved and everybody who's been involved. Because I've talked to many guys that also helped me build it, and they're all sad to see it go like that because we took a lot of pride in our work and building that.
To get an idea of how tall Doyon 26 is, here's a comparison to the average American school bus, equivalent to just under 5 buses stacked end to end. A report from the Alaska Department of Environmental Conservation said the rig was carrying 4,000 gallons of diesel 30 minutes prior to tipping over, in addition to hydraulic oil and ethylene glycol.
There is confirmation that there has been diesel to the tundra, so trying to get an assessment of that, where that may have gone, and putting plans into place to minimize any spread of it and looking for the most appropriate tactics in order to contain it and pick it up.
The DEC confirmed an investigation will be conducted.
I don't think anything this high has tipped over before, but there have been significantly more environmentally damaging leaks from the pipeline or other equipment.
Most importantly, and fortunately, there was no loss of life. As for the industry,
Well, sure, it's a setback. I mean, losing the services of a multi-million-dollar piece of equipment and paying the bills is a setback.
interestingly, this rig was being used by ConocoPhillips for exploratory wells in the Willow project.
Joe, glad you mentioned the Willow project. Is there any indication that that project will now slow down because of this?
As of right now, no. ConocoPhillips said in an affidavit last week that they have a slightly smaller rig capable of taking over the job.
And of course, this remains a developing story, so be sure to sign up for live updates from the Alaska's News Source app.
The collapse of an oil rig on Friday, it's prompted new questions about investigating
We've got the strongest border.
Real strength does not need to hide behind invisible waves or silent frequencies.
Now we do take people into our country legally, but you're talking about a different subject. You're talking about political crime. They have committed massive.
The United States Air Force achieved a critical milestone in its nuclear modernization efforts on January 8, 2026, when two MH-139A Grey Wolf helicopters completed their first operational mission, escorting a Minuteman III Intercontinental Ballistic Missile, or ICBM, convoy at Malmstrom Air Force Base, Montana. This historic deployment marks a transformative shift in how the Air Force secures America's land-based nuclear deterrent, replacing capabilities that have remained largely unchanged since the Vietnam War era. Historic first operational mission. The 6-hour mission saw two Grey Wolf helicopters assigned to the 40th Helicopter Squadron shepherd a convoy of missile maintenance and armored security vehicles from the 341st Missile Security Operations Squadron to a remote launch facility more than 100 miles east of Malmstrom Air Force Base. Piloted by Captain Michael White and Captain Maxwell Turner, the aircraft completed the mission without requiring refueling, a demonstration of the platform's superior endurance compared to its predecessor. The mission spanned Malmstrom's vast 13,800 square mile area of responsibility, which encompasses more than 100 dispersed launch facilities across diverse terrain, including prairies, plains, and mountain ranges. This geographic challenge underscores why the Air Force required a more capable helicopter platform to maintain security across such an extensive operational area. The performance of the helicopter was impressive, said Major Nicholas Smith, an MH-139 pilot with the 40th Helicopter Squadron. This test proved that the Grey Wolf can bring all the required firepower necessary to defend our nation's nuclear force in a real scenario.
The facilities as well.
Superior capabilities over legacy platform.
Financial advisors that this bond program will be smaller.
The MH-139 Grey Wolf delivers substantial capability improvements over the UH-1N Huey it replaces. The Huey has provided ICBM security support since the Vietnam era, but has struggled to meet modern operational demands.
We're going to recommend the bond program.
The Grey Wolf provides approximately 50% faster cruise speed than the UH-1N, enabling security forces to arrive on site several minutes sooner in emergencies. This speed advantage is operationally critical when responding to potential threats across the vast missile field. The aircraft can carry twice as many security forces personnel, allowing tactical response teams to deploy with full strength rather than requiring multiple flights. Additional performance specifications highlight the platform's advantages. The MH-139 features a maximum cruising speed of 135 knots or 155 miles per hour with a maximum speed of 167 knots, compared to the UH-1N's maximum airspeed of 130 knots. The Grey Wolf's operational range extends to 225 nautical miles minimum without refueling, with maximum range capabilities reaching 410 nautical miles, substantially exceeding the UH-1N's 300-mile range. The helicopter can carry 9 combat-equipped troops with security response equipment, with cabin configurations flexible enough to accommodate up to 15 personnel, depending upon mission requirements. With a maximum takeoff weight of 14,110 to 15,432 pounds, depending on configuration, the aircraft can lift significantly heavier loads than its predecessor. Colonel Philip Bryant, 582nd Helicopter Group Commander, explained the operational impact. The MH-139 Grey Wolf fundamentally changes how we support nuclear security. It can carry twice as many security forces, fly 1.5 times as fast, and has a considerably longer loiter time than the UH-1N, which greatly strengthens our mission to protect the missile fields.
Even hypothetically.
Advanced technology and survivability features. The MH-139 represents a militarized variant of the Leonardo AW-139 commercial helicopter, modified extensively by Boeing with survivability enhancements and military systems integration. The platform incorporates sophisticated defensive capabilities specifically designed for nuclear security operations. Survivability enhancements include cockpit and cabin armor, self-sealing crash-worthy fuel cells, the AN/AAR-47 missile warning system, and the AN/ALE-47 countermeasures dispenser set. The aircraft mounts 2 externally mounted M240 crew-served weapons, 7.62mm machine guns, providing defensive firepower. The Advanced Avionics Suite features state-of-the-art flight deck functionality with improved 4-axis autopilot and automation, reducing crew workload and enhancing flight capability in poor weather conditions. The cockpit design offers improved safety, situational awareness, and superior visibility compared to legacy platforms. The helicopter is powered by 2 FADEC-controlled Pratt & Whitney Canada PT6 turboshaft engines housed in separate compartments with independent inputs to the main gearbox, providing redundancy and reliability. The engines feature reduced infrared signature with lowered airflow and directional exhaust, minimizing detection risk. Nuclear security mission requirements. The nuclear security mission demands specialized capabilities that the MH-139 was specifically designed to fulfill. The 40th Helicopter Squadron provides helicopter security response for the 341st Missile Wing, supporting emergency war order taskings by transporting tactical response force teams for launch facility denial, recapture, and convoy operations. Convoy security operations involve escorting vehicles, transporting maintenance personnel, equipment, and nuclear materials between the base and dispersed launch facilities. During these operations, helicopters provide aerial surveillance, rapid response capability against potential threats, and the ability to insert security forces at any point along the route quickly. Operational impact and assessment. The successful completion of the first operational nuclear security mission demonstrates that the MH-139 has transitioned from testing to real-world operations, supporting America's nuclear deterrent. The seamless integration of the Grey Wolf into convoy operations validates years of development, testing, and training efforts. Malmstrom's Stryker Airmen, the security forces personnel who work directly with helicopter crews, described the first operational use as both historic and reassuring. This assessment from the ground forces, who depend on helicopter support, provides important validation of the platform's operational effectiveness.
Trim complete.
The enhanced defensive systems and ability to support missile field security missions across vast, austere terrain addresses long-standing capability gaps in the ICBM security mission. The Grey Wolf's advanced sensors, communication systems, and defensive capabilities provide security forces with tools that were unavailable with the aging Huey fleet. The January 8, 2026 mission represents not merely the deployment of a new helicopter, but a fundamental modernization of how the United States protects its nuclear deterrent. With the Grey Wolf now operational, the Air Force has closed a critical capability gap and strengthened the security posture of the most sensitive military assets in the American arsenal.
Quarantine 0 empty folders.
What if I told you that a single Japanese engineer solved a problem that had Detroit's best minds stumped for over a decade? A problem so fundamental that GM and Ford collectively spent millions of dollars and thousands of engineering hours trying to crack it, only to walk away defeated. This is the story of how Kenichi Yamamoto outsmarted the entire American automotive industry with a material so unconventional, so brilliantly simple, that when Detroit engineers finally learned his secret, they couldn't believe they'd missed it. Picture this. It's 1960, and inside General Motors Technical Center in Warren, Michigan, a team of engineers watches in horror as another rotary engine tears itself apart on the test stand. The apex seals, those critical triangular tips that form the combustion chamber in a rotary engine, have failed again. Metal shavings scatter through the housing like shrapnel. The engine managed just 8,000 miles before catastrophic failure. Down the road at Ford's Dearborn Labs, the story is identical. Their rotary prototypes are eating themselves alive, destroying apex seals faster than they can design new ones. Chrysler's engineers fare no better. After burning through $50 million in development costs, that's $500 million in today's money, Detroit's Big Three are ready to declare the rotary engine an engineering impossibility. Meanwhile, 6,000 miles away in Hiroshima, a 39-year-old engineer named Kenichi Yamamoto is staring at the same problem with completely different eyes. While Detroit was throwing harder and harder metals at the problem, Yamamoto was about to do something that would change automotive engineering forever. He was going to stop thinking like a metallurgist and start thinking like a chemist. The rotary engine should have been Detroit's triumph. After all, when Felix Wankel unveiled his revolutionary engine design in 1957, it promised everything American automakers craved. No reciprocating pistons meant incredible smoothness. Fewer moving parts meant simplified production. The compact size meant more room for styling. And the power potential through the roof. NSU's early calculations suggested that a rotary engine the size of a watermelon could produce the same power as a V8 twice its weight. It was the holy grail of automotive propulsion, or so everyone thought. By 1959, the licensing frenzy had begun. General Motors paid NSU $2.5 million for rotary development rights. Ford followed with their own multi-million-dollar deal. Curtiss Wright secured the American aircraft rights. Even Mercedes-Benz bought in. The race was on to bring the rotary engine to mass production, and with Detroit's engineering might and deep pockets, everyone assumed the Americans would cross the finish line first. But here's where it gets interesting. The rotary engine's Achilles heel wasn't its radical design or its unconventional combustion cycle. It was a component smaller than your thumb, the apex seal. These tiny triangular seals had to perform an impossible job. As the rotor spun inside its epitrochoidal housing at up to 9,000 RPM, the apex seals had to maintain perfect contact with the housing wall while enduring temperatures exceeding 100 degrees Fahrenheit, pressure differentials of 1,000 psi, and sliding velocities that would destroy conventional piston rings in minutes. Detroit attacked the problem with brute force. GM's engineers tried cast iron seals with chrome plating, failed at 5,000 miles. Ford experimented with tool steel alloys hardened to 60 Rockwell C, made it to 7,500 miles before chattering themselves to death. Chrysler went exotic, testing tungsten carbide and even ceramic compositions. The ceramics shattered. The carbides wore grooves in the housing that looked like someone had taken a grinding wheel to them.
do we get?
By 1963,
well, in addition to supporting
internal
the
memos at GM described the APEX seal problem as insurmountable with current materials technology.
On one computer,
Enter Toyo Kogyo, the company that would become Mazda. Unlike the American giants, this relatively small Japanese manufacturer couldn't afford to fail. They'd licensed the rotary technology from NSU in 1961, betting the company's entire future on making it work. President Tsuneji Matsuda had declared that Toyo Kogyo would either succeed with the rotary or cease to exist as an independent company. No pressure, right? Matsuda assembled a team of 47 engineers, they called themselves the Rotary 47, and put Kenichi Yamamoto in charge of solving the APEX seal crisis. Yamamoto wasn't your typical automotive engineer. He'd studied mechanical engineering at Tokyo Imperial University, but had spent years working on industrial furnaces and high-temperature materials. This background would prove crucial. While Detroit's engineers kept searching for the perfect metal, Yamamoto asked a different question. Why does it have to be metal at all? His team began experimenting with carbon-aluminum composites, materials more commonly found in industrial applications than automotive engines. Carbon offered self-lubricating properties. Aluminum provided thermal conductivity. But the real genius was in how Yamamoto combined them. The breakthrough came in late 1962. Yamamoto's team developed a proprietary process that embedded aluminum particles within a carbon matrix, then reinforced the structure with hair-thin steel fibers. The exact composition remained a closely guarded secret for decades, but we now know the formula. 70% high-density carbon, 25% aluminum powder, 5% steel fiber reinforcement. The
Every
material
time
was
you
pressed
choose
2,000
not to
tons per
harass,
square
you
inch
raise the
and
single
set it at
amendment
108
ratio
degrees Fahrenheit in an inert atmosphere. The result was an APEX seal that seemed to violate everything Detroit knew
Zero
about
placed
engine material.
worded
Let me
folders.
put that in
Just a couple
perspective.
of quick comments.
GM's
and,
best metal
as
seals
you
were
stated earlier, we
failing
have
because they couldn't handle the combination of heat, friction, and pressure. They'd either wear equipment full floor to housing or lose their spring tension and leak compression. Yamamoto's carbon aluminum seals did something revolutionary.
LBCJ
They
song
got better
generation.
use.
Complete
The carbon would
worded
gradually
series
polish the
files.
chrome.
West 97 degrees 10.64.
Want to use mostly a keyboard to move windows around. I like having a full desktop experience with its panels and stuff like that. I don't want to have to find my own or change that. It's just not for me. But tiling features are extremely